Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are here for the ozfortress 15 grand final between Ego and Jasmine Tea. At this stage, I'm the meme lord and the spasticated trash talk Yukari, and I think if they're all here, I'm going to be joined to talk about this game and some pre-game analysis by Bulk, Broken and Render. Alright lads, I hope you're both here. What's going on and what should I care about?
Well, right now you should probably care about the photos that are currently being uploaded of me in my terrible-looking cheerleader outfit for Jasmine Tea.
Oh boy.
Did you make it yourself?
No, I actually had a little bit of help from a female friend who also did some lipstick for me, which I think turned out pretty lovely.
Damn. Well, now that you've got revelations like that, well, what do you think about this matchup? Tell me what's going on, buddy, in that cheerleading outfit.
I think it's actually going to be a really interesting game because obviously playing against Jasmine last week, I felt they sort of played with an absolute sort of like freedom and just they just felt more relaxed with their playstyle. I don't know really how else to describe it, but like I felt like the pressure seemed to be off their shoulders, and it was just sort of they were going out there having some fun and playing some good TF2. And I think if they can do that tonight, it's going to be I think it possibly will go in their favor.
Alright, Render, I'm going to pass the ball to you just quickly because I think Bulk's having some great fun hinting at what's going on but not saying it explicitly, so I'll let you get your word in before I give some context.
Yeah, so I just like the fact that Brute is not there, and that lets Jasmine Tea, their new medic, people already know it's Dave. He's they're just like a more free forming team. Like it's not gonna be. I feel like it's gonna be a little bit more crazier on both sides. I feel like the experience, like just how Dave plays, will bring something different to the team.
Okay, so for those of you who aren't in the know, Jasmine Tea, the creation of, the dictated by the almighty Brodogs. Brodogs is no longer with us. He's chosen to bow out from the team after their loss to Ego in, I believe it was the winner bracket final. So that has certainly changed the dynamic. The new medic is, as I understand, Dave, and for those of you, he's from Cooking with Coolio, as I understand it, yes. So he's had some experience in Div 1. This is his first Div 1 season outing, and now he's playing in the Big Boy Leagues final. So
Full credit to Dave though, he is an amazing medic. Like he probably has some of the best mechanics. Arguably some of the best mechanics I've seen of any Australian medic. So I don't think he'll be sort of too worried by the occasion tonight.
Alright, so with that in mind, let's jump into maybe the first two topics. The obvious one, what did you two lads think of the winner bracket final? What do you think were the big themes out of it? Why do you think Ego won? And how does that affect what we're going to see now?
Well, I think it really sort of it came down to basically Namie and Nat performing, maybe Jasmine's flank underperforming a little bit. Other than that, like, I mean, it's hard to say because really it came down to Golden Cap. I mean, at the end of the day, it was basically it was a dice roll as to which team actually won that actual series.
I mean, there was a Golden Cap on Granary, so that was pretty intense. Also, Sunshine and Badlands. Badlands was dominating.
Jasmine tend to struggle on Badlands, so I know that they banned it against us. Like we felt that if we had gotten Badlands, like they might have beaten us on it, but like it would have been like from our scrim results on it, like Badlands was sort of our map versus Jasmine.
Like I was surprised that they picked Sunshine though as their first map pick. Like Granary I can understand a lot more, but Sunshine was pretty interesting to me, and they almost lost it. So
I don't think anyone expected Ego to perform to the level they did on Sunshine, and yeah, I think Nat and Namie stepping up. I spent a lot of time discussing about it last cast, but do the two of you agree that when Nat played in other teams that were simply not as a high level as Ego, so Not Bad and Gossip Girls and so on, Nat showed a lot of variation. He would go for different targets other than just bombing the medical demo and mids. He'd often pick fights with scouts and really get on top of them, and he'd vary his timing a lot. Sometimes he'd have very fast initiating rollouts. Sometimes he would have very slow rollouts where he came from odd directions at times that didn't make sense. A lot of that, we hadn't seen him do it in Ego up until that winner bracket final, but all of a sudden Nat's back on the explosive plays, the strange timings, the looping bombs. Do you think we're going to see more of that, or is that just a once-off lucky thing that Nat got together? I mean, you've scrimmed against them, so you're in a better position to comment than I am.
Well, I'd say you probably will see a little bit more of it. I actually identified Nat just before I sort of took my 18-month kind of hiatus from the game. Nat was actually one of the players I picked up to make when I was in my brief little foray as Pocket Soldier, where I think I had like Yule on demo and can't remember who else was in the team, but I picked up Nat as a roamer, and that's what I kind of liked about him. He was sort of like, I felt that a lot of roamers were just sort of like, I'll jump in, bomb the medic, rinse, repeat. But he sort of had his own little bits of flair that I kind of enjoyed playing with. But I think if he can keep that up, that the real battle for him is just going to be pretty much not getting dominated by Elmo whenever he tries to do something. And if you remember from when we played them last week, Elmo was really on fire. Whether or not that was just because you wanted to see him in a cheerleader uniform, I'm not sure. But he's certainly got some tough players to they're going to sort of stop his potential little roaming expeditions.
I really respect Nat because I have not seen a lot of roamers just go from Div 6 to Div 1 just still staying on his class. Like, just that experience and like slowly understanding that roamer is a little bit more than just bombing in and dying and just having different timings, staying alive in certain situations. Even though his DM probably isn't like top notch extreme DM levels, like I can think of like another roamer like Rain or Putty. He's still like very, very effective in just the way he plays, just being a little bit smarter than the average roamer in Prem.
I think that what you've hinted at there, the question of his DM is actually quite a big question mark coming into this match. I feel like when Nat was at his peak and not bad and so on, his DM was really starting to trade shots even with perhaps Putty or Zaka. But coming into Ego, it seemed like the extended time he'd taken off from Roma, was it 3 months, had really dented his aim game a little bit. So I'm hoping that he's got that back, because against Madness and Elmo, you have to hit your shots, and I think, as the both of you have implied, now that Elmo's come on to a much more aggressive and I think much more well-rounded game, you can't be choking your shots or missing your shots, or you can't just be relying on splash rockets to deal with these guys. You need directs, you need the big damage shots from height and range, and that's what Nat's going to have to polish up. So to move on to the next topic, so Dave stepping in for Brodogs. Bok, you've had a little bit to talk about this. Again, you've both played against Dave. What should people be watching for with this guy? What does he add to Jasmine? What does he take away relative to Brodogs? And of course, I've heard a lot about his crossbows, so please fill me in.
Well, I've actually played quite a bit with him. We've had him slut for Red Hawk a number of times, and every time we did, no offense to Red Hawk, but we actually played better with Dave. Now, sometimes, that's just sort of, you bring a new player and sometimes you just pick yourself up a little bit better that night. It's not really saying that Red Hawk's a bad medic or anything, but he does the little things right as medic. Like, he just seems to get out whenever he is supposed to be getting out, but he's constantly getting heals on players, and his crossbows are amazing. Like, there's no getting around that. Obviously, he's not a strong call up just because he's lacking in that experience. But I think we'll definitely, I think he's definitely sort of improved in the little bit of time he spent with Jasmine, and I think he'll be feeling a lot more kind of comfortable in his role.
Yeah, I felt like the two things he had going for him over any other medic, in my opinion, was he didn't die that often. And he had really, really good surfs, like even better than like probably Jersh or Brute when he tried. He just had like really, really good surfs and was so annoying to kill.
I think one thing that really sticks out to me about Dave, he seems to have a great awareness of how to get heals on soldiers. Like one thing that I always questioned a little bit about Jasmine was I'd see a lot of fights where when they were just stomping teams where I'd see Geo or Putty had gone in pretty deep, and I feel like these guys are right in the middle of the enemy team, healing them, fighting them, taking everybody on, and I was always like, okay, it seems like Brodogs is leaving them a bit out the lurch in here. Dave seems to go in really hard with Geo, especially when he's forward. Like, I've seen a lot of fantastic Ubers out of Geo where he will be living on 8 HP and Dave will just get the Uber charge beam onto him and save him, and the post Uber position for Jasmine is ridiculously strong as a result of that. So is that something the two of you feel like he's doing a really great job of backing up their soldiers? Because I really like to see that, especially with Elmo moving a bit more away from heal heavy role.
Yeah, like they're gonna generally how they used to play, I'm pretty sure, was they'd like to stack a side, stack a choke, bomb in someone, and then bust everyone through the choke to kind of kill things. just getting through the choke was all the important thing, and they'd always have to sack someone for that. But now that they're going to have like probably more play around the Ubers, more play around like solo plays on the flank, it'll require a little bit less coordination just for team play, just a bit more surviving. I feel like Dave was gonna help them with that.
His crossbow's really that good because like everyone says Dave has some sick crossbows.
It's not just his crossbows, but like his battle medic ability. Like I remember the first time we scrimmed against him, and like he was like the last alive on his team, and like you'd expect him to kill himself, but he ended up killing me and Yui, and we were just like, who the fuck does that? Like just that little kind of stuff that like. It certainly can put you on tilt. Like I don't think he'll be able to do anything that'll put Ego on tilt, but he'll certainly. I think there's a chance for him to make a little bit of a play in one of these maps tonight.
And I think Jersh was hitting some really solid crossbows in the winner bracket final between Ego and Jasmine. And I mean, you can't underestimate the value of a 70 damage or even 50 or 40 damage crossbow, particularly to save somebody or to save yourself. So I'm hoping that our cameras get some good moments in. All right, so coming into the finals, it's a best of 5. Obviously, what's the strategy for both teams coming into in terms of map selection? Is there any team that can realistically hope to 3-0 sweep this finals? Are there any maps that both teams particularly want to avoid or maybe don't want to open on early? Are there any maps that one team has to absolutely win if they want to take this final? What should I be looking for? What's the strategy going into this?
Apart from the odd maps, the most apparent one would be Badlands. Like I don't think Jasmine want to touch that map. I'm not sure if they could play that map now that Brood's gone. Because I feel like they should be able to do well on that map with 2 good soldiers and 2 really good scouts. It feels like a map they should really do well on, but I just have no idea why.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting. I think it certainly will be a ban of Badlands. I think what'll be interesting is Viaduct. I think between both teams it's a pretty close matchup. So I'm certainly interested, and I think it'll definitely get played. And I think if it gets played early, like Viaduct is one of those maps where if you can win Viaduct convincingly, you sort of, especially in like a map like the series like this where neither team is sort of going to have a massive warm up. I think if you get an early Viaduct win, you could potentially sort of just give that DM confidence to your team and potentially allow you to roll another map or 2 afterwards.
I'm not sure if because I know that Jasmine had like a set strat they like to run on Viaduct, which is a very passive play around the Ubers really well. And Brute was very, very harsh and coordinated in how he controlled his team on that map. Maybe they're going to be a little bit loose, but I'm not sure if that might be more of a negative thing for Jasmine this time, because they were very strong on Viaduct during periods of time when they used that strat.
And Ego, I think, have started to catch up to them a little bit on Viaduct. Viaduct is looking less and less more like a Jasmine can kill everybody on that map, and more like other teams can give them a good run for their money. And I don't think it's fair to attribute that just to Brute being gone either, because to the best of my understanding, and this is as particularly aimed at you, Bulk, teams have started to be really sticking it to them on Viaduct before Brute left even.
Yeah, well actually, I know we had a, I know Ego had beaten them, and I know we had a pretty, I think that was before, was it before Brutalex left? I'm not sure, but we had a pretty close map with them on Viaduct, and where I think it was only 2-2 or 2-3. In the past we'd pretty much gotten rolled. So yeah, I think it definitely changed for them. Their dominance is sort of definitely weakened on it.
I might take this opportunity to segue that discussion into something else. We've all seen the odd shot of Paulson and Brutalix not having a good time in each other's presence. And I think it's also fair to say that Termo went absolutely bonkers in the winner bracket match, as we would expect Termo to do. So I'm going to put this as real talk as I can. How much pressure is on Paulson to deliver now that Brutalix is out of the way? And I think Paulson's been having better scrims and better results coming into this.
Paulson seems to have been playing a lot better, yeah. I think, again, as I was saying, they just seem to be playing a lot freer and a lot more relaxed. And, I mean, look, I get me wrong, I think, well, Tomo's probably the best player in Australia right now. Like, no offense to Yuki, but, like, Tomo's just in pretty unreal form. And, not saying Yuki's slipped or anything, but yeah, Tomo is just the king of the hill right now. And I think Paulson can certainly take it to him. It's really I think if he can get some early mids and get that confidence sort of rolling, that'll really help him. Because Termo's just like a beast. Like he's never really gonna have like a bad map. He might have a slightly quieter map, but he's never gonna you're never gonna see him drop below like 300 DPM or something in one of these maps tonight.
Yeah, well, I remember when I watched Jasmine play a bit. Like they'd always fall out when they lose a mid. Like it was always Brulix and Fozzlm staying out alive. Like he was healed a lot more often on mid fights. I've noticed just because Geo's more aggressive than usual. So now that Dave's might be playing a bit more soldier heavy with the heals, we'll see how he goes on mids. But I'm expecting him to have a little bit less pressure and needing to perform, considering he's not taking as many heals, but still being able to put out.
To be fair, I don't
damage.
think he really took a lot of heals before though. It certainly felt like it was
mid-fights specifically.
Mid fights, yeah, but I mean mid fights you're always going to be sort of healing the demo just because oftentimes your soldiers are going to be out of reach and sort of the demos often your like safest target to heal.
To keep it on Demoman more just a little bit, and this I think again is, I hope you can both provide some insight because you're both playing like combo roles for your teams. In the Granary map especially, in the winter bracket final, I was really impressed by the ability of both Demoman and of course their teams, particularly the Demoman, to play off slow starts or slow plays in mid. So maybe Paulson might show up a few seconds later. What do you think about these two teams' ability on mid fights? Like especially how will the Demoman recover from those just weak starts or slow starts to mid? Because I feel like a lot of Australian players are so fixated on how fast their demo is to mid, they miss a lot of the really interesting subtleties of recovering from a slow mid fight, getting oh, I got hit with an early sticky, I need to recover. Is there some things we should watch for in both teams here?
I'd say that's probably a bit more of a problem for Paulson because Paulson is pretty reliant on his speed on mids. Well, especially on Granary mid. Like Termo is sort of he's sort of better at dealing with that sort of slower mid. I think he feels more comfortable in sort of just walking out from right side and linking up with his medic or just sort of waiting to come out of catwalk however long, even if it takes him 5 or 10 seconds to get out of catwalk, he's not really too stressed about it. So I think it'll really fall down to Paulson. I think Paulson's probably faster on these mids. Like Paulson seems to have been practicing his rollouts a lot. He's pretty damn quick. Tomo also is always very quick, but I don't think he's been practicing probably as heavy as Paulson has been. So yeah, I guess if I'd feel more confident in Termo sort of playing it slow. I think Paulson is capable of it, but not as well as Termo. So he's going to be relying on that speed a little more than Termo will.
I think I might segue this into the soldiers since we've got a bit of an opening here. Geo and Aporia have been playing very, I would even say diametrically opposed approaches to pocket. Aporia is drifting very far away from the medic, playing an aggressive Roma style almost. High death game, lower damage, less heals, whereas we're seeing Geo playing, I think as the season's worn on, move a little bit more towards the classic pocket soldier, particularly with Dave. He's dying less, living more, and putting out consistent damage. How do you feel these two pockets are going to match up? How are they playing differently? And I think in particular the Geo Putty relationship, since Geo's usually firmly with the combo and Putty's firmly on the flank, whereas Nat and Aporia tend to swap places more. How's this going to affect the match?
Well, I think it really puts a lot more pressure on Geo. Like I think it's, especially when it comes to like Ubers, if Ubers aren't working for Jasmine, then it's usually because Geo's not getting much done with them. Whereas sort of while Aporia will sort of lead the Ubers, he's probably not taking as many solo Ubers as Geo will. What do you think, Renda?
Well, I'm just thinking two Roma like soldiers is gonna try to aim to put more pressure on the flank and to kill scouts. Like I feel like Geo might have to step it up and try to help out his flank a lot more if Aporia is trying to rotate, and I feel like he can, especially with Ubers. Like he's gonna have really aggressive Ubers and try to commit to open up areas and get a quick kill so his flank can push their flank.
Yeah, well, I think that'll certainly be key for Ego because obviously even with the improvements that Naomi and Nat have made, you'd still have to rate Putty and Elmo just because of mostly on the strength of Elmo, just because that kid is an absolute beast right now. So I think that'll certainly be important to try and get extra damage onto him with those Ubers from Aporia.
the Putty Elmo synergy has really come a long way. I feel like at the start of the season especially, it was very static. Putty is going to set up for Elmo and Elmo's going to wail him. But now I feel like they're much more creative as a unit. I've seen a lot more initiations out of Elmo. I've seen a lot more of him realizing that he has windows where if he dies right now, then he's still going to be alive to respawn for the actual fight that's going to go down in 10-15 seconds. He's got a much better awareness of his timings, and that's letting him and Putty be quite creative in their combinations. It's definitely making them a lot more deadly. To build on that, as perhaps a last observation, Aporia's solo Ubers, I think we all remember them from Sunshine, yes? They weren't particularly effective, but Ego adapted so quickly to that, and we saw much better Ubers out of them for the last two maps. Are we going to be seeing a lot of solo Ubers in this game? Is the death of solo Ubers, particularly in Gunboat's pocket, here? Or perhaps are we going to see Geo just, bodying kids around the stage?
Well, I mean, I still see Aporia do the solo Ubers as well. It really just sort of depends on the map and the location. Like, if it's a solo sort of choky area, and it's sort of going to be more like one team trying to get a solo Uber onto the other team, I feel. Like, probably there's not going to be too many sort of like solo Ubers just sort of locking up, where it's just sort of, they Uber, they lock up, and then they just sort of back away. Like, I feel like it's really going to be trying to like push that advantage where, if Geo thinks he can, force like a 2 or maybe even a 3-man multi, he's definitely going to go for it. And likewise Aporia, but obviously I think Geo's probably going to be a little bit more effective at it than Aporia will be. And it's sort of also in Aporia's nature to sort of do that Uber and then sort of try and jump in, as you said, and go on to the flank.
Alright, so I think to wrap this up and perhaps Scouts. Well, I think we've talked a fair bit about Elmo and Naomi's breakout performance. Madness and Yuki. Now, for me, these are some interesting question marks because they've traditionally been the superstars in their teams as far as Scouts go. But I think in the winner bracket final, I don't think either of them gave their best performance. And I think it's also interesting in that while Yuki perhaps wasn't hitting every shot as he expects to, he adapted and just played as safe as he could and as smart as he could, and I think he still contributed. But with the exception of Granary, Madness looked like he was struggling a bit. Now, personal observation, I feel like the game we're seeing out of Madness and Stavers come has been fantastic, but I was really wondering what you both thought. Is this the return of Madness? Is he back with a vengeance, or could he still be pressured the same way he was in their last matchup?
Well, I feel like Madness is a little bit reliant on Brulix to just kind of heal him more and really pocket him, because I always felt like Madness was had a closer connection to Brulix in terms of the pocket scout. So now that Geo, I don't know, I think Geo also will want Madness to kind of help him out, and we'll just see how that goes. But I feel like Madness, I don't actually know, to be honest, between the scouts. Like, I rate all the scouts in, like, all 4 scouts so evenly. Like, they both can go off, but like all 4 of them can go off. But I kind of see Yuki going off again, like a 4K Madness, just staying alive and putting out really good damage.
Yeah, I think that's one of the keys, especially for Madness. He's one of those scouts that sort of when he the more he sort of stays alive in these fights, like the better he seems to do. Like, I don't know what it is, but like the longer a fight goes, he seems to just hit more shots at the end of the fight than he does. Like, he's not just, I don't know what it is about his style, but he's not a very good, like, you wouldn't rely on him too well on initiating a lot of fights, but like his ability to clean up at the end and just sort of come in from sort of different angles is quite good. Yuki, yeah, as you said, Yukari, a little bit disappointing in the winner bracket final, but it's James. Like, he's gonna be pretty fired up for tonight, and I think he'll hit some shots. I don't think you have to worry about that.
I think, yes, we should. That there's a very good reason for both Yuki and Manus to show up in a big way, and of course I think we all want them to get the maximum excitement factor. So I think we've covered all of the specific players, or at least given a general overview. Is there anything else you want to raise that perhaps we've missed, or is that a good overlook of the teams and what we should expect?
I just feel like each individual player has been on and off recently. Like, it just depends on who turns up. Like, I feel like they're also even, maybe barring the soldiers in the demo, but if one can turn up, like it could really, one more could turn up than the other, could really turn on the game for that team.
Yeah, just to maybe take a page out of your book, Yukari, maybe do a little analogy. There was talk about the Broncos and the Cowboys, who in their last 3 games, each game has been basically won by a point. And I feel a little bit about this way about these two teams. I think like really either team could win it tonight. I think it's just going to sort of pretty much who makes the least mistakes. I think it's often how it comes down to in TF2. Both these teams are exceptional at capitalizing on any mistakes. So really, it's going to be a great match. I can't wait.
Well, with that in mind, a discussion of mistakes and a discussion of trends and a discussion of 1-point wins. First, I'm going to give a shout out to Josh because I've ignored him. That's my fault. He played fantastic in the winning bracket finals. So if he plays with the backbone like that, Ego is going to be a lot stronger. So we better acknowledge Josh's significant progress there. So perhaps now would be a good opportunity if we can to take a look at the stats for each team in the season. Now I'm a little bit critical of the stats of both teams myself, but let's see if we can bring them up and see what they tell us. Alright, and I've also just been told that players are entering the server now, so if you have any insights on the stats you want to read in voice, now would be a great time.
Stats aren't working for me, but I'm not a big stats man, to be honest. I think stats don't mean shit when it really comes down to it. It's just going to be about which team plays better on the night. Let's be honest. I know. Look, I know there's some people that are stat obsessed and they love to look at their damage numbers, but who gives a shit about your damage numbers when you win the map? That's all that really matters.
Tia, Renda, is there anything you have to add to that little rant?
I also don't care about stats apart from probably air shots. So I also don't have the stats up. I do feel like it will be whoever turns up on the night because there will be a lot of big plays. There'll be someone clearing out a point, getting like a 5k or something. Just a lot of quick killing, and then they take the point and the round's over. And in a long round where one team gets like twice as much damage and slowly wins the game. So stats don't mean a whole lot. It's all about like decision making and teamwork and plays more than these long rounds.
I think one last thing I'd add to how hard this stats discussion can read in, and I think this is something that everybody can agree on, these two teams have had the most ridiculous variation of stupid results. I've seen 5-0 wipes where Ego make Jasmine leave the server in 10 minutes. I've seen the reverse done to Ego. I've seen these two scrap it out and go down to a point. I've seen games that one team won 5-2 and it felt like trench warfare. I've seen games where it was 5-4 and the team with 5 rounds was controlling most of the game. I think it's so hard to predict an exact margin or even who's going to win each map here because literally any.
Yeah, I mean, even Badlands, with Jasmine getting 5-0 on it, I mean, different night, different medic, it could be completely different tonight. And they're still a good team on Badlands. It's just, I mean, there was certainly an off night for them, and I'm imagining that whatever was going on in their mumble was probably somewhat affecting that.
Yeah, I think that's about as fair as we can put it. Predicting this is going to be a nightmare. We can only hope for great games and I think as many maps as possible. And right, since both teams are starting to get everyone in the server, any last thoughts? Any players to look for? Anything that the spectators and the cameraman and the casters must not miss?
I want to see how Geo and I just want to see how Jasmine plays now that they've got a different meta. Like you're probably going to see a lot more plays especially a lot more plays from Elmo now that he doesn't have to get someone yelling at him for just trying to push the flank for a pick. Or Geo staying alive a lot longer, he'll probably be able to have some bigger Ubers.
I do have one stat. I'm pretty sure that Jasmine will win the air shot or the midi counter. Tomo's a bit too serious sometimes to go for the midis. Paulson, but he loves a good midi, and as does Geo, as does Putty. So yeah, I think we'll see some nice shots out of those boys.
Well, I think That would be I think a fantastic place to end it. Airshot counters, get ready for the big place, ladies and gentlemen. And I think that's just about all from us. The players are almost in, the team are almost ready to go, and map selection needs to be talked about. So let's get the casters in.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
I'm Dreamboat. That's Smiths. How are you guys doing, Mr. Panel people?
We're having a lovely time on the panel, just talking shit and having a good time.
Yeah, I'm
Oh man,
very excited. I caught most of what you guys are talking about, I guess. So we are live right now. I just want to double check that, right? Yeah. Well, so I didn't catch. Did you guys, what do you guys think the map bans are going to be tonight? Because I didn't catch if you guys talked about that, and I had my own opinions, but I wasn't quite 100% sure.
Yeah, so we definitely think we'll see Jasmine ban out Badlands.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's almost a given. As for Ego's ban, Yukari, can you recall what they banned on
Gully?
Gully? It was Gully. I imagine it'll be Gully again,
Or maybe Sunshine.
Gully or Sunshine, but I would lean more towards Gully because that was the map. I mean, even though it was with like a slut team, they sort of got beaten up by Tom's team on Gully. Even though it was with sluts, I know, but it was still. I think they were a little embarrassed by that, so I think they'll just steer clear of it.
yeah, it definitely could be either map. I personally was thinking Sunshine and was going to be very disappointed when that ban came out, if that was the case. So I'd actually love them to see them ban Gully Wash. I much prefer watching and casting Sunshine to Gully personally.
Yeah, well, regardless, I think we'll begin the bans on the way soon. Now that you guys have gone over, obviously, the really in-depth important stuff, let's kind of touch on let's be honest, the most important stats. Who do you think's going to get like the most middies? Who's going to have like the flashiest plays? Who's going to be the absolute star tonight?
Well, I'd already picked Geo for topping the midi counter. I think he topped the midi counter for this season. Yeah, I think he'll probably hit some. Putty hit some pretty nice ones as well, and he likes to make sure everyone knows when he does. So might be a bind. I don't think there'll be any taunt middies. I'm not playing the game, so that's not going to be a possibility. But I think one player to watch is probably Elmo. He was on fire versus us last week. I think he top damaged on what map was it? I think on Gully Wash, which is just absolutely disgusting that a scout is top damaging on Gully Wash. that should not be possible, but he managed to do it. And apparently we're just going to be restarting the stream, so we'll be back in a second.
Hey everybody, sorry for the delay. We are back here and we have these picks and bans coming down fairly quickly. Just to recap what we have done so far is Ego banning Gullywad, Jasmine Tea banning Viaduct. Analyst, what do you think?
Surprising. Very surprising.
Yeah, I think everyone was kind of expecting the Badlands ban after what happened last week, or last match these two played. I'm personally a bit disappointed because I'm a big fan of Viaduct and watching it, but I guess maybe this means Jasmine has some plans in store as to what they're going to do on Badlands this time around.
Yeah, so it's Ego picking Badlands, Jasmine picking Snake, Ego picking Granary, Jasmine picking Process with the dreaded Sunshine Decider. That's a combination there I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited for this. I think I think it could go either way. What do you casters think? Do you think there's a potential for a team to kind of get a quick 3-0 depending on those map picks, or is it going to go back and forth, or still just 50-50 really regardless of the map?
Sorry, was that going out to us analysts or?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I think Well, again, like I mean, Granary was a close map, and on Snakewater between these two teams, I mean, I don't have the stats to really back this up, but I think it'll be pretty close. I would maybe no, I don't think I could favor any team on that. Like it's gonna probably be a little slow as Snakewater sort of tends to be, and same with Granary, but yeah, it could go either way.
I'm excited. We got the first map of Badlands. I mean, I'm excited to see what Jasmine have planned because there's no way they haven't kind of rebuilt it from the ground up after what happened last time. They got absolutely demolished, and something had to have changed. So, I think they could actually give us a really good show on Badlands tonight. I'm really hoping for it.
Yeah, of course, I do love. Nothing's better than a good Badlands cast. There have been so many great games on that map, and I think we really should be in for another good one at least. Yeah.
Yeah, but it'll definitely be interesting to see what Jasmine have actually sort of changed. I can't really remember too much about it. I just remember the mids were pretty much a steamroll each time. I can't remember Jersh going down too much. And I mean, it's hard to say. Like, I mean, you know, sometimes you just have a really off night, and it might really just have been about some minor thing that went wrong that was just sort of making their mids fail completely. But yeah, it'll be certainly interesting to see how the first couple of mids go because if they go Ego's way, I think it'll be tough for Jasmine to come back into it.
Yeah, well, without obviously, you discussed Brodogs leaving and stuff, do you think there could be actually more of a potential for a comeback without that potential tilt factor, or is it going to be the same level of emotion just without that real, I guess, Brodogs harshness there?
Well, I mean, when we played them in our lower bracket final last week, they certainly seemed to play with a real freedom. And they just all seemed like they were just having a good time playing the game. There was plenty of friendly banter, and yeah, I think that they sort of that's quite a possibility that they will have that sort of comeback potential. But at the same time, Granary was still close between these two teams, even after all the Brodogs raging. So I think they're a team that's sort of capable of handling the high stress, high emotional kind of situations in finals.
Yeah, definitely a fair call.
We're getting close with people in the server here. I think Gio's the only one missing.
He's in
right
spec,
now.
so he'll be there in a second. There he is. So, yeah, the full 12. We're nearly ready. How excited are you?
I am thrilled here. Like this entire season has been so unpredictable, back and forth, and incredibly close that every playoff match I think so far has been just a gift to watch and cat, and I'm really looking forward to these finals being the exact same. Like it could go either way here, and I don't think it would surprise anyone here to see this go 5 maps.
No, and I think everyone's hoping for it too. I mean, it's been so long since we've had a really, really close grand final here, and I mean, we had an absolute treat last time these two played in the upper page playoff bracket game, where it went to 3 maps and it was very close, at least on 2 of the 3. So fingers crossed we get it equally as close, if not more this time, and we should see some sick plays. I would not be surprised to see a fair few minutes of content for Backcap being produced tonight, or for those TFTV highlight clips, whichever one comes up first.
The Nat train has no brakes.
I am pretty sure you could make one Backcap episode just of highlights from 5 maps if it goes that far, just because there's going to be such a high volume of content in these games, and both of these teams do have a flair for the dramatic and the impressive. So I think this is just going to be a frag video for the whole 2.5 hours of TF2 if it goes that far.
Yeah. Really, really exciting if it gets to that. Really exciting regardless. I mean, you can still have a 3-0 and have them be extraordinarily close. Prefer it to go to the full 5, but as long as the games are well played, the maps are well played, it doesn't really matter to me. Just as long as everyone tries their hardest and makes it a really, really good one to watch.
I want 5 maps for one reason, Smith.
Yeah.
I want Sunshine. For like the first time since... Actually, no, I casted Sunshine with you, I think, once.
Yeah,
earlier this season.
Ago.
Home Alone and Ego, wasn't it?
I think so.
That was cool.
That sounds right to me.
But I want more sunshine. That was great, and this is going to be great. So I'm sure the panelists talked about it quite a bit. I want your thoughts, Smithsonian, and I want a scoreline for Badlands here. Who's winning this?
You see, after last time they played, you might get... Some people might get lulled into the kind of, well, Ego played, Ego crushed them last time. They might come back a bit, but it should go Ego's way again. But I think Jasmine's got something hidden away here. I think they've got a bit of a, maybe, not a sleeper pick, but kind of lulling Ego into a false sense of security with this one. I reckon they're going to give it a real show, and I actually think Jasmine might take this one. It may be really close, like 4-3 or something. I could be wrong. I could be absolutely wrong, and maybe they left it in and didn't actually change that much and might get completely dominated, but I'm fingers crossed that they really worked it from the ground up again and going to give it a good one.
Yeah, it really comes down to how much work both of these teams have gone into this map. Like, it's close enough that, like, the experience on both of these teams, for one, like, if they put their minds to it and like all their effort into it, they could definitely step it up and bring this to go either way. It depends on who's put more time into Badlands. You know, maybe one team was expecting it to be banned, so they didn't put as much time in, and now with it not banned, they were. I'm gonna give this one though to Ego on about a 6-3 scoreline, I think, for the first map here. But we are getting into the first mid. I'm gonna give it to you, Smiths. Take us away. Grand finals, baby!
Yeah, very, very excited. Both teams, looks like Jasmine kind of going for a low roller. Both teams mirroring each other pretty much. Jasmine going fairly aggressive towards Shithouse. Double soldier bomb, not really from Ego. They're just getting on the other train. Here comes the aggression. Both soldiers jumping in. Nami picks up a frag. Yuki and Aporia picking ones up as well. Aporia the only casualty so far for Ego. Elmo getting piped by Termo, and it's Paulson trying to jump away. Not going to make it out surely. Matt is picking up a couple of frags, so he picks up Termo and Jersh. So saving the situation potentially there. That was really nice from him, getting Jersh right at the tail end of that fight.
Absolutely crucial picks there as well, because no Jersh means that there's no overcharge to be just rolling into this last year. That's definitely round saving for Jasmine here, and they're now capping the Spire up here. That is Ego putting on a bit of a fight from Yard as Dave's worked himself to about a 20% Uber advantage, and now the recap's going to come down on Spire. Ego's not even going to contest it.
Yeah, Yuki's in a nice spot. He could actually pick up Paulson here, and he will, surely. Oh, that was massive. Him and Nami combining. Gio gonna go down as well. That's huge for Ego. They're gonna easily take this point, and I'll have, oh, actually, coming in, Zaka, trying to get some work done. Not gonna finish off Jersh. But this will definitely be second point now for Ego. And,
I totally missed Yuki hiding right below Spire there, and that's opened it up here. And now here comes Aporia jumping forward here. He's just stepping on the point. He's zoning him off. He's got tons of time here. Yuki coming in, can't do much else off of that. And it now looks like Ego is going to back off as they're 2 down, 3 down as that gets picked off by G.
I'm heavily questioning that play there. I mean, the Ubers were even, but now they're at a 3-player disadvantage defending Spire. Jasmine's going to have all the time in the world to be able to cap this. Ego are going to try to contest it, but
well, the spawns are here, and they pick up. So they are rolling forward. Now the Uber's popped off here, right onto Paulson. They're going to pick him off. The Ubers are exchanged. Aporia should go down, but Gio's actually going to be traded out of that as well. And now it's looking so good for Ego here, as there's only 3 up on Jasmine, and Paulson's not going to be up for another 10 seconds. Just pressing forward here with Termo that's putting stickies on to Zaka, zoning him out. Yuki actually walks right into 2 scouts. He'll be taken out, but Nat's going to jump on them. Oh, he's pushing him off, and he gets it.
Very, very nice from Nat. Really nice, just recognized that everyone was distracted, knew that he needed to get on that point, get the focus on him. So, yeah, there was nothing Jasmine could really do. They had to be closer to that point, and they couldn't be. They were trying to take fights, the fights that they could. And, yeah, Nat just capitalizing that perfectly.
And now into this next bit, both demos get there at about the same time. Neither of them have connected too much. Now Paulson's taking out, Nat bombing forward with the combination of Nami will pick off Madness. And that's another pick. That's Coolio down. Crucial pick there. And Ego in another good position to win this mid. They just have to keep Jersh alive as Paulson hitting the pain train on Nami. Will finally be cleaned up in another mid here for Ego with Jersh alive this time.
Yeah, the positioning from Ego was just so good for that mid fight. They had, about halfway through that, they just had total mid presence. Both their scouts really far forward on like a full 185. There was no way Jasmine would take that after they had that positioning. Just really, really nice from Ego in general, but particularly the scouts.
Oh, we actually see Zaka.
Oh,
He's
here he
jumping
comes.
out right onto Jersh. He gets through Arkansas.
Oh!
Jersh, the edge bugs, lives with 5 HP, keeping that Uber.
That was
What
nuts.
balls on him.
The edge bug. That was
Not the pop-
actually beautiful.
And now he's getting set with his Uber here. They have a pick, they have that Uber, and now they're popping off onto Turmo here, taking out the gun early. Aporia bombing right forward. He'll pick off Paulson too, and Namie's just gonna step on the point, and he
Oh
gets
my
it.
gosh. Yeah, 2 very, very quick rounds now. Clearly, they're just continuing their dominance on this map. That was just a really clean push. Aporia doing nice work, pressuring them back into spawn, and Ego just jumping on the point because there were no players to really be able to contest them.
Now it's another mid. Paulson going out the balcony side, still about the same time as Turbo, and he's now got the early damage onto him. This is a good start for Jasmine, but what happens here is Nat's bombing forward. He gets taken out early. Aporia should be taken out too. Jasmine may finally have the answer on this mid. They have to take out Turbo, and they do. Yuki getting caught out, and now Jersh will escape, but Dave did not go down either. So this is fairly good shape for Jasmine, although Ego with Jersh will be able to put up a fight on this last and even Ubers here. Although Madness, he's pressing forward. He kind of wants more, and Gio's there with him. Gio's jumping right forward. He might get the force off here. No, he's going to get taken out.
Well, it's hard to force when Josh is on 75%, so not going to happen.
Oh, yeah.
He will get his Uber before they push in, so it will be a even Uber exchange likely. It looks like Ego kind of trying to get a bit of room in upper lobby, but not really, deciding they don't really need to. They might continue this forward hold for another few seconds, but we'll probably back out as soon as they see any real resistance. They don't want to lose this Uber. And actually, wait a second. Look at Yuki. Look at what he's doing. I didn't expect the spy this early, but it looks like he's changed his mind. As I say it, I'm a bit disappointed. Come on, Yuki, commit to your off classes. He's going to engineer. Sorry, he's going to another off class, so that's all right, I guess. But I was excited. Looks like we're gonna have a bit of a Badlands stalemate, which you don't see all that often. Jasmine just kind of waiting for Ego to make that move.
Well, what you got to watch out for here is Elmo down in that trash area with Madness. If Ego tries to push out here, or they botch their hold in the wrong way, the 2 scouts do back off, but that could have been opening for a back cap. Dave actually taking a little bit of damage there on a spam rock. That's not too friendly. And Zaka going down there to defense, napping him off. So there's a little bit of a trigger for Ego to start to move out. And Jasmine's just backing up. Now the Uber's popped off here. Aporia jumping forward. Gets the exchange with Dave. They're still contesting the Spire. No one has died. Namie going down to Paulson Quickie Bomb Launcher. Wow. That's a weapon. Now Natcham got here too, so Jasmine doing a good job of baiting that push out. Can they turn this into the last push? But Turbo picks off Madness with the sticky trap.
Yeah, it looks like the fight's still going, actually. It looks like Tomo gonna get caught out.
Hold on, but he's actually on top of Jersh, and he picks him off. So the medic pick is crucial because Dave is still alive.
Yeah, this is good though. Yuki getting aggressive on the pulse and not going to get anything done. Too much healing on that demo, and going to be a reset, but Dave with a 60% Uber here. Jasmine are happy. Jasmine are absolutely happy with how that went. They'll have the Uber charge moving into last in not that long from now. Ego going to have to dig deep to hold on to this one. Only got the 1 off class on that engineer. But he'll have a level 3 sentry and everything, and getting a little bit aggressive, Ego, just getting into the lobby, trying to get a forward hold going, to waste the Jasmine time. Looks like they're going to do that, but Jasmine coming through up top, actually taking down Aporia really early. This is not looking good for Ego. Going to have to back out very, very quickly here.
And back out they will. Just going to heal up, put a trap on that point, and there is a gun behind the point from Yuki. As the Uber's coming out here, they're just actually clearing off the sticky at some point. They haven't really gotten anything yet, and Zaka is going to be the casualty to the gun. Nat finally taken out, but this is not good for Gio. Okay, Madness grabbing Jersh to make it a little bit better.
Yeah, that's
just Dave and Paulson to back out once again.
It did not work out for Jasmine, backing out of here now. Ego should be able to get this point really, really easily. Josh did die again, so Jasmine yet again. Oh, that was a nice air shot from Dave! The huge crossbow taking Aporia so low, he's going to get out on 9 HP. But yeah, Dave actually stalling Aporia mid-air there to prevent him from being able to bomb onto his face.
Oh, and here's Nat jumping forward. He's not going to find anything, and he may have just... Actually, he might find Putty in lobby here. Okay, Yuki cleans him up. So... I honestly thought Nat was gonna die there, but now that's triggering the kind of some aggression here from Yuki and Namie, just kind of poking and prodding. And now Aporia is jumping towards Spire, so they're slowly pushing Jasmine back in yard here. They have to be careful not to overextend. And Aporia beats his jump and kills himself.
And
that's not what you want to see from. Namie is on Spire here. He might grab Madness. He's got Geo juking around with him. He's moving around. He's still fighting. Nami picks off one. Madness 2! Okay, Paulson pipes him down.
That was really nice from Nami though. He wastes so much of Jasmine's time. Josh has a Zubin now. They're actually, they're fine. They'll be sitting here on last. Going to be even Ubers. And Nami might come up on like an off class, maybe a sniper or something, but probably just on that scout. They're going to be wanting to push out if they can, try to get maybe a bit of aggression on. Look how passive Jasmine are holding this. They have Uber, but they're just waiting. They know they have the advantage here. They're up 2 rounds. They got still 20 minutes to go though, so parking the bus doesn't really work for that long, guys. But we'll see what happens. Nami actually came up on engineer, so they're going in for the hold. They want every advantage they can get, holding on to this point. So Jasmine going to be moving in finally into this upper lobby, going to be pushing in very shortly, I'd assume.
Well, it's looking like they want to maybe go down through lower main here. Walking forward, they've got a couple people there, and with the pressure from Yuki, I think they're backing up. But Aporia's going for the wrap,
And they did
except
it.
the cap.
They did it. This was the classic. I've seen this strat many times before with the Quickie Bomb launcher. Not that often here in Australia, but beautiful by Paulson, just clearing the sickies off the point. Both scouts rushing in from lower right and just capping it. No one from Ego could respond in time. Really, really clean play, really well coordinated. And that's a round for Jasmine.
Yeah, I totally missed that going down here. But now we have another mid-fight. Termo tagged up fairly hard here from Paulson early on, and that was the turning time to the last mid. Termo down already to Elmo. With Zaka going down to Nat. Positioning looks a little bit better from Jasmine here, especially if they deny Nat, which they do. Aporia coming in to clean up. Can he get anything? It's not looking like it, but Jasmine has backed so far back into this choke point that Ego's going to take the mid.
Yeah, I was really surprised to see Ego win that. Jasmine had so much better positioning for the vast majority of it. They played so passively. They just kind of let Ego come back into it, didn't really deny them any ground, and Ego just overwhelmed them towards the end. Jasmine a bit afraid to play with the low health they had.
Oh, and now we just see that a little bit of a stalemate here. Both medics did live, so we shouldn't see, any Uber push in unless... Yeah, here we go. Nat bombing, and that's what I was more expecting. He gets absolutely crushed.
It was a nice set from Dave there. Nat really had no chance. He hits the first rocket. You need to go for the big mini. That's 2 frags, though, for Ego. Tama picking up Geo and Nami finishing off Zaka as well. They might actually find Elmo here, too. He is trapped. No, he's getting back. He will be fine, actually. That'll be, this might actually be Spire for Ego.
Well, yeah, with Termo on the pain train, he's capping quite a bit faster there, so Jasmine can play the conservative play back out and hold last. Well, they're holding more of a lobby area as Paulson sets up a trap, doesn't find anything.
Yeah, no up classes as of yet for Jasmine. They might actually want to be playing this fairly aggressively if they choose to. Moving out into up lobby a little bit, but falling back. Probably, we don't want to risk things too much. They still have a lead, not very much of one, but they are going to want to hold on to it for as long as they can. Oh, sorry, no, a lead. My apologies. I was thinking of Ego there. They definitely don't want to go down 3-1. I'm a bit surprised. No, here comes the sentry. They do decide to set it up behind the point. This should help with any counterplay like Paulson did to Ego previously, but or if the fight goes really deep, we'll see. Ego's getting ready to push in very, very shortly.
Yeah, it looks like they want something. They're looking. They're poking. Nothing's really coming of it so far. They're playing the slow game, the long con. You know what I mean. Madness sniping, Elmo NG. We'll see if anything comes out of that. Here comes Nat in. Okay. Paulson sticky trap. He gets crushed. Yuki might get caught here. No, he'll escape.
Yeah, that was just a bit of a suicide play, so they're probably not going to go for anything. Jasmine might move out a bit.
Geo's trying, and he's going to trade with Yuki. He got something at least. That's good on him.
Yeah, again, a bit of a stalemate. Both teams, we might actually see that again. Another exchange, another trade, maybe a sniper to come up. Actually, here comes the jump. Here comes the Uber, actually. Both teams forcing it off. Ego not really getting that much done with it. They might get a frag onto Zaka here, but Elmo goes down. And they're on the point. No, he's jumping above. Nat just trying to get make a bit of space, but nothing's really happening. Nat and Amy going down. And this looks like it should be a successful hold for Jasmine, maybe. Yeah, there we go.
It's just... That was kind of a weird push. I like them for taking initiative, but yeah, now Madness on Spy here. He's gonna take a 1v1 with Yuki. He's gonna lose the 1v1 to Yuki. So that might stunt the Jasmine push, as they're already down putty, and now Madness finally gonna be spawning in 10 seconds.
Yeah, so
Nami's
again,
on Spy. Sorry, Nami is
Oh,
on Spy. He's in this lower area. He's just gonna walk right towards the point. Now they started to trap it. So it looks like he's looking for the medic. He uncloaked.
you reckon it's Paulie? No, he's not.
He's not getting anything.
Jasmine holding very far back, worked out for them very well there. Not no way for Nami to get that stab there. So some more stalemating, I think.
I wonder if they heard the uncloak or something, because they pretty much as soon as he started to uncloak, they backed all the way off to shut.
Yeah, well, we actually have a Madness up on Sniper here. If we might see a bit of a push out potentially if they realize how far back Ego are holding, but Ego getting ready to kind of come back in potentially into this lobby area, so likely not. And no up classes for Ego, no spies this time. We'll see if their push is more successful this time around, or if Jasmine can actually manage to get off this last point.
I mean, if all else fails, do you think Eagle will go for the Bender strat, where you
I would be very
pyro
surprised.
into last?
I would be extraordinarily surprised.
Ever since that Vaccinator play, I'm just hoping that some team tries to duplicate the Bender shenanigans.
Yeah, we see a bit of exchange of damage. Nat getting down fairly low, trying to get a bit of spam in that top right area. No one dying though. No one, nothing happening. Madness trying to get a bit of a shot off. Again, not hitting anything, so still no deaths. But it looks like we actually see it pushing from Ego fairly shortly. They look like they're getting ready to do it. Well, maybe, maybe not.
Oh, now Elmo's got his gun in a new spot. We'll see if Jasmine or if Ego are ready for it. I think they might have seen the move happen. Definitely know where it is now. They'd baited out a couple shots from it.
Yeah, they might actually try to get a bit of a spam off. Problem is, if they try to spam that sentry from that lower area, very very easy for them to get sniped. So it's a tough sentry spot to snipe, but at the same time, it's very easy for the Uber to deal with if they just decide to move in with it. So, you know, trade-offs with that sentry spot. We'll see what happens, but I'm guessing Elmo's going to pretty much switch off as soon as they push in. I'm surprised we haven't seen, I guess, maybe more attempted suicides. The sentry will actually get spammed down. Madness not in a position to go for it. We actually have a double sniper up from Jasmine right now. Elmo's up as well to see if they can get a body shot off. But here come the Ubers finally.
Finally, something's going down here, and it looks like a whole lot of nothing. Actually, Putty will get caught there, but that's not good because Nat goes down, and Yuki and Elmo's so hurt. Nami so hurt as Elmo cleans them up. Geo going down. So Jasmine might try and roll off of it. They could catch Aporia. That's madness. Nice. Elmo actually cleans them up for the 3K. And now they will be moving towards Fire. Termo and Jersh backing out.
But the spawn's almost here for Ego already. They might actually be able to contest this anyway.
Yuki sniping, so he's okay. A nice pipe from Termo catches Madness, who goes right into a Nami shot.
Oh my god!
And now Putty down again.
They could actually move through. It's 14 seconds on the spawn times of Madness and Zaka, so they can move on through to last Ego could if they move quickly. But it looks like they're taking their time. Yuki's up on that sniper and he gets a nice headshot onto Elmo, and the scout's on the point. Nami caps it. Oh my god! The stickies were there. They took him down to like 10 HP, but he got the cap off. That was massive.
That was something. that was surprisingly fast. With how long that delay on pushes was, I didn't think that Ego would be able to capitalize that fast, but they did, and down to this next mid-fight, Smiths.
Yeah, also taking a fair bit of damage from Termo. Both demos having to drop down below. Here comes Aporia jumping onto his own train, gets a couple of frags, Nat gets one as well. Paulson is down. Nami, the only casualties so far for Ego, and Jasmine are backing out of here. There's a bit of aggression coming in from Elmo, trying to get on the med. He gets Aporia. He won't get Jersh though, and this will be 3 players alive at the end of the mid for Ego. Jersh living too, very very big. Dave did live, so they will have an Uber for last, but probably won't be ready to contest second.
Well, it looks like Jasmine might be on the ropes a little bit early here in this first map. And now Geo trying to jump forward. He puts some damage into Yuki, who's going to have to jump off Spire. So that's enough of a contention to delay it.
We're so close to the cap too.
Yeah, the thing is with the cap so close, I could easily see Ego getting this with with a little bit of pressure, and that Aporia jump will be actually cut out. And now Geo pushing forward here. The Uber's coming out. Jersh with a much better pop here. Not flashing either, except it's Geo doing the work. And Elmo as they pick off Yuki, the only casualty in this exchange. Nat down too. Namie's getting right in there, and he should go down. So Jasmine winning the Uber.
Yeah, Ego had a really nice idea there. They had a really nice pincer movement ready, but they just mistimed it. Each of their players went in one at a time, and there was no real pressure on Jasmine to actually deal with it all at the same time, and they managed to clean up every player very, very easily. We're moving into house now, trying to chase down this med, not going to happen, but the mid cap will go Jasmine's way, and Ego now on the back foot. Yuki is sniping again, ready around this corner.
Well, and actually Aporia right in at the Dave.
Oh!
Dave getting out, 6 HP.
And
Absolutely crucial. Geo killed himself somehow. That happened.
tried to bomb Tomo, hit the last rocket on the ground, and Tomo surfed it up to the top. So nice there, but looks like Jasmine actually a bit of an advantage here. 2 scouts alive to cap Spire, really, really nice. They'll be moving on through now, healing them both up. Ego are going to try to defend this from the balcony area, taking a lot of damage, Jasmine. Elmo going down. That might actually trigger a retreat now for Jasmine. Yeah, this is not good for Jasmine. Paulson does pick up Tomo, so that's nice. No demo now for the Ego squad, and Jasmine going to be defending now onto this midpoint.
Well, they're actually going for the wrap through house by the looks of it, and they're gonna find a Nat, and they might actually get pinched here on both sides. The Ubers are exchanged, but Geo getting wrecked in that. Now Zaka bombing forward, trying to pressure off a scout, and Jasmine just trying to get out. Coolio's got the... And, he's actually somehow alive. For now.
We've still got lots of action going. Josh actually picks up a frag onto Zaka. Aporia takes on Dave, so no med now alive for Jasmine, but the players are in Jasmine's favor. Only Namie, Josh, and Tomo left alive at the end of that whole fight. It was so scrappy. It was really nice read from Ego to oh, actually, just to cut myself off there, Elmo is getting aggressive onto the med. Josh is having to back out. He's actually separated, and he's in a terrible position. Surely he's going to take him down, but Tomo's doing so much work. He picks up 2 frags. He can't finish off the third, and Josh actually might live solely down to Tomo's huge play there.
Well, here's the thing. Namie's about to pinch Dave coming out of... So Dave gets taken out there too. So Josh lives.
Massive.
Davey gets spawn camped by Namie.
That's
absolutely crucial. It's onto Zaka to see if he can get something. He's got 2 scouts bouncing around him in house, so he won't even find anything.
Yeah, that whole passage of play was just so interesting. Ego read Jasmine's play really, really well. The wrap through house. Jasmine has been doing that so much through season, trying to wrap. Ego read it well, pincered them in, forced them off, and then Ego like pushed back out and kind of tried to fight underneath bridge for some reason. I don't really know why they tried to do that. Didn't work out for them. But then, yeah, that nice play from Tomo and Namie combining. Namie getting that spawn camp on, giving them a huge advantage for this fight.
Now the push coming in, Putty going down, coming out of that drop down area, and Jasmine's just gonna have to give this up.
Yeah, absolutely. They don't have an Uber charge to deal with, and oh wow,
Okay,
picking up 2 big frags. Those
2
are
for
huge.
the price of 1, grabbing Elmo and Madness. 10-second spawns on them. The Uber advantage here. Jerk just gonna pop it off. They're bringing people in. Dave going down, and now they're just stepping on the pole. Geo can't do anything, and point is capped 4-1 for Ego.
Very clean. I mean, there was no scouts alive. There was nothing really Jasmine could do. They couldn't have those off classes. They just had to try and spam them out early, and they couldn't really dodge the Uber that effectively. And very, very nice from Ego to push in, straight away, capitalize on the advantage they had.
Well, now into this mid. Paulson crushing Turmo early here, and he'll be taken out by Pulse. Great start there. Zaka will go down, but the positioning is so much better for Jasmine here, as they're and the health too. Is everyone on Ego is crushed. Jersh going down, and Dave should actually.
Oh, he actually hits a nice arrow. He's like almost 2v1ing them, but not gonna happen. But he made enough space for Madness. Yeah.
Madness in a 1v1 with Yuki here. He doesn't know where Yuki went. This is low health MG Badlands mid. And now with Turmo here, Yuki comes around, clicks on his back. And we might see another mid fight out of this.
We might, actually. Zaka's coming in, trying to spam him out. Tomo's getting a little bit locked out, but he's backing up. He's got those stickies. He knows he's not going to die. But now that Paulson's here, soldiers are here, Ego can't really recontest this mid. They can try to re-push when they get their Uber. Josh does have a sizable advantage up on Dave, as Dave did die so late. But we might actually see Jasmine just want to go for a dry push regardless. You know, the pressure is on them. Actually, it's only 6.5 minutes left, and they're 3 rounds down. So I would not be surprised if they go for this at all.
They have to make something happen here, and that Geobomb forward's going to be a good start to it. Except Thermo grabbing Paulson and Madness, absolutely crucial from him to stunt this push. Zaki can't get anything, and now it's just Dave trying to escape on this mid, but he's got people hunting him. Nat bombing forward, makes him surf into choke. Namie looking for more. Namie should find him here, or Nat, and there he is. Namie cleaning him up.
I think the writing's on the walls now for Jasmine. It's less than 6 minutes to go. They're down 1-4, and they are in a really tough spot here. Josh is full Uber. They've got mid cap. They're going to be moving on to second in a matter of seconds. I mean, they could park it. That would be pretty boring. I'm hoping they push through, and it looks like they're going to get ready to do that in just a second, all the way through house.
It's looking well. They're being very slow with this, and they're actually going through Diag now, and they're being met with a couple players pressuring them here, and Saka right up in behind her, right in. Can he find anything? Ooh. And now, Amy's just capping Spire, and now the Uber's popped off. And it looks like they have Dave caught once again as Aporia is going right in there with Nat. They're both beefing so many rockets. Dave! Oh, Nat cleaning him up at the end. Geo, though, he's behind. And he actually sees Thermo, and okay, he can't decide. He doesn't even know what he's trying to find. And he's just going to back off.
Dave dying
He could have gotten dirt if he knew where he was.
You got some bit of a fight at last. Looks like the scouts are coming in, cleaning up the final 2 soldiers. The fight was all over the place. There were soldiers dying in lobby at last, wherever they could be found. Yeah, just there's not much to say about that. It was just so scrappy. Jasmine just trying to throw everything they could at Ego, and it not working. And at 5-1 down now, I think we might actually Ego playing for this Mercy rule. This could be a perfect repeat of last time.
Ego. Crushing him and Deka. Huge bomb forward here. He's not actually doing a lot with that as Madness and Elbow go down.
Oh my god.
And Dave. Oh man, Eagle is going for it. Putty behind though. Can he find the medic? No, he cannot. That is a wipe on the Jasmine side. Another dominating mid from Ego here.
Yeah, they're in such a good position now to force this Mercy rule, and what a way that would be to start this series. Nothing better than to totally dominate the other team on your pick, especially when you did it last time. They might be feeling a bit more confident. But
Elmo is on Spy, and okay, he's 1v1ing Thermo and he dies. Yeah, okay.
And Madness side 2, going to be aggressive. Paulson's trying to take a fight in upper lobby. Uber's actually been popped off really early from Jerish. They'll actually pick up Paulson. They think that's pretty worth it, honestly. 17 seconds on that spawn, and Gio going down as well. Only 2 players left to defend this point. Zaka and Dave, can they do it? It doesn't look like it, and that's the game. Oh my gosh, map 1.
Now, I guess the real question is, Jasmine, I think we were expecting Jasmine to ban Badlands, make it Banlands. Was that, this is looking like a mistake.
Well, I mean, this is exactly what happened last time they played. It was a 6-1 in the favor of Ego. So I don't understand why they didn't ban it. Like, they clearly, like, they must have felt more confident. They must have gone over some stuff going, well, okay, we've changed our lineup obviously slightly. Brute's gone, Dave's in, playing a bit more relaxed. What happened last time? We'll try to fix it, etc. Clearly, they felt confident with the work that they'd put in to try and change it up and make it work for them, but it didn't show. Definitely did not show at all, and Jasmine just getting dominated.
Oh, and you can see why that was the Ego pick, but I think we need to bring some very special people back here. I'm talking about the panel. Let's get that, that bulk fella, that render guy, and that Yukari person. Let's get those 3 back in here. And what did you guys have to say about that map?
I mean, Yuki, Namie, and Tomo, they were just hitting a lot of shots. Madness seemed to be struggling, but yeah, it's just Yuki and Namie just seemed to be winning every duel they took, and I think that really just got Ego just off to just got them rolling through those middles.
Every part of the ecosystem worked. Yuki was staying alive, kind of directing the push-pull play outside of Uber. Namie top fragged. Termo just kind of did damage. And I think Nat and Aporia really delivered, especially Aporia in the early stages of the game. They got that quick 2-0 up. I think he found the med, like every mid. The other thing that really stuck out for me Nat and Amy ran a train over Madness, a literal train. Madness was defending the train on most mids. His reaction every single time he was pushed by the Nat bomb was to back down at the corner near Spire. Amy would just run him down and kill him every single time. Easy as pie. If your only reaction to a soldier running you was to run away, you're going to get torn up by a team with the quality of Ego's players.
Yeah, I noticed that. I think you have to mention as well the 3 and 24 by Putty. I mean, he did damage, but how effective is that if you're not picking up, you know, those impact frags that you need to as a roamer?
Yeah, they shut him out of the game completely.
Yeah, I noticed that like Yuki and Amy, they're just staying alive. More so Yuki, he'd always be in position to shut down Putty if he tried to go for his shenanigans by going behind. Just staying alive was an important thing.
I think for me, one of the things that I guess I was really not surprised about it. I think one of the biggest issues, obviously aside from mids, was where it was all going wrong. But then the other issue was that Jasmine seemed totally incapable of pushing out of last. They had many times where they, they held on to last, or had even Ubers, whatever. But they get a couple of frags. They try to contest Spire, then just fall back immediately the moment Ego contested. They just didn't seem to have a real, never had a real solid chance at holding on to Spire.
And yeah, Yuki full time on Putty shutdown duty that entire map. He did a great job of dealing with him. And I'd have to go over the demo in more detail, but it always felt like Yuki was able to fight Putty from height with even a small buff. And in that situation, you pretty much have to double direct Yuki or he's going to kill you. So Putty he couldn't make anything happen on maps. Like, I think as a team, Jasmine got shut down and they just didn't have any options. Like the Nat and Amy combo constantly taking their train, the push-pull play was very strong, and it felt like every time Jasmine was starting to get some much-needed momentum, especially some really aggressive pushes in from chair around corners, they'd walk into a couple of sticky traps and just blow up.
And can we take a second here to talk about the scouts too and the healing they received? So Nami and Yuki obviously did a ton of work, but if you look across the board, Nami was sitting at 8% heals, Yuki at 14%. On the Jasmine side, Elmo received 3% and Madness only had 5%. How big an impact was that in the game? From what
Madness was left out on an island untrained. I saw Gio had to rotate to help him out, and that's not a good situation. He needed more support, maybe some stickies or heals.
It just felt that Dave got a little flustered at times and just sort of sunk heals into, his most familiar target, which that being Gio. And I mean, that's okay, but it's a tough kind of game to play when you're putting 45% of your heals into your pocket. Like, that's just a lot of sort of expectations you're gonna have to have on that player to
doesn't have a shotgun or just any way to pull out huge damage. It's just not worth it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Elmo's used to not having those sorts of heals, but Madness certainly not plays a lot more tight to the combo, to the med, and I think that I think as Yukari was saying, he just might not have the lack of support there, not enabling him to letting him do what he would have wanted to.
I hate to cut you off there, Smiths. We actually are going live in this next one, so we're gonna hand off here to Fozzlm and Fear, the Dream Team, who are going to take you away on the sex bid.
Thanks for that, Dreamboat. Yeah, I'm Fozzlm, joined me by Fear as we go into map 2. This is CP Snakewater. Take us through this first mid-fight, Fear.
Yeah, we're just going to see an early aggressive push coming out on the left side. Paulson managing to put 2 stickies into Nat and Amy. He's just going to look to press forward now, but first frag goes in favour of Tomo. Takes down Putty, and now the collapse is coming down on the middle of the point. Still, Paulson, he gets taken down by Amy, but Nat does go down to Madness, and it looks like Dave is going to be forced to back to his side of mid. And it looks like they're deciding whether or not to get out. Elmo is going to go down, and surely this is going to be... Yeah, they're down a player, but they have got this small height advantage for now. So it looks like they're just going to be able to finally fall out of it. Madness going down, so it will be a mid-fight win for Ego. But Uber's up for both medics.
Yeah, that was a really disappointing. Actually, I'll cut that foot off as Zaka goes in. Tries to take down Aporia. Aporia does escape on about 50 HP as we see Jasmine settling on the second point. But yeah, it was really disappointing on that mid-fight. Like, Elmo got behind and turned the attention of both Yuki and Aporia. But that whole time, Gio and his medic did nothing, as we actually see Aporia one rocket onto the soldier, and they force Ubers. Both Ubers have been traded relatively even on both sides. Both meds just flashing occasionally, but it looks like it's going to go a bit better for Ego, as we see Dave already backing out all the way into lobby, but it's actually Nat that goes down. Yuki quickly consoles another frag, though, onto Gio, and that's forced all of Jasmine right back onto their last, as Aporia has made a ton of space for his team, and they're just looking to go. They do not want to hold up. They want to take whatever advantage they have in Go, but they need to watch out. Putty has just come up on the respawner now, and he can potentially make a big change to the fight. Aporia in with a big bomb, but it doesn't matter. They've just got 2 scouts and a demo man on the point. Are they going to cap it out? No. Zaka and Elmo come in and clean up a ton of frags. It's Yuki, Nat, and Jersh alive. Yuki goes down. What a clutch last-minute defense on the point by Jasmine.
Well, it was so close. Once they got that 4 times cap on the point, you're almost wondering whether Jasmine were going to react in time. But they were able to collapse on the point and then just win the duels to hold that last point. It was a really good job from Ego on that second push. They took so much space in the Uber, and Gio is just forced to go back to kill the players behind him. And now we're going to see Ego forcing their way through onto grass again. Aporia, he's just going to jump onto the point, and Ego's forced out on the side of Dave.
Yeah, that was really good. Oh, Jerson with a massive bomb. Almost managed to surf it up on defense there, but did take the full damage and was forced to use. Let's see what they can get done with the tail end of the Uber. We see Aporia and Nami looking to get aggressive onto lobby. I believe Aporia actually whiffed a rocket jump and goes down onto the side of Madness. So with equal players and Dave really lit, once again, we're just going to see Jasmine settle onto the last point here.
Yeah, so far we've been seeing a very aggressive Snakewater from the side of Ego. They've been trying to push all these really small advantages, trying to force their way in, even before they got Uber on that grass push, which I was like really surprised by, but I suppose it caught Jasmine Tea out. They've been forced back off second. Now we're going to see an even Uber breakdown. Neither team looking to go for any utils so far, so it's a bit surprising considering the quality of the snipers on both of these teams, but it looks like they're both just content to grind up their Ubers and wait it out, and it'll be really interesting to see whether Ego are going to try to go for a bomb or they're just going to try to trade Ubers. Looks like Aporia, he's going to jump in there. Can he get anything done now? Looks like,
and
how
Nat
does he
follows
force?
up with the second bomb. Fantastic follow-up by Nat. I mean, they lose 2 players. In fact, Nat will actually go down in the back, so possibly not the best. They're going to lose 3 players here as Madness finally kills Nat, but I mean, they do get the force out. It looks like Turmo and Nami might want to be a bit aggressive here, but the coordinated spam from Jasmine is doing so much work, and yes, Elmo single-handedly gets the force out, but Turmo in with a massive bomb. He gets 1 sticky onto Dave, but Dave surviving on about 40 HP. Clutch movements there
Zaka in.
from the medic. Putty in, and he gets Jersh. Fantastic Roma bomb from Putty. It's what he needs to be doing as Paulson picks up Nami. So finally, it looks like Jasmine are going to be able to push out from their lights. Ego in on lobby. He's got... he gets only 1 rocket onto Dave, and with all of those players sacked, it's Jasmine Tea comfortably taking back their second point, and they're going to have a sizable 60% Uber advantage to work with pushing into mid here.
Yeah, some really nice play. Just coming back to defend their medic, Dave, making sure not to overcommit so that he could always be surrounded by his players for defense. And now we're going to try to see, they're trying to maybe contest it a bit, spamming from grass. This is obviously never going to work. It's just a preliminary thing. And Yuki does get taken down, so that's not ideal because it just means that they might be able to get onto second without using it again. Because they still have this 60% Uber advantage. Anyway, Jero, Uber's popped out. He gets 1 fat rocket onto Jersh. He takes him down under. Really sick stuff from Dio. Madness gets Aporia, and then looks like they're just going to keep chasing.
Turmo with the sick pipe to save himself. Really clutch work. And in fact, that's going to be a pretty big kill. I mean, Jasmine is still going to have an Uber advantage here, but that stops the immediate push. But yeah, Paulson just immediately annihilates Yuki's sentry gun. We do actually have, I believe, a heavy up here on the point. Yeah, that's Nat on about currently 250 HP, and Yuki is deciding to stay on Engineer as they know that they've got a bit of time before Jasmine will build up their Uber to 100%.
Yeah, well, that's a good decision. Like, when they started pushing to last, there was 8 seconds still to go on Jersh's spawn, but then they realized that they were slow getting in, they were blocked by the sentry and the heavy. They realized that once the fight had sort of started to take place, then the heals would be back up, and now they made the percentage play, which is just to sit back, wait for Uber, and going to be pushing in. And so let's see where they take. It looks like they're going to be going in right. Uber
Yep, and here we
out.
go. Uber's come out.
Madness.
They do not see the sentry gun. Yuki actually placing it right next to the door. Paulson finally takes that, but that distracted a good couple of seconds of the Uber. But Madness gets the point about 99% cap all by himself. Here we go. Elmas, Putty, and Jiro getting frags everywhere. It's just Paulson cleaning up on all the damage, but they're losing players. No, it's just Nami alive. Paulson finishes them off with a pipe, and there we go. Jasmine take a round. Really clinical last push from them.
Well, that's exactly what you need to start yourself off on when you just got mercy ruled on a map. You know, they've pushed you back to your last. You're sort of worrying, is this going to go the exact same way? And then you manage to push it all the way back and cap the first round. I'm going to be watching Zaka on this mid. He's just going to be moving on to the right, getting into the kitchen of Ego. It looks like he's just going to dance behind them.
Yuki doesn't know he's there. Finally, after Putty shoots a rocket, Yuki finally turns around. Nat's gone to deal with him, But Pui
Oh,
gets the
wow.
trade. At the same time, Madness takes down Nemi. This is going
Madness, he's
fantastically
crushing
for
it.
Jasmine as Giro gets a terrific kill onto Poria. And just with all the carnage, it's forced Ego completely out of the mid-fight. But the one saving grace is that Jersh got himself out of there. But Jasmine are looking to press the issue. They've got all of Ego completely split. Tomo's down bottom and he's taking a ton of damage. It's Yuki trying to fend off about 3 players. Can he do it? He's juggling around so much damage, but eventually
Ooh, nice
he'll
pipe.
get taken out by a nice pipe by Paulson. But that was a really smart play by Yuki.
They're
He
pushing.
just...
It's
Oh,
Uber's
no,
out.
yeah, really aggressive Uber coming out here. Apura blocks the point, but Dave does Uber in response, and they're going to have a much better Uber. Will Josh make it out time? Yes, he's completely surrounded by all of his team. And in fact, the position of both teams really scattered. So we see Nat above pipe here. Looking, he's going to run straight into Gio and blow himself up. What a... the Roma special there, but that's really not looking good for Ego, as it looks like Jasmine really just want to take it aggressively, but their players are too hurt, so I might delay them.
Tomo's
But that's
destroyed,
not
Tomo's
going
dead.
to. Paulson with some fantastic stickies, but actually losing Madness, they do decide to reset, at least for a moment here, until Omo just walks in, shut a door by himself, and is completely pressuring Yuki off the point. Double bomb here from Aporia and Nat. They get Paulson, but they're losing so many players as a result. Their health on Ego is dreadful, and it should be so easily for Jasmine to capitalize. Nat in with a big bomb. Can he do it? No, Gio
Gio,
with some
nice
nice rockets, and Putty finishes that off. So there we go. Jasmine with a quick 2-0.
They're turning it around, and it's just on the back of really solid Uber plays, really solid combo plays. Gio's been going really immense in these Ubers with the amount of stuff. He managed to just stay alive on second. Dave with like a nice save on him, and he was so influential in that post-fight. Like, just really crucial stuff from the Jasmine Tea soldiers.
Yeah, definitely. As we get to this next mid, Turmoil's hitting quite a bit of sticky spam from Paulson, who's really played these mids incredibly well. As we see Pudium with a big bomb actually eats a lot of damage and forced retreat, but still gets a nice fadeaway rocket onto Yuki. Gio gets another one onto Nat, and once again, oh no. Putty goes in with a bomb, but Jeff just surfs the way, but Jasmine are playing these mids to a T, and that's the third one they've won in a really clinical fashion, as we see Paulson and
nice
his medic
from
of
Josh.
day. Oh, Gio! Oh my god, Gio and Madness combined to get Josh. This is going from bad to worse for Ego, as it looks like Jasmine can potentially take their third round here, as they have a 100% Uber advantage pushing into last.
Yeah, they've been absolutely crushing it again. Like I was talking about, those soldiers are doing so much work. It's such a reversal from last round, especially for Putty. And now the Uber's going to be coming in from under, popped out onto Paulson. He's going to be spamming up at this soldier. A lot of at the heavy.
Sentry gun of Yuki still hasn't been taken out. Paulson finally gets it, and there we go, it's taken out. But we're starting to get some respawners. Yuki has swapped over to Scout. But once again, Manus is just pressuring the point. Putty comes in, and they just completely collapse on Ego as Jasmine 3 quick rounds in a row. They're really turning it up here.
Yeah, well, just imagine the momentum boost that they would get managing to take this map 5-0 in under 15 minutes. That'd be such a huge reversal from the last map, and it would really get in the head of Ego. So if you're Jasmine, you know how crucial managing to close out this game in a really clear and convincing style is going to be.
Definitely, as we see Putty once again making his way into Kitchen, so he's just looking to turn his heads, but here we go, really
the double
aggressive
midi.
double bomb from the poor end. No, but they get demolished by Giro. Fantastic work from him. Termo's coming in for the consolation bomb. He knocks Nat down about 90 damage, but it's not enough. Jasmine have these mids perfectly figured out. That was fantastic.
That was so insane from Gio. He middied both of the soldiers at the same time and then turned around and rocketed them both.
But finally, Jersh has managed to stay up and is all the way back on last with 100% Uber. Ego have all their players up. So we might see our first proper stalemate of the game here after all this just constant action. But again, Jasmine are just crushing Ego on these mids. Ego do not have the answers, no matter what they try to do. Just Jasmine have their number.
We've got a spy play up on Putty. He's done the classic sort of the pug strat where you disguise as a friendly player. Right now he's disguised as a friendly soldier. He's just going to show his face to let them know, to try to fool Ego into a false sense of security. And then he's going to cloak and go in as spy. He's just shown himself.
Yeah, Nat actually did see him. We did see a spam rocket off. Elmo's with him, so hopefully they buy the disguise and... Oh, he cloaks right in front of Nat. Oh, Putty, just don't play spy. That was disgraceful. As we actually see Nat in with a really good counter bomb, but is unable to find any damage onto Dave. compared to Badlands, Dave's movement has just stepped up a notch, and they actually want to take this Uber so aggressively, but Geo gets forced. They manage to get one nice rocket onto Josh and force it out. Let's see what Apori can do. He's got about a couple of seconds left in this Uber, and they managed to retake lobby, but nothing else. So, a nice little Uber trade there from Geo after Ego lost in that, but it is just going to reset here. We don't have any ridiculous spy plays, but Geo just spams in and gets Namey, but he does trade his life for it, so that pocket pick is probably going to be enough for Ego to maybe try and push out, and that's what we're seeing. Oh, Apori gets completely denied by Fozzlm, but he's about to come out of cheese. He's got a clean bomb on the medic. He misses one rocket. He hits Dave with the second one, but between all this, man, it just comes in behind and kills Josh. What is happening?
Wow, 70% Uber advantage now for Dave, and this could be yet another round going in favour of Jasmine. They've been executing on these full Uber advantage last push so far, something they weren't doing so much on Badlands. I think there was at least one occasion when they had a full Uber pusher to last, and they didn't even get close to winning that push. And in comparison on this game, they've been doing so much better, at that particular objective, and it's really just meaning that they can capitalise on these advantages, and let's see whether they can do it again.
Yeah, but I don't know how Mandis and Elmo would be able to get behind like that and pick off Josh. Like, that was terrific scout work. And yeah, 100% Uber. Players buffed up. The sentry gone down already. This last push is looking amazing, but Yuki with a massive clutch headshot. He gets that onto Paulson, but players are dropping from either side. We have Yuki has now switched over to scout, and he's pressuring the combo of Jasmine, and Termos follows up with a nice sticky, but Man is eventually taken down. Man is single-handedly just forcing all of Ego to come onto the point, and that's allowing Geo to just spam one rocket, two rocket. He cleans up frag, he cleans up another. The combination between Manus and Geo there was incredible, and Jasmine pick up their 4th round. Can you believe it, Fear?
Yeah, well, you just see the value of getting a scout on the point in that situation, because it means that every single player on Ego's side immediately has to turn around and look at the point. And while they're there, we see the rocket spam coming in from Geo. We just see so much damage pressed into that really compressed area, and then Geo can just clean up all the frags afterwards.
Yeah, and once again on this mid, Paulson's completely beating out Termo. He's got some good damage on them, and it's forcing Just to tank all the heals. Here we go, the double soldier bomb again by the soldiers of Ego's coming out, and finally it pays off. It allows the scout distracting play to come in, but through all that, Putty just comes in from behind and kills off Jersh. Even when they win a mid, they can't win it where the medic survives, and Dave is all the way out onto last with his pocket soldier. I mean, really nice mid-win from Ego, but they really need to be more clean. Like, they can't keep allowing Putty to get behind like this.
Yeah, well, it's going to mean like a huge Uber disadvantage, and it's going to be really interesting trying to see like something which we haven't seen so far, which is the holds coming out of Ego, like in an aggressive sense. So they're going to try to bait out this push.
Bomb. Oh,
he wasn't even that close.
Yeah, he wasn't even that close. And
it's just the scouts from Jasmine. You're going to clean it forward. It's going to be an easy recap of second.
Cheeky little
awesome.
sticky trap from Termo.
Well, that makes things interesting, because now it's a 40% Uber advantage, but they haven't got a demo. I think they probably are still going to go for it, and yeah, we see Geo and Dave, they're going to walk out here. Dave taking out a 40 HP, so he's going to be really at risk of forcing to a stray rocket here, and now Jersh is within 20% of getting this Uber. They're going to be forced back into Saw, and I don't see them recontesting in the next few seconds, so it looks like they crits out. Oh, they crits onto Geo!
They get Geo! The force has come out from Dave, and he saves his Roma, but they lose Elmo on the backside as well through a nice rocket of Aporia. I completely missed the fact they were on crits, but they cleaned up Manus as well, so they only find one kill with the crits. But the distraction play allows them to pick up two others, and they force the Uber out, and Putty goes down as well. This is fantastic for Ego as they take second point, and with about a 30% crits advantage, they were able to roll their way straight into their last tier any second now.
Well, they'll take that usage of the crits any day, even though they only get one kill. All of Jasmine just like panic, leave mid, so they've captured mid, and now they're going to have like a 20 to 30% advantage because the Ubers were popped out at the same time. They have the crits advantage, which means that they are going to get it right now, and it's going to be Termo, who looks he's going to be using it.
Yeah, he's coming in from top left. There is a sticky trap there from Paulson. Is he going to dead? He deads! What a trap from Paulson. He played that to a T. The crits is actually still on, but Aporia can't find anything with it. Yuki does kill an escape planning Putty, but really nice play there from Paulson, reading his opposing demo brilliantly, as Jasmine look like they're going to push out from Cheese here as Elmo plus forwards, as he does so often and so well. And they might pick Aporia here, but no, he scuttles his way out with about 80 HP. Really nice defense there from the side of Jasmine.
Yeah, we're seeing the Jasmine Scouts really starting to like take command of their duels. Like on the first map, we definitely saw Yuki and Nami get an advantage in that sense, but now it's really starting to step it up. And now Nami's just going to crush Putty. And can he
There's
stay
two on
alive?
the back. There's two on the back. Nat and Nami are both there. And they're just going to turn. Yes, have single-handedly brought the
That's a
entire
turnaround.
combo of Jasmine behind them. Nami goes down. Nat will actually probably make it out. So they've completely saved their
They're still on
team
crits.
that middle point free. They are, but I mean that
Jeez, they
has
have to
brought them
aggress. They have to
enough
aggress with
time.
this. Because if it just if they don't use it fast enough, it's just going to be popped like a
Yep,
bit straight
and
in the
it's
face.
used.
Crits
They get one
comes in.
sticky off, but nothing. Really nice reactions there from Dave. And Tomo can't find anyone. He was spamming it, but Dave with some
Oh,
fantastic flashes. Nat actually comes in. No, that's a Pora, but he gets shut down immediately. Yuki's coming in as well to see what he can do, along with Nami, and they are finding a ton of damage. So the repush out here from Ego is looking fantastic. Putty is behind. As he's turning heads, they get Nami, but Yuki is just plus 40 everyone. He picks up the demo man.
Yuki.
He picks up the medic, and he picks up the pocket scout. Yuki is doing a
His
fantastic
aim.
job.
His
Wow.
aim was so insane in that whole passage. I don't think he missed a shot onto all of the Jasmine players.
That was fantastic, because we actually have Putty still behind, but he needs to look around as Nat complete takes him out. So again, when the repush from Jasmine is looking so strong, Ego completely turn it around, and just some terrific individual talent there. Really playing out well for Ego, but they are on the back foot. They are down 4-0, and there is just shy of 12 minutes left on the clock here. So they really need to get a move on.
With the scout just coming in, Nami trying to force his way in. It doesn't look like he'll be able to get anything with this though, but his team is just going to be able to back him up. And now the sentry gun's down, Terma gets another one, the crits has been popped out, Zaka is going to go down as well.
Apori
It
in
looks
from
like
the... Oh, sorry, cut you off. Pori came in from the flank. He gets one really nice rocket off, but can't do anything else. As the scouts combine to get Paulson down. Nami's on about 10 HP. He gets an arrow from his medic as Elmo drops as well. Jiro cleans him up. The Manus goes down. It's Jiro against the world. Can he do it? He finds one. He's got 3 more to kill, but Termo and I believe that was Yuki just stand on the point and cap, and so there we go. They take it now 4-1. Slightly unfavoring the mercy ruling that Jasmine looks so strong to get. But as we come into our 6th mid-fight here, take it away, Fear.
Well, just as we saw the scouts, I just like criticize them, they go absolutely huge. And now we're going to see Paulson. He gets a nice sticky onto Termo, first damage to Paulson, and he's just going to be, he's playing the same passive role he's played all the mids, just putting some damage out, and it looks like we're going to see bombs initiating now. Both soldiers crossing the point, and Paulson, he's going to get sticky down, but it's Termo and Nat who get the first 2 frags. Termo, he gets another sick pipe onto Zaka. Yuki manages to clean up Elmo. It's going to be a huge mid win for
Dave
Ego.
v Nami.
Dave on 9 HP.
Oh.
He gets meat shot by Nami. Huge mid. That's exactly what they need to get themselves back in the game. They need a few more mids like that if they're going to bring back this 4-1 deficit.
It is, and that was, again, Putty got behind the entire squad of Ego, and he only found about 2 rockets worth of damage when he was at the backside of about 4 players, and he could have completely turned the tide of that fight. I mean, I believe he did pick up a Pora, but that was all, and you really need more out of your Roma in those sorts of situations. As all of Ego were just able to swarm across the point, and yeah, there's 100% Uber. They're looking to push in. They do have to watch out. Elmo is up on Sniper, and Manis is on Engineer. Oh, but Jiro single-handedly gets the force out, and he's still jumping around. He jumps over the head of Aporia, and he's just turning so much attention. But on the other side, Termo and Nat are fighting so much damage, and maybe Jiro jumping behind like that wasn't the best idea, as Nat is on the point, and he's probably going to solo cap it. No, it's Termo with the Pain Train, caps it out by himself. The force out from Jiro was looking so good, but the rest of Jasmine couldn't consolidate, and they were just got crushed as a result of that.
Yeah, it was a really nice play. Pretty much like the optimal situation there for Jasmine in terms of like how early that force comes and how long Jiro's able to stay alive. But it was really nice capitalization from the team of Ego, and they were able to take that round 4-2 now. I'm going to see Nami on this mid, putting some pistols into Paulson, and he's just going to be juking around on this house roof. Looks like he's just going to be content to pass it off for now, following it on his soldiers, being to sweep forward, and it's Paulson, but it's 2 more frags in favour of Ego.
Oh.
Elmo could be really low.
Yes, there is still Putty alive. He can maybe make a difference, but he can't. Ego. Just as I was completely trashing on how they played their mid fights, they have just done a complete 180 and gone to Jasmine and said, hey, we're not gonna just let you roll away with this. We want to take this second map. We want to put you on the back foot. And that is exactly what they're doing. That was some terrific stuff from Ego.
And what it is in particular is the coordinated aggression. So on that mid, I was watching Namie because I saw him in the kill feed on the last mid, and I was wondering like what impact he was sort of having. And what Namie is doing is, as soon as the bombs come out from Nat and Aporia, Namie is moving forward from the small house up onto the top region, and he's able to push back the players, get the damage down, and then clean up the lit players and take so much space for his team. And when you put the damage engine of Turmo coming behind that, that's like an almost unbeatable content. But we're going to see the Uber popped out. Nothing so far for Ego. It looks like they're going to have to deal with this sentry in the post Uber as well. And it's Nat to be the first death. Turmo, he does capitalize on the sentry.
But that's really all they seem to pick up. No, they get Paulson as well. But Putty and Gio are doing so much work. Elmo and Manus, I should say, clean up the damage. And they lose their medic, but they lost him relatively sooner in the fight than they did Jersh. But, you know, the respawn times are so similar that it won't be any sizable Uber advantage. But a really nice last hold there from Jasmine. And with both medics going down like this, Jasmine are just going to try to make Ego stalemate this out as much as they possibly can. Eke out so many minutes on the clock. Every single second of time they can get, that is what they'll be looking to do. But I wouldn't be surprised if Ego just try to dry push this, and that's exactly what they're doing. Leading on Yuki, Aporia, and Turmo. They've just taken this grass area completely by free, putting him with a big bomb. He finds one rocket, he gets Aporia, trades his life for it, but that just allows Madness and Paulson to just do so much damage. It's all up to Namie now. What can he do? He goes down. Yuki goes down as well. They find Paulson, but they're trading away all their players for this. Gio is going to come in along with Madness. They get Nat, they get Turmo. It's just Jersh for life. He's escaping Free Kitchen, but surely he'll go down any second, yes. As Elmo picks up his third kill, a really nice punishment of that dry push coming out from Jasmine.
Yeah, well, that dry push was like Jasmine were known for that strat, which is like when it's basically even Ubers, and when the other team doesn't really expect to push, you just go really hard into them and take that ground away from them. Now we're seeing a huge Uber advantage. Yuki is in forward spawn. He is going to have to back spawn. And I think they should be able to get this for free. I'd be very surprised if Aporia is able to do anything here. Nat is sitting in cheese, but it's crits.
Oh, here we go. Let's see what... Yeah, they're going under. They're leading on poorly. Let's see what he can get done. They are just going to... In fact, they're all starting to move through under now. Here we go. Paulson gets one spam rocket onto him. They lead with their demo and their pocket soldier. Madness comes in at the back. Nat so lucky to make it out as Namie has come up on heavy at the perfect time, but Madness has just found two super good kills, but then Madness actually finds a third. He picks up Namie. He picks up Nat. What the hell? Madness going crazy there. That was insane.
Wow, the scouts in this game are just... They're making so many individual plays. It's like such a high caliber of TF2. Really amazing stuff from both sides.
Terrific. That was absolutely like Madness 100% won them that push. It was looking so terrible, but he just hit every single shot, just like Yuki did about 5 minutes prior. As we get to this next mid-fight, Ego really need to win this. They need to win every single mid-fight from here on out if they want to take this second map. Putty gets annihilated by a cheeky sticky trap from Turmo, and this is going to cue the aggression from Nat, but Elmo just plus forwards and finds Turmo. Elmo gets a second one onto Nat. This is terrific stuff, but that's allowed Aporia and Yuki to come in. They get Dave, but they've traded 3 of their players for it. Jersh is super low, and surely the chasing players of Jasmine will be able to take him out. But no, they actually are just going to consolidate on this middle point here. So Elmo picking it up with a big... Oh, he is. They know that they need to move, but some terrific free fire from Paulson is blocking them out here.
Also low.
Yeah, Gio in with a big bomb. He gets, Jersh with a terrific surf, but he surfs into the face of Elmo. Oh, that could not have gone worse for Ego. And now, with the Uber advantage firmly in favor of Jasmine and 4.5 minutes left on the clock, you assume that they're going to just stalemate this out and take this second map.
I think that's almost definitely the wrong play there. Like, obviously what they're trying to do is they're trying to, like, they know the players are low, so they're trying to force that fight, because otherwise the map, like, they think the map's over. I think it's so much better if they wait 15 extra seconds until their spawners are up and they have 100% Uber advantage to potentially get 2 points out.
They're just finding frags everywhere. Like, they pick up Yuki, and they pick up Jersh as well.
Turmo could die here.
Oh, madness. Can you believe this kid? He is just finding everyone. This is terrific work. I mean, the heavy's up from Nat. But with Madness again on the point, he actually loses that 1v1 to a heavy. It's just Aporia trying to defend this single-handedly. But there we go. Jasmine take another round. Now 6-2 with 3 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock. We are in pretty much confirmed dead time here as Jasmine take the second map. Terrific showing from them.
Yeah, I still think this last round is actually going to be quite important, depending because this map has swung back and forth between the two teams, and I think that both teams are going to be really trying to use this round to assert their dominance. I'm going to be watching Putty on this mid. He's just going to be doing the same rollout he's done fairly standardly, just hanging around his own house. He's going to get forward across the point, a big jump over, gets a nice rocket, but Ego is walking so far forward, he's going to have to come from behind. Turbo looking right at him, pipes him, and the frags are going in the way of Ego here. Yuki gets one, Nami gets one, and Nat gets one. Elmo should be taken down by Nat here, and now it's just Putty behind. Obviously, Dave has managed to escape. Dave's long gone.
I'd like to point out, in that mid-fight, I swear Dave dodged about 4 pipes and about 5 rockets. There was incredible movement, and he didn't take a single whiff of damage. We actually see Nat playing in the really cheeky goblin spot up on top of this barrel here. But it doesn't really work if the rest of his team is pushed up ahead, which is what happened. The Uber comes out, Dave's only at 85%, will he get it in time? 90%, he's still building as fast as they can, but they're losing players. In fact, so are Ego, they drop Termo, they drop Aporia, they drop Yuki. Nat is on the point to try to salvage this as much as they can, but with Nami and Jersh on so little health, surely they'll all go down. But Nami is doing a terrific job, buying a ton of time for Jersh to escape, but I mean, Ego had to go for that push, but it just crumbled for them instantly.
Yeah, well, it's so amazing, just the fact that Jasmine look like to be a completely different team on this map. They're able to hold these last points, they're able to push Ego's last effectively, they're able to win the transition fights, which is something which was non-existent for most of the rounds on Badlands. It just goes to show the advantage that maps can have. Yuki, he's actually going to die here, he's on Sniper, but we do see 2 frags actually go in favour of Ego there, surprisingly. Madness going down as well as Geo, 2 of the strongest impact fraggers for Jasmine Tea. Putty is going to go down to Putty is going to take down Aporia, and it's a huge Uber advantage here, 40% for Dave.
Yeah, 1:40 left on the clock. They still have time to mercy roll this. If they get on their horse and go, they can take this to a 7-2 and completely flip it on the head of what happened in map 1. Tomo's just spamming them out in tubes here, but he's going to get forced out from a nice, just cheeky little bomb from Nat. Oh, I mean, Putty actually fires another rocket into lobby, and it looks like Dave just forced this super early. I've got no idea why. I think he might have known Yuki wasn't a sniper and just didn't want to risk getting that drop statistic. They haven't found a single kill with this Uber, but they've found so much damage, and here we go. The counter Uber coming out from Jero. So they pick up Jero, but all of Jasmine are scattered except their medic Dave, who does drop as well to Nami. But again, 50 seconds left. This second map is going to go to Jasmine Tea. Elmo
Never even aiming at Nami though, he just sort of walks into him, takes him down. Gonna take the door with Nat as well. He's pretty much just mucking around at this point, trying to get it onto last. Nice direct actually, and Termo with a sick midi onto Putty. He's gonna get taken down. Madness, nice shot onto Jersh. Probably not gonna matter at this stage. Yuki's gonna sweep forward. Geo's on scout.
Yeah, he doesn't care, and he'll just completely destroy Yuki in a 1v1. Termo's not having any of that, as it looks like Dave wanted to go for I think he was trying to go for a taunt kill or something there for a second. Not really sure what's happening, but 15 seconds left on the clock. A complete turnaround from Jasmine, like I keep saying it, but after how map 1 went, this terrific. In fact, it looks like they still want to get this round out with 8 seconds left to go, but nah, they're forced back, unless Putty, with the skip jump, finds one rocket onto the medic, but cannot take down Jersh. As we see the time run out. Really, really nice work there coming out from Jasmine, as I believe we're going to hand it back over to our analyst to talk about what happened that map to go so well for Jasmine.
Do we have analysts?
I believe we have analysts if they would like to contribute.
I feel like for the first 15 minutes of that map, the teams have flipped. Everything looked good. There were some great combination plays, particularly from Putty and Madness, actually. Madness was playing the most aggressive I've ever seen him. And while Gio was really having some great Uber fights and some huge rockets, I think if you rewatch that demo, you'll see Madness was setting up a lot for him, which is really positive to see Madness step outside of his comfort zone and make more aggressive plays. Beyond that 15-minute point, I think perhaps it's because the map is slower, perhaps it's because they were able to stop bleeding mids, but Ego were able to slow the map down a bit and cap a couple of rounds, which I think is good for them. Their double soldier aggression on the first few mids wasn't working at all, so they're able to stabilize and get some counters to that, which I suppose due to Badlands being a bit faster, Jasmine were never really able to do. It's a very good sign for Jasmine, should be having them feeling confident going into the next map.
Yeah, definitely. Well, so we talked about how Putty went 3 for three for a lot on the last map. On this map, he was 25 for 25. Do you guys feel like that impact that he was obviously having in terms of kills helped Jasmine Tea to a better performance in this map?
Yeah, he was certainly. I love using this word, but he was getting great penetration on his bombs. He was really getting in there deep, and doing a lot of work for Jasmine. But I think as well, it was just an overall much better team performance from Jasmine. You know, the players that sort of were struggling on Badlands, mostly I guess it was Madness and Putty. They both really stood up here, and Geo just was going absolutely insane just from the very first round.
Well, we saw Geo go 35 for 14 on that map. He was the top damager as well. Obviously a huge play from him. Did take a lot of heals to do that, but I don't know why you wouldn't funnel heals to a player who was just destroying everything that came onto his screen. Do you guys feel like it was sort of a case of the Jasmine soldiers really stepping it up, or do you guys think it was like a whole change in the team's mentality? Yukari talked about that aggression before. Do you guys think that enabled their soldiers, or that their scouts were able to be more aggressive because of the DM their soldiers were putting out?
I think they just look better on mids. Being a slightly wider mid, like in particular, Madness had a lot of freedom to move, to reposition himself, to support Geo on the top left position on height. He didn't really have those options on Badlands, where we saw Nat and Amy were always getting on top of him and always really hounding him and making him very uncomfortable. Whereas on this map, a lot more freedom, and the defensive side of Jasmine's half was really strong. Like on Badlands, if we talk about anything on those mids, and it was mid wipes that really determined the scores on both of these maps, it was Ego spending the whole game dancing on Jasmine's side of the map. In this mid, it was Ego trying to dance on Jasmine's side of the map and getting absolutely shredded by Madness creating a lot of space with Geo, and Geo just cleaning up. Like, I think Geo was playing really well, but the fact that he only dies 14 times and get 35 frags, like the fact it looks so good, I think you have to give a lot of credit to his team, and you have to give a lot of credit to his scouts in particular. Also, Paulson looked great.
Yeah, especially in those initial 4 rounds. He sort of slowed down a bit afterwards, but those first 4 rounds that Jasmine rolled, Paulson was just, he was on fire. He was hitting his stickies, his pipes were on point, and yeah, that really just enabled Jasmine to get those 4 early rounds. And had they not sort of rolled those 4 early rounds, it could have been a very different map. So, yeah, it was fortunate that they came out so strong on that, which I thought that was actually going to be a little bit of a concern after they got pretty much dumpstered on Badlands.
Yeah, doubly so, because Yuki looked terrifying.
That's true. We did see some huge rounds from Yuki, and obviously Termo is probably, like, he's just such a consistently good player. So let's look forward a bit now, looking on to Granary. Do you guys feel like, bearing in mind what you guys have just told me about the way the last map plays out, do you guys feel like Granary is favoured for either of the teams?
I think honestly it's pretty even. The slight edge would go to the Jasmine soldiers, but I mean, if we remember the last time they played, both Nat and Emporio were quite well coordinated, and if they can maintain that sort of coordination on this map, I think they'll be quite effective. Yuki as well is one of those scouts where I've seen him do things on Granary that you shouldn't be able to do on Scout, but he just has that sort of, I can do whatever the hell I want because I'm James Yuki Stanton, and he just does amazing things sometimes. Also, I guess the sort of the Tomo advantage, I feel like that if he can sort of keep that damage high, it'll sort of give a bit more space for his soldiers to sort of get those frags they need to get.
I just feel like quickly that Granary is quite similar to Snakewater and will benefit Jasmine just as well. Like, their scouts will stay alive more often, and their soldiers have good positioning to help everyone, and also do counter
sorry
bombs.
to cut you off, guys, but we actually are going live with this next map. We Smith is currently away, but Dreamboat and Fia will be taking you through this next map. Take it away, guys.
Hi there, I'm here, and we are here from mid, or no,
Not live.
no, we got the bait going here, boys. They are re-execing. Elmo's HUD is broken. Shout out to HUDs. Shout out to Elmo. He may be having the current raise HUD debacle I'm having right now. I mean, I don't know if it's raised HUD alone, but I have an issue right now where my ammo disappears like every time it changes maps. So I'll play one map with ammo, and then the next map I will have no ammo and be really confused when like my scattergun just disappeared. So he might be having that problem right now. It's always a good one.
Always a tragedy when you can't see how many bullets you've fired. So Dreamboat, you probably watched the last map. Were you sort of enthusiastic about how Jasmine Tea played that map? Were you sort of cautiously optimistic about their chances on Granary?
I was definitely cautiously optimistic. You know, the way Badlands played out, it really could have gone either way. Like, I thought going into it, and Eagle came out way too strong. That I was worried that Jasmine wouldn't be able to come back on Snakewater, and they put on a great show. So I'm really like, I have no idea how this is gonna go down here as we're in the first mid. Turbo takedown a little bit harder than Paulson here, but Ego playing all the way on their side, Jasmine on the other, and Putty's actually up on that catwalk area. No one has died yet on this mid, and they're just kind of starting to cross the point. Jasmine is. Turbo's very hurt, but Paulson's down. Now it's Akabombing, and he grabs Turbo. And now it's kind of chaos all over the place. Dave down. Jersh down now, so both medics down. It's the two scouts versus the opposing scout. And maybe... digging
such
out.
a nice...
Oh.
Such a nice finish to that mid from the Ego Scouts, both combining for so much damage. Just staying alive, like a really good play from Naomi. He wasn't very healthy there, but he just managed to pick really nice fights so that he didn't die, and he's able to back up Yuki there for that last kill.
Absolutely. And now we're seeing Ego pushing forward to this yard. They're going to have to back up, though, as Jasmine Tea show up. Church at a 20% advantage here. They build it right. He could actually turn this into a push, and be devastating for Jasmine.
Yeah, well, I would be surprised if they were so aggressive with it. I feel like that there's definitely a potential, considering what we saw on the last map from Ego, that they were very content to push even when they didn't have Uber advantage. This is an Uber advantage they definitely could push, but at the same time, it's Granary. It can take a very long time to get through some of these chokes. But are they thinking about going? It looks like they're thinking about poking the right side, and now Yuki is going to get a buff. He's going to look to poke around this corner. But now the Uber advantages have equalized. If they were thinking about it before, they're definitely a bit more skeptical about it now. Turbo continuing to throw some spam in, but it's just going to provide a bit more space. And now the bomb comes in from Geo. He's going to be driving the back, but he gets baited into a pipe from Turbo. He's just going to get taken straight down, and now, look, Ego have made themselves an advantage. And I'd be surprised if we don't see them take this into courtyard. And it's Aporia. Dave, they hold close, but Turbo gets taken down by Putty. Really nice play in that Uber. Oh, that's so crucial to get that early frag to compensate for the loss of Geo, and on Turbo as well, such an impact player.
Well, Paulson is really hurt here. He gets a crossbow there, and that's going to be absolutely crucial to keep him alive in this fight, and Yuki is down now as well. Jasmine turning this into all the advantages as Zaka gets Nat to die there with a nice little rocket into that upper garage area, and Jasmine should take mid out of this.
Yeah,
Aporia is long gone.
That was just really nice health management from the players of Jasmine. They were all so low at various points of that fight, but really nicely timed crossbows from Dave, and just really appropriate sort of hiding when they didn't have any health to fight. Just managed to save their ass there.
Well, Gio's picking a fight with Nat here in yard, but Matt is actually taken by Aporia. Namey getting Gio, Yuki getting Dave,
this
Namey
aggression,
getting Paulson, Yuki getting Elmo.
Dave died with 98%.
Namey cleans up Zach. That is a wipe on Jasmine's side. The wave of ego is rolling back. And now with full Uber, they should get mid-capped here and the opportunity to move into second. A lot of forward spawns came out on Jasmine here. But Gio, what a crossbow from Dave, hitting the little air crossbow to keep him alive. As Ego is working in this left yard area, getting set to try and move into second here with this Uber. Elmo up on last with the sentry gun for Jasmine to fall back in. And now they're coming in. And they're throwing these stickies around here, not finding too much, just doing a good job of forcing them back. Madness might get caught. He'll get caught. That's Navy on a 6-hit. And now Ego's rolling this in the last year. They still have not popped.
Yeah, they've been able to get so much space for free, and Namey's
well,
just
hold on,
on the
Namey's
point there.
Yeah, Namey just jumping on the points. There's finally the pop from Ego, but the positioning is so much better, and Jasmine gets crushed.
Yeah. they were able to hold that Uber for so long that by the time they finally used it, it was basically like they were just funneling the Jasmine Tea players into like a wood chipper. Like they all just died. They just got melted by the combined aggression of like 2 invulnerable scouts and a demo man. And so now it's going to see Jasmine. They've gone down around early. It's going to be really interesting to see what they can come up with on this mid. I'm going to be watching their scouts, Madness and Elmo, both rolling out catwalk. They're going to take it forward, throwing some pistols at it to mid, and the bomb comes in. Nice midi, and it's going to be Paulson to finish off with a Nat, who gets instantly deleted. But Namie's going to clean up onto Putty as well. And now the frags are starting to go in favor of Ego. Namie gets 3. Yuki gets another one. The city scouts are coming up so huge for Ego, just absolutely crushing all of their opposition.
Oh, and Yuki gets right in Paulson's face, and now he's on Dave.
Well.
Dave will die, should die. Dave? Okay, finally Ego is down. Looks like there was a little bit of whiffing out of those scouts right at the end. Or it may have just been 2 piranhas playing with their prey. Dave, of course, he had nowhere to go. He was not going to live there regardless. So actually him dying a little bit later gives, even more of an emphasis to Jersh's 100% Uber.
Double sniper.
And they already have second. Now the push should come in. As you say, there is the double snipe, but the pop is so early that they're really not going to have any impact on this. And I don't think there's much Jasmine can do here. No one has died yet on Jasmine. Finally, Zaki going down. And now Dave too, and it's the Jasmine cleanup crew as they're stepping on the point, killing everybody. That's 2 quick rounds for Jasmine.
Namie was so insane that entire round. He was huge on mid. He polished off like 4 kills on mid, and then he comes to last, and he just continues just to like frag so hard. Like another huge round from the Ego Scouts, and they've been stepping up massively this game. Like Namie's on 27 points, Yuki's on 23. The highest combat class on Jasmine Tea is on 6.
Yeah, that's talk about making an impact here. And speaking of impact, Nat right into Dave's face early on this mid. He's taking it out. Dave, that is, Nat doing all kinds of work. Madness now plowing into Jerk. He gets 1, and Nat goes down to Elmo. So cleanup actually coming out of Ego here, though. Paulson and Termo are both really hurt. Paulson will go down. But the kill on Jersh is crucial because Dave is going to come up here earlier and should get Uber advantage. Although he was not healing, so it's going to be even.
Yeah, I think Elmo didn't really realize how late Jersh died, because if he had, he would have definitely gone back to his medic in order to just start to grind up that Uber, because like it was 7 seconds before he was able to start healing, and 7 seconds is almost like it's just under 20% Uber, so it's like quite a significant loss in terms of whether you can make an Uber push out of that. And it looks like Ego are going to get Yard pretty much for free. They've actually managed to pick up another frag. They already have one on Elmo, and now it's Putty down as well. Madness on 52 HP. Their flank is actually being destroyed here, and there's almost no way they can hold second because they just can't take this position in stairs. It's going to be absolutely forced out of the top region. And now, even though the Ubers are even, it looks like Nat is going to be loaded up. He's going to be jumping into the top. Really nice damage from Madness. He's just going to shut him down, and it's going to go back to another stalemate.
Oh, and here's the thing with the pace that this map is having. There's a chance Smithsonian might not make it back here. Just absolutely a torrid pace for Ego. And Gio's gonna get caught here, and now the Uber's popped out. That is Jersh popping. Dave has not popped.
Yes.
Now, here we go. They're trying to find some. And it looks like Yuki might actually be what gets found. He's going to escape. But now full Uber on Dave. I'd expect Jasmine to get set to roll here. They're getting the buffs up.
They just really don't want to choke this push right now, because if they get back up and go down 3-0 so early into the map, it's going to be really hard for them to come back. They need to make sure this last push works, and it looks like they're going to Uber out top, and these 2 soldiers are going to be able to get behind. Nat, Putty is so important there that he gets those 2 frags. That's so crucial, and even though Yuki is going to be able to pick up one of his own onto Geo, they're going to be able to cap mid. Because Jersh died, they're actually going to have a big Uber cap second. Because Jersh died, they have a big Uber advantage. They should be able to get mid out of this as well. And it's just so crucial that Putty managed just to hold those 2 soldiers out from top. Even though he ends up dying for it, if they'd gotten behind, it could have made the situation very hairy.
Oh, thank you for coming up here. I've got word that Smithsonian is actually back as Ego is getting set to hold this mid. Welcome back. I'm glad you made it.
Yes, I am too.
You've missed 2 quick rounds here early for Ego, as they have taken control of Granary. However, Dave sitting on about 20% Uber advantage, looking to build it up here and push into Ego at mid.
Yeah, it looks like they'll probably take this to this left side, getting everyone buffed up real quickly. Ego, they're not that far away from the Uber. They could feasibly get this if Jasmine take the time, but the Uber is coming in really quickly. The double soldier bomb coming through, but no damage done. Ego backing out so quickly. They'll be able to recontest this very, very soon with their Uber.
Well, there is a lot of spam in this garage area that will have to force it out. That's exactly what happens. And now it's actually the collapse. They pick off Yuki in that Uber. Madness is behind. If he wins this 1v1 with Namie here, he's going to. This is nightmare for Ego as they're dropping players like flies. Madness gets another one. That's a party.
What?
And he gets that. Madness.
Oh my god.
What is this?
And he's still alive. He gets finished up by Josh, but Paulson's coming in now. That was such a huge play from Madness. And now Paulson's actually trapping Josh out, keeping Tomo and Josh separated. They're gonna back out eventually, realizing that the spawns are so far away, only just coming in now while Egos are already in mid. So they should solidify on the second point. They kind of want to push through actually. They're taking a bit of damage as they do though. And
well, Naporia is gonna trade out with Geo there. Namie looking for more. He could get caught here. No, Ego, despite Madness's, well, mad heroics there, Ego will maintain mid. Although not if Jasmine has anything to say about it, and they're popping in here once again. They pick off Namie. They're looking for more, but I don't think they'll get it. Paulson bombing forward. They might get Yuki, but he will just, again, slither up. But Jersh! Elbow! Killing Jersh with 99!
How does that happen? How does he walk all the way in the garage and get that pick? I don't understand. Apori jumping in now. Zaka actually is taking down my Tomo, and Apori is going to finish off Paulson. So a couple of frags going Ego's way. It's only 2 players left alive for Jasmine. Dave and Geo backing out as fast as they can. I mean, they nice work by Ego to recontest that, I gotta say, and get those frags. But I just don't understand how Elmo can run into garage like that and just brute force his way into Josh.
Wow. Crucial though, as you said, Dave is alive. So Coolio, sorry, Dave, aka Coolio, is alive. So Jasmine.
Oh, look at
can do
Aporia.
something with-
Oh, he's gonna get a pick here surely. He finishes off Madness. There was a nice little hiding spot from him. Madness didn't find him, but he looks like he's in a
Aporia's
spot of
alive?
trouble.
Oh,
No, there he
okay.
goes. There he goes. Nice finish off there.
Now Jasmine still rolling forward. They grab Yuki this
what?
time. He can't escape. But Dave with the bad pop there. He wasn't really in danger. And Ego's gonna back out. They do drop Nat as well, so they can't really contest this. But they will have that Uber to repush as soon as Jasmine gets the cap down.
I don't blame Dave for that pop. He actually didn't see where the soldier was, and he took a 40 damage rocket, and he was on 70 health, and he just instantly popped. He had no clue where the soldier was coming from. So whilst he wasn't in any danger that we could see, he didn't know that, and I don't blame him for that pop there, because a 100 damage rocket would have easily killed him at that point.
Fair enough. And it looks like Jasmine are going for the typical Jasmine wrap, and that the start of the wrap is just enough to buy them time as Elmo is back on second here. He's totally delayed the push in the mid. He's got 2 scouts with him. He picks up 1. He can't get Namie. He got solo. Namie down to 20.
If he won that
Elwood won
2v1, that'd be insane. Absolutely ridiculous. And it's bought. Look how much time it bought Jasmine. They've got their Uber ready. They're ready to push out if they want to.
25-second advantage for Ego just disappeared because Elmo, the distraction of the year. Okay, maybe not the year, but just absolutely insane from him.
Yeah, very, very nice. And looks like we might be seeing a bit of a classic granary stalemate right now. Neither team necessarily want to engage. Jasmine actually posturing a bit into this garage, getting a bit of spam down, trying to not take too much damage. Going to move through to this left-hand area. Tomo going down very early to Elmo. Nice play by him. No demos. Disastrous now for Ego. And a massive, massive surf from Josh. Going to pop the Uber. Uber hasn't popped on Jasmine as well. Elmo goes down. Zaka goes down as well. So player advantage here for Ego moving through this yard area. And now it looks like Jasmine might pick up a frag, but Dave going down so early now too. This is disastrous here, completely wrapped around by Ego, just pincered in from both sides. Jasmine taking their retreat too late.
Absolutely. That's gonna give Ego position to move too. Aporia and Jersh are already through this choke area, looking around, seeing what they can find.
Oh, he's in that forward spawn sniper. He's ready to pop the head of anyone who walks through this side of yard.
Oh, and so he is. It looks like they might be wise to the Elmo shenanigans as they're going to the left yard area. That is Ego. And now everyone's going to back up. Elmo's still sitting in there, and he grabs Namie.
Just a body shot,
Elmo.
but still a nice pick. Still a very nice pick.
Well, especially since Putty's going to find Turmo. No Demo Man. Now the Uber's popped off here, and Jasmine's trying to scatter. Zach going down. Not before Nat goes down, and this is once again looking so bad for Ego. And
the
Gio
Uber was actually
crushing
forced as
Aporia.
well. Like Jersey's just Uber and all that as well, so this is a total disaster. Everything worked out so perfectly for Jasmine. They just baited players in so extraordinarily well. I mean, Zaka getting baited into the stickies under the roller door. I think Gio might have been Zaka, sorry. Nat, sorry, getting baited. Aporia, I think, got baited by I think it was Elmo there, just jumping
Elmo!
out of OK. Yeah, no, Elmo's doing work. He did a fair bit of damage on that previous push, and getting a frag there is huge. It's a bit of a tough spot to snipe from. But he's seeing him manage it. He's going to move into garage here, see if he can get another shot off. He's getting his shot off, not going to do it. And the Uber has come in now for Jasmine. Not going to do all that much though.
They do grab Namie. That's a good start. Now it's on to Elmo. If this shutter opens and he finds Turmo, okay, he takes him very heavily, but not enough to get the actual kill. But it's Madness running, and he can't grab Jersh. And they're throwing the kitchen sink at Jersh to see if they can't get that pop off. He has balls of steel, though. He's not popping that Uber.
Yeah, he didn't take that much damage. He wasn't under that much pressure. He moving through now. Going to be in a pretty good spot here, moving through garage with that full Uber charge. They got a 2-player advantage here. Only Zaka Madness only just spawning now, so Ego should have a fairly good shot of using this Uber if they get in there ASAP.
Well, Nat picked off by the Pulse and Sticky Trap. Uber is out. How much of Jasmine can escape? It looks like all of them. Putty might get caught by Aporia, excuse me. And it's actually Madness running in, dying to Aporia, who he knew was there, I'm assuming. And Elmo, okay.
Yeah, this isn't very good for Jasmine here. Yeah, a bit of feeding there, just kind of bleeding players one by one, not too good. They got the pop off early, and then they kind of hung around a little bit too long. They do have their Uber charge, and actually Dave's getting aggressive upon. He's taking so much damage, and Namie gets the drop! The double scout combination, 1-2 punch. Yuki and Namie coming at him from two different angles, and Dave drops the Uber. That is disaster for Jasmine here.
Dave. Oh man, he did drop a lot on Cooking with Coolio, and it seems that he hasn't fully got, or should I say, he hasn't fully dropped that habit yet. As he drops an Uber here, and an absolutely crucial one. This is gonna set up Ego to just easily walk in here and get the 3-0.
Oh, wow. Yeah, this is huge. I mean, they're trying for the backup, they're actually trying to defend as well. Uber's been popped on point, not gonna happen. 3-0, 12 minutes left. Jasmine certainly brought the fight a lot more this round. They had a few good pushes, had a good push out of last, a few really good pushes, managed to get their way on the other side of the map, and then it just kind of fell apart. They started bleeding players a bit too much and not taking the Ubers as well as they should, and certainly did not end well for them.
Well, what looks good for Jasmine here, Smiths, is the fact that Paulson was a lot faster than Turmo. He hasn't done a ton of damage, but even then that speed is enough to kind of zone Ego to where he wants. Now this mid-fight coming down, Nat taken out early there. Aporia right onto Dave, he gets taken out. So it is all Jasmine right now on this mid-fight. Yuki's gonna get caught too. And just a dominant mid. Jasmine did not drop a player, and they want more. They're pushing into this yard area. They're taking mid and rolling with it.
Yeah, Jasmine read Ego like a book that mid. Nat jumped in fairly early. Jasmine knew it was coming, destroyed him, then counter-aggressed onto the jumping Aporia as well, destroyed him. Just two really easy frags that they didn't even have to work for, honestly. They just read it, saw it coming, and destroyed them.
Oh, now they're posturing last. Enough of a pressure there that I guess they don't want to take the fight. It is even Ubers.
And Yuki's on Sniper.
We might see a little sack play, see if Jasmine can't get that off-class off. We did see how much work Elmo was doing on Sniper.
Yeah, I would not be surprised to see Elmo just trying to run in and try to do something. Because like with Elmo, it's not even necessarily a sack play. Because I've seen so many times he just runs in and gets a frag he has absolutely no business getting. So we'll see if he can try to do that. Or if Jasmine is just going to go for the full push, but it doesn't matter. Yuki actually getting a nice frag onto Madness. They're trying to go for the force, but
They got the force because that was Putty and Elmo jumping right on top of Jersh. So dropping 3, Jasmine will back off here. And actually pick off Aporia as the Uber comes back in.
Oh.
Gio's really far forward. He gets flashed. They get Jersh. They get Turmo.
That
And
was
Gio,
so
he
nice.
might get Nat here too.
Oh my god.
Okay, Paulson, sorry, it was Paulson who got a few of those frags, cleaning up on a lot of Geo damage. They get the gun already, and that is the response we needed from Jasmine here.
Absolutely, that was so well played from Jasmine. They actually, they kind of, I think, tricked Ego a bit. Usually the standard hold is holding more to the other side of the point on second towards that shutter door, and then re-aggressing with the Uber from there. But all of Jasmine were just out the back of Z. And the moment the soldier came through, they just popped the Uber, went in, and Ego were not ready for it. They got completely demolished. It was so well played by Jasmine.
Well, and speaking of well played, Paulson once again pushing Turbo out of these mids early. He's getting that double soldier pressure. He finally goes down, and Menace down 2 to Navy. The frags are being traded back by Jasmine here, but their positioning is not good. They were in control early there, but it's now Putty up on top, doing what he can. He's got Gio with him, and they actually have pinched Jersh. Jersh should die here. And Turbo down 2. Jasmine looking for more. They might get Nami here. And now it's just on Yuki, and he gets taken out by Gio.
I don't really get what Tomo was doing that for that. I think he was trying to lock out the combo of Ego, but he was just so far away from the rest of his team. There were 2 scouts and a medic alive, and they were separated by like half of mid, and he just got totally caught out. And that gave the rest of Jasmine so much room to just move forward and completely surround the Ego squad.
Yeah, now we're sitting at 9 minutes left here. 3-1 for Ego, but Jasmine in a really good place to bring this back, and especially picking off Nat and Lunchbox. That's Gio with the huge frag. Is going to open this up for Jasmine to walk into second. They should grab this point, although Yuki is sniping. And he could get a few picks to delay it, and that's going to trigger the push in here. Here's the Uber popped out right on the last. They pick off Jersh early. That's Madness getting the frag. Aporia down 2. Madness doing all kinds of work. Dave picks off Turmo, but it's the heavy. Yuki doing all kinds of work. Nami's still alive. Nami finally taken out. But now Elmo is too lit to really deal with this heavy. He shouldn't live much longer. Finally taken out. Nat coming in though. Can he stop it?
Man.
No.
Jasmine played that situation so well with their heals. They rotated their players in and out so effectively. Elmo got down to like sub 10 HP, backed out, got healed up, and I think then Madness moved back in on until he got low health and backed out. They cycled their players so well against the Ego squad who had no heals, so they just had that permanent advantage of being able to re-engage.
Well, now it's another mid, and with the way Jasmine's playing, I'm guessing it's going to go Jasmine's way, although Paulson pressured really hard early here from Nami, he's very hurt, though. Ego, the health is just so bad on them combined. They pick off Elmo, though. Aporia finally down. And Nat and Zaka trade out, but Nami, it's the Madness show. Madness getting another one.
Jasmine. I've never seen a demo just totally shut Tomo out the way that Paulson has been doing these last few mids. He's just been destroying him. Tomo's had no chance to get an impact in.
Madness is actually right in here. Oh my goodness, Turmo, that 2-pipe. But Gio forces the Uber, and now we have that exchange coming out here. Jersh really hurt in this post-Uber fight, which means if Gio goes for the right bomb, and Gio picks off Nat there,
Oh wow, Tomo. Really nice frag there. They're going to recontest this now, moving in. Elmo actually picks up a frag. He picks up a 2, I think that was. And they're actually a fairly sizable player advantage here. Just healing up, getting ready to move back in. Elmo's fairly low, going to be wrapping around through Lunchbox. And here comes the combo. Jasmine, Zuck actually getting up way above, forcing so much of Ego to really be aware of that presence and having to back out now because there's no way they can realistically stay in with Zucker up above them. That was really nice, honestly, from Jasmine moving in there.
Well, Elmo going right into Jersh. Can't find the pick. And we have pause.
We do. We do have a pause. With that 6.5 minutes remaining, Jasmine with a 15% Uber advantage moving into last. This is certainly doable. This could easily go to the tie game, potentially the golden cap. I'm excited.
I know.
I guess quickly now looking at the current situation, obviously Elmo's dead for I believe it's like another 5 seconds or something. So they might want to wait a little bit, but just waiting for that, waiting for Elmo to come in will give Ego the Uber as well. So it will be an even Uber push if they do choose to wait for that. That being said, we might see Elmo decide to spawn on Sniper or something, though I would be surprised because the pressure is on. And 6.5 minutes is... It's not like... It seems like a lot, but on a map like Granary where you know, it takes so long to just get 1 point. If you fail a push, it can just take so long to just get that point back to be able to push on the last again. So it can be a bit risky if you go for that play kind of when you're getting down to the wire like this.
Absolutely. So my question, if you're Yuki, and I know you're Australian, so you're gonna absolutely hate me for bringing this up, but you got a decent lead on Granary going into the latter half of the game, and the wave of Jasmine is starting to control you. Are you getting TCM flashback?
Lead. There was no 4-0 lead, so it doesn't count.
Okay, not quite TCM.
Go fuck yourself, Dreamboat.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot we have Bulk as an animal.
And actually,
and now the Ubers are exchanged as they're ice skating around here. Of course, we did just have a pause. The Ubers aren't really gonna get much. Okay, now I say that Nat and Yuki are both taken out late there by Zaka and Geo. And Zaka looking for more. He's gonna be picked off early. And Geo's very hurt as well. Nami's right in on the combo. This could go either way. The health is so bad on both of these players. Dave taken out by Turmo. Turmo down to Madness. Elmo can't find the picks. And it's now just on Jasmine to sell out for the medic or the point. And it doesn't look like they'll get either of them.
The focus fire just wasn't there for Jasmine. They had a 2-player advantage there. And I think we actually have another pause. Oh my gosh.
We have another pause.
But yeah, no, there was just no focus fire from Jasmine. They had that 2-player advantage moving in, and then they just, I think, I believe it was Zaka jumped in straight away, got totally denied by Nami, and then Geo tried the exact same thing, but like 2 seconds after he did, so he took a bunch of damage doing the same thing too. And then they just kind of, they hung around the area, but then players just kind of tried to take one-on-ones instead of just trying to overwhelm with their player advantage, and then the spawns came in for Ego, and they just, you know, Jasmine just kind of lost out through the you know, superior firepower there. So yeah, maybe just not really focused on the right play there. Maybe, you know, if they tried to actually just commit one way or another, might have been a lot more successful. You know, all bombing in or just playing it passive from the start and just playing off those you know, the out damaging you'd have just having 2 more soldiers, the spam you can output compared to the other team. So just a bit of indecision potentially and just maybe getting mixed up. Might have cost them there. I mean, you know, another pause, so we're down to about 6 minutes now left of regulation play or something, or 5.5, I'm not too sure. And actually, here's the unpause now, 5.5 minutes to go. Nami getting taken down by Paulson, and Paulson's surely going to die here. But here comes Zaka trying to get some damage on, gets a nice rocket, but going to back out as well.
I don't think he can back out. He's getting pressure. Okay, Yuki's going to give up the fight. I didn't think he'd get out, but Yuki decided not to really deal with it. As Jasmine's actually re-pushing in here now, putting on the pressure. Goes to the grindstone. They're backing out. Never mind. They're baiting me.
Yeah, this is looking good though for Ego. They've got that full Uber charge ready, and they are just, you know, they're holding on to this point. It's even players. I'd be surprised if they didn't try to push out though, honestly. They had that Uber charge. That being said, I guess maybe they're a bit worried about potentially getting caught out, you know, using the Uber in a bad spot. But they're moving out into Yard now, and Elbo's actually gotten behind, picks off Nami and putting so much pressure on the backlines of Ego. Ego have to retreat. They have to deal with this.
And retreat they are, almost still up in that lunchbox area. Nat's gonna get caught out. Putty did go down on the other side, but with the scout down of Nami, that might allow Jasmine to get back in even further here. As it is even Ubers, they're pressuring around, clearing these traps. Geo just poking and prodding like a good pocket, and Elmo picks off Yuki on the backside. Turmo getting skyhop, and the air shot. The Uber forced out on him, of course. Geo getting dropped there. Paulson zoning out Turmo perfectly. Absolutely crucial play from him here as Jasmine is rolling forward, selling out for Jerk. Elmo taking out Jerk, backing into spawn. They drop Madness here too. Not gonna sell out any harder because it is even
getting maybe slightly over eager. Jasmine. They did lose 2 scouts. That shouldn't be the end of the world. They had their explosive classes, and they're so important on the second point. So Ego are going to try and recontest, but I think Jasmine should be able to hold on to this.
Oh, they are.
Oh,
it
Zaka.
depends.
Oh.
How did Dave take like no damage from that? He got hit right in his face with with Zaka's rocket, but it was not enough to kill him, and now they're still kind of recontesting here, and Paulson's getting dropped. Ubers are popped out, and Jersh being 1v1'd.
That's it. This is gonna be around, surely. It's only
We
Nat
have a tie
alive.
game. No, the backup.
Oh, Nat, what a player! What an absolute player. That was huge. This actually might give time for Ego's players to spawn. I mean, 7 seconds on Namie, Aporia, and Jersh, and Nat's still doing some work, getting so much damage done. Anyway, the players are going to try to come in now for Jasmine, but the spawns are going to come in now for Ego. That was so huge from Nat. Oh my gosh.
Well, for what it's worth, there is still Uber advantage in Dave's hand, but just absolutely crucial from Nat. He just saved the game, possibly.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, that was absolutely ridiculous. If he does not get that back up, there's no way that Jasmine don't finish off that last point. So, yeah, keeping it at 3-2 for now, and we do have a big Uber advantage here for Dave. So, it's not over yet for Ego. They still have this to come up against, and this is going to be a tough one. Because Jasmine are just about ready to push in now.
On the Uber's popped off really early here through the upper area. It's Madness in Geo trying to find everything, and they get two! Geo, 2 rockets, 1 kill on that and Aporia. No soldiers for Ego to hold this. But no one else has really been even shot at. Namie coming out of the shutter on heavy. But the cap!
Oh my god.
Ego
Ego just weren't close enough to that Uber. They couldn't. They were playing so passively because they were trying to get that Uber. But yeah, Jasmine just played it so well. They just moved in, forced their way onto the cap, and Ego had to respond, but they just couldn't. They didn't have the players, and they didn't have the Uber. There was nothing they could do.
This mid is crucial for both teams. They need to keep their meds alive. If one team's med lives and the other dies, this could actually still be game, not golden cap, because we have a minute and a half here in this mid fight, and the spam's coming around. Ego's all bunched together. This could go poorly for them, depending what the Jasmine aggression does. No one has died. Zaka behind, though, that's a distraction. As Geo and Madness come here, they grab Turbo, they grab that. Can they find anything else? They're just backing Jersh out for that reason. And Jasmine with a minute 9 already have mid cap. They're rolling into second. Jersh needs to get out and get this Uber
These
for
mids
them
from
to have a
Jasmine.
chance.
These mids from Jasmine are absolutely spectacular, honestly. The high control they had. Paulson doing so much work, shutting time out early, and the soldiers taking the control of the high ground and moving in. And we actually have Jasmine moving in straight away, and they cap it! Oh my god! Ego weren't ready! Ego were not ready for that at all. They thought, we got a bit of time, we can just hold on, we can play a bit past that. And Jasmine just got on the point and capped it straight away. That is disaster. Like, that's the map.
They just stole the map.
I'm speechless at that. That was honestly insane from Jasmine. Just the pace with which they turned on in these last few rounds has been ridiculous.
I'm still like at a loss for words going into this next mid because it is garbage time. Like, they're not really trying anything. We got 10 seconds left.
That was
Jasmine,
that was a play.
That might be one of the greatest comebacks on Granary I've had the privilege of seeing.
Yeah, like that was really, really like insane. I gotta say, like, it's not all on Jasmine there. Like, Ego messed up big time there on that last hold. They had no one forward. They had no one to spam out Jasmine trying to come in. Jasmine just got free entry into that last point and just jumped on it. Ego didn't do nearly enough to stop that from happening, and it really bit them in the ass, I gotta say.
And before we hand this back to the panel and Bulk, I just want to say, I want Bulk's opinion on what is wrong with Yuki's track record when having a lead of at least 3 rounds on Granary. I would like to hear his response on this. So let's give it back to that panel of analysts, the panelists of Yukari, Render, and Bulk.
I honestly, I don't really know. He just, he shit the bed, mate. I can't really say anything much more than that. I honestly was kind of starting to fall asleep. I was like, oh, you know, just gonna be a casual, you know, 3 or 4-0 on this map. They were trying to just park the bus a little bit, but Jasmine with just some straight fire, just burning through some rounds. I just did not see that coming at all.
It's I mean, Ego lost, was it Granary in the regular season? This exact same way. they were a round up. They decided to try and push off last with about 3 or 4 minutes left when they actually had no reason to, and their last holds were really strong. They took stupid duels and lost, and they just lost the map the same way, in the same situation, making the same mistakes. I don't think you can say much more than that.
Yeah, I just felt there was just they just didn't adjust to what Jasmine started doing towards the end there, especially on those mids. You know, the early mids they were all ego. They were just complete dominance. But once Jasmine started to change it up and be a little bit more effective with their aggression, ego just didn't really have an answer to that.
To me, it looked like the first couple of mids, it was always either one scout alive for ego or two scouts alive, which is basically like insta win when two scouts were alive. Then it was just scouts going crazy, winning the mids easily, and just top fragging both together above their medic and everything. And then I just had a quick glance at that last mid, and the positioning was so bad for both their scouts. All the heavy classes were on the ground, and they were just waiting to die, and they just, I don't know, they kind of like were really afraid of losing it, and they just didn't put on their own aggression at the right times. And then they panicked even more and did dumb stuff and tried to go forward.
I think on the mids, ego lost. They always seemed to drop both soldiers very early. Nat died exceptionally early and wasn't able to get much off, and then Aporia would go for a simultaneous or a very, quick after follow-up bomb, and he'd die too. Whereas I felt like, especially when Jasmine won the mids where they started to turn the game, they always had one soldier that was able to stay alive a little bit longer and have height presence. And it's difficult to read much into the mindset of a team when they forget something really fundamental like that, like not having some really solid height control of their soldiers or playing around that. That word tilt, nobody likes to use it, but after that type of play, like where the mistakes you're making are so fundamental, you have to start asking the questions of ego. I also think Tomo got completely shut out, which is a surprise given he's been so dominant on Granary in almost all of their matches.
Yeah, well, I was almost going to make the comment. You actually talked about it earlier, Yukari, in where we were talking about the inability of demos to not deal with that sort of unfavorable rollout when they have to go a little bit slower. And I was going to say that Paulson was sort of struggling with that early on, but it sort of turned around and it was sort of Tomo kind of struggling with that. I mean, he was still kind of quick, but he was just getting pressured very early, whereas on the early mids, he was fast, he was getting good damage, and he was avoiding damage, which is almost as important as a demo on Granary.
There wasn't much follow-up on it either. Like, there were a couple of mids where Paulson was pressured back, even though he'd done more damage to Tomo. Tomo had forced him back on the pack, and Ego never really took advantage of that either. I'm not sure if that indicates they're out of sync or that was just Paulson being really solid, but it was worth noting.
Yeah, well, I mean that's often something when I'm playing demo on mid on Granary, I'm screaming. If I get those two stickies or if I deny that their demo their health kit, I'm screaming at my team to get some kind of aggression going, because I know as a fellow demo how big of a deal that is, like when you can't sort of get any kind of position on mid.
Well, and thank you guys, analysts. It is time for process. Take it away, Fozzlm and Fear.
Fozzlm and Fear are actually not here right now.
I'm here. Sorry, I had myself muted. Smith, seeing as Fear's awake, do you want to take this one with me as we get to our first mid-fight of process?
I'm actually not in the game right now, so just take it for a second. I will be there soon. Okay, well, as we get to this first mid-fight here, Dreamboat, if you want to come in, we see Putty in with a big bomb onto the shack. He gets countered by Aporia, jumps away. It's probably going to create a no just survives. It's actually Aporia being the first casualty. And that looks like he's going to go down, but Yuki on the backfield picks up Dave. That is a massive, massive kill. But Madness and Elmo look like they just want to plus forward and find the frag of Josh, but they can't. Termo has got him on a tight leash, and Josh is going to be able to make it all the way out, but Elmo just plus frags Yuki. That was insane. So Jasmine will pick up the mid, but they lose their medic, so expect a repush from Ego any second now.
Just the wave, it feels like the wave of Jasmine has been awakened here. That, like, they're just carrying that momentum from Granary and another dominating mid to open it up. Of course, Jersh with that Uber is getting set to move through this choke.
Oh, but Putty and Madness are both behind, and they actually know Termo is sticking up this sewer area, but they're still just providing so much distraction. Jersh He's fairly survived. Now Madness just comes behind, picks up Namie, but not able to find a single bit of damage onto Jess. The Uber actually comes out, but they're trading frags left and right. This is actually really good for Jasmine, assuming they don't lose anyone else. Aporia is on the medic! Oh my god! Dave, with the movement of a god, survives on about 20 HP there. What a medic. What a gamer. As he now has a massive Uber advantage, and Ego won't even be able to most likely pick up this mid-fight. That was fantastic from Jasmine.
Yeah, huge push. I am back now, for those who were wondering about the mystery disappearance.
Ah, welcome back, Theo.
Yeah, but we're
You
going to see
catch
a
that
huge...
first couple of minutes?
Yeah, well, I missed a lot of really exciting action, so I'm a bit devastated. But it looks like they're going to be taking it through the far left of Sewer, just moving it onto second. Geo, they don't want to get spammed on the low ground here, because now look, Geo's been taken down to 60 HP, which means they basically have to use to get out of this quarter. Nice arrow from Dave, means that he can jump around onto the point, and it looks like they are just going to try to force it out. But now we have 85% Uber for Ego. If they wait for just a bit longer, they might get like a bit more than they bargained for if they're going to try to use this aggressively.
Yeah, but they have actually found some nice damage onto the players of Ego, but, you know, that's some really nice cutting. In fact, Giro actually looking to get really aggressive. Oh, that was some terrific denial by Aporia. Really unlucky there not to pick up the demo man of Paulson. But actually, that medic, that pocket pick is going to be enough to completely get the Uber out, and they're looking to come out. Aporia is actually molting this Uber from Dave really well, but he hasn't got any support until right this second. Aporia lands on the head of Dave, but they are finding no damage on him. Again, the movement coming out from Dave is fantastic. They do lose Madness though, but put in with a big bomb and gets completely shot down. Aerial denial coming out from Namie. This fight could still go either way, as the health on Ego is dreadful, as Turmo with a really nice pipe to take down Elmo, and it looks like, oh, Turmo again with a long-range sticky sniper. Are you kidding me?
That was insane.
He kills Dave. That is, oh my god, I don't know how Turmo hits that. That was like an 80 damage long-range sticky spam.
Yeah, well, like, it was just that sort of extra second of, like, Dave just being slightly in the wrong position, and Turmo just punished him so hard with that sticky snipe. And, like, Dave is just respawned now, which means in addition to that 80% Uber advantage, Ego, like, there are barely any heals on the Jasmine players at this point. They probably waited a bit long to be able to capitalize on that advantage alone, but they should just be able to sweep forward to mid. They don't even want to use here. They're just going to keep pushing it forward.
They have actually got Putty behind, and he is drawing back so many players. He is going to eventually get taken out by Nat.
Ooh, 3 frags.
And they pick up Elmo, and they pick up Madness. So that is both Scales and the Roam down. That's the entire flank of Jasmine down, and you're right. They're just rushing through this choke. They spot out Pulse and Stickies, and this should be an easy second cap. So, it's, again, completely flipping on the head of what Jasmine Tea had about a minute and a half ago. Really nice work with them. They trap off forward spawn. Everyone has already back spawned, though, so it's not a matter. But again, we see Dave with a pretty sizable Uber advantage, and it looks like they just want to go. Jasmine really want to press the issue here.
Yeah, well, I think this is like an interesting decision from Jasmine. Like, they do manage to get those 2 frags, but Ego's now going to have so much Uber advantage. If Geo gets caught here, that could be quite unfortunate for them. They really need to consolidate this cap, and they almost need to do something else, because I feel like the Ubers that we've seen so far in process, we've actually seen Jasmine losing too many players to their own over aggression, and now, whoa, I thought they were just going to start going in through choke, but now it's going to be Turmo. He's pushed out of Sewer. Seems medic with him. Yeah, Warrior.
The rest of the combo finally come back up now, as we actually see. I mean, just empty spam. It actually looks like everyone's shooting rockets everywhere, but no one's finding any damage until the Roma trades there. And they actually pick up Madness as well. This is a terrific... And they pick up Giro. There was a terrific clinical re-push in.
And this Uber is so well timed.
They pick up Paulson.
They're just going to crush them. Sick fight from Turmo.
Yeah, Dave was nowhere to be seen from the rest of his team. He goes down. They're all on last point. They haven't even capped second. But again, like, this completely comes off the back of that just one sticky from Turmo that completely changed the tide of that fight. Yep. Like, I don't generally like just attributing pushes, especially that long, to one player, but you gotta hand it to Turmo. That was incredible, as Ego pick up the first round there. Paulson slightly whiffs his rollout, so he's gonna be a bit delayed, but gets submitted around the same time as Turmo. Finds a really nice early sticky, so Turmo's forced to play a bit more passively and tank some heals from his medic. as we see Giro initially taking this high ground. He gets counterbombed by Aporia and gets completely forced off. Nami, though, goes down to Manus, who also picks up Turmo. He is just plus 40, and that's allowing the rest of his team to come across to terrific aggression by Manus, just allowing the rest of his team to come forward and find a ton of frags. Will just survive. Giro's all the way into lobby here, but it looks like Aporia is doing enough to escort his medic back into spawn here. Or is he? Giro's still on! Oh my god!
Oh, Giro!
Are you kidding me?
Right at the
That
end
was
there, what a
amazing!
clutch play.
He had, like, Josh had like 3 players surrounding him and had so much time to walk into spawn to make sure there was no way he could die. And Giro just, like, he hit those jumps perfectly. That was amazing. I'm kind of speechless here.
Yeah, well, it just shows like the sort of the amazing like fragging potential of some of these soldiers, that they're able to turn what's really like just such a tiny timing window into that hugely important frag in the medic. Elmo is going to try to go in. We do have Yuki on sniper. Elmo was trying to take him down. And now, so the Uber's popped out. I don't know if they knew about the sentry. Yeah, they've multi his scout with this Uber, and he's able to just be pushed back. He's not actually getting any damage.
Yeah, but all of Ego was so far back of the point, and look how much cap time. And Paulson laid stickies down everywhere and found a ton of frags. But actually, the cleanup crew is coming from Yuki and Aporia, and they kill everyone. It's only Paulson left alive. That, like, and yeah, is Paulson gonna survive? He has to defend himself against Yuki. The pistols come out.
Oh
no! Paulson, a god. He eventually gets taken down by Aporia, which yeah, but that's going to give him a really long 13-second respawn timer, so not the best outcome for him. But it will be Equilubers here, as Giro goes down as well. They pick up Nami, but down their pocket and their demo, that's so much damage potential out. It's all down to Putty. He gets
Jersh
1 rocket, he gets 2 rockets onto Jersh. Terrific job by Putty, completely turning the tide of that fight, as Jasmine are going to be able to hang on to second here.
Yeah, now it's 60% Uber advantage for them as well. We instantly see Yuki go sniper, and I think Nami is going on engineer. Nat's going to be heavy, sitting up behind the point. And so far, Nat on heavy's actually been doing quite well. I don't know whether it's just because there've been like a bit of a miscommunication about in the pushes from Jasmine. I feel like Jasmine this time, they were caught out by the sentry last time, and I think they're definitely going to be looking to spot it out before they push in this time. It's really unlikely they'll make the same mistake twice. But the Uber is forced really early.
Yeah, they haven't. I don't know either, but they've done nothing. The sentry gun only goes down now, but they have hit almost no damage onto the members of Ego, who are pretty much all fully buffed. Aporia is trying to contest from up top. He's actually going to get taken out by 2 crisp rockets from Zaka, who dropped. But Madness and Elmo getting so much cap time again, forcing all of Ego onto the point.
Nat
really
on 40
good.
health, Termo on 20 health, 18 I think it actually was in the end, but they somehow managed to cling on, and now it's a 20% Uber advantage in favour, 25% in favour of Jersh, and they're going to be using it to push back onto second.
Yeah, I don't know why, I really don't know why Dave popped that early. I couldn't see anything that was potentially forcing a drop from him. Maybe he just wanted to make sure all of his players could get through those choke points without dying, but still, really questionable plan and really solid hold coming out from Ego. As much as you see Putty and Elmo both behind, Elmo's actually taking a 2v1, but it's getting so much time, and Putty's actually all the way back behind in the enemy's lobby. It doesn't matter, Jasmine, all of Ego, all of which are capping up midpoint here. But the stickers from Paulie take down Aporia. They get Turmo as well. This is terrific coordinated play from them. It's all off the back, and Putty gets Yuki.
That was a sick mini.
Kidding. Oh, this is crazy. Jasmine had no right to win that fight. None in the slightest. That is just disgusting play coming out from them.
Well, they were just so like distracted by the threat of Putty from behind. Putty timed his jump like really spectacularly, and he was just able to to kill Yuki right when Yuki was needed to be fighting Madness, and just basically win his team that fight.
Yeah, this is terrific. I mean, obviously Jersh will only be down about 20% add-in based on how Jasmine have been going with these pushes. You know, then I wouldn't say they're going to use it, and we do actually see Elmo sacking off, so he'll just probably be going to Sniper, maybe Spy if he feels especially gimmicky. But that's actually Nat coming out for a counter bomb, whiffs his jump completely, and eventually gets taken out by a nice ground rocket by Gio, as we're about to see what Elmo comes up as, and yes, he has swapped over to his natural role over on Sniper, which is fairly predictable.
Yeah, well, I just think Elmo is going to be looking to break this stalemate on the side of Jasmine. Yuki obviously passiving up on him. Passiving up, is that a word? Anyway, on Engineer. We do see Paulie just trying to blast away these stickies, trying to make sure that there's no sort of aggressive face coming in from Emporia. And they haven't spotted the sniper on Elmo yet, so he probably gets one shot until they know he's there. There's a shot, and he gets it onto Emporia. Really nice.
Really?
And look, he's going to rotate to door 1 because he knows that Turbo will have sticky lobby and therefore won't have stickies on door 1. And so, but looks like Turbo's just going to walk back and kill him.
I mean, it's pretty standard for Elmo to just go for those ridiculously cheeky plays. Oh, nut him with a big double bomb. Can he find anything? Close. But no, not. Yeah, you're completely right. Tomo's sending out some artillery spam, but that's not going to do anything. As we actually see Elmo staying on scout node, so deciding he doesn't want to play a pick lock. Putty goes down, but they pick up Tomo. This is massive, and Paulson forces the Uber out. The counter comes out here from Dave, and this is amazing. Oh, Dave with a terrific flash to save his demo man, and they have 8 seconds before Turmo's up. They lose Geo, and there is a sentry gun on the field. Can Jasmine do this, or are they going to slow it down? They pick up Emporia as well. Are they going to pick up Namie? Oh, but they lose. Yeah, Nat with a terrific flank. He gets 2, and they combine onto Madness.
6 rockets from Putty.
Yeah, and I mean, that was a really scattered fight, but both meds survived, so we're going to have equal Ubers. And I'd be surprised if Jasmine can hold on to the second point here, and yeah, it looks like they're all coming back onto mid.
Yeah, well, Yuki is still on Engineer, which is a bit questionable. He's going to be setting up his gun on the second point, or is that a dispenser? Dispenser does get taken down, so that's going to trigger the push out from Jasmine as they roll across the point.
Turmo! I mean, not Turmo, Paulson. He just has a random long-range spam pipe, which hits just for 100, and
that's round over.
That, I mean, did you catch that pipe from Paulson?
I didn't see the pipe. I saw the follow-up. Is that a pause?
We are in a pause here, but I really hope that Brodogs managed to, like, I know it wasn't a kill, but just out of nowhere, a random spam pipe over the point, it's just for 100, and completely turned the tide of that fight. Like, I mean, that's just a miracle god pipe.
It's just one of the things that they talk about, sort of a bit of randomness involved in the class of Demo Man. And it just means that if you're putting spam on the right areas, some of it's going to hit, some of it's not. But the point is that if you just keep throwing spam in that place, then eventually you're going to hit one of them. That's just probably a general rule of probability. But right now we have 1 up for Ego, and despite
he is currently behind.
Despite the amount of last pushes that Jasmine have beefed so far in this game, I feel it is very unlikely they'll beef what is essentially a 5 versus none, or a 4 versus none.
The only likelihood is if Namie wins this 1v1 against Elmo, and
it won't be in time. He'll just
the
cap will go down.
Oh no! The cap was only about half done before the pause. Your HUD's probably just broken and it just automatically puts it to the end of the cap. So there's a small chance. But actually, speaking of Namie, apparently he is the cause of this pause here. Apparently he's lagging out, which doesn't bode well for their situation at all, because essentially if he's down, that's essentially a 6-man down for Ego, which is should be a guaranteed round for Jasmine unless they pull off the beef of the century.
Pretty much have to simultaneously kill bind to lose this, if that happens.
And
I know they tilt hard sometimes, as evidenced by the recent departure of their medic, but I doubt that even they could tilt that hard.
You know what? I doubt it. And can we just take a moment here and just because we've finally got this respite from the game. This has probably been, I'm not sure your opinion here, Fia, but probably one of the best ozfortress Prem Grand Finals I've had the pleasure of witnessing. Finally, it's not a one-sided draw. Finally.
Yeah, well, I think that not only is it good for us and the viewers, but it's also really good for these two teams, because often at various points of their dominance, so from ours about 2 through to 11, IM, who are now sort of been semi-reborn in Ego, just basically stomped everyone. There wasn't really much challenge. We are back live, and then...
Oh, and he gets obliterated by Elmo, and so here we go. They're pushing into last. The sentry gun is still up, but there we go. 6 people on the point. Jasmine tied up 1-1.
Yeah, and then, so basically, as soon as I Am quit, Jasmine came along and started winning. And so neither of the teams really had an equal to practice against, which is part of what makes TF2 so fun, is the thrill of sort of competition and playing people on your own level and getting better. On this mid, I'm going to be following Termo. It's a really fast rollout, and we are saying the score is 1-1 at this stage, so this round, again, very, very crucial. And it's going to be Aporia. He's going to jump forward onto the point, and is that another pause?
Yeah, actually, this might be the moment where, you know, I'm guessing this is just constant more naming net issues. I have also been told that Nat was the cause of some of the previous pauses. So I am getting word that this is Nat obviously 90 seconds in the future, because I'm an idiot and said the previous one was happening real time. But yeah, so the likely cause of this pause is the roamer of Nat, and I'm being told to shout out Elmo for the information from this. But yeah.
Yeah, well, it just goes to show that I suppose Nat was the problem. Looking at this mid, just from an aerial perspective right now, we're just going to sort of have a look at the top-down cast, and we have Nat, who's fighting Elmo on the far right side. Naomi guessing. Really, both teams are very even as far as we go into this mid. I suppose the only really true advantage you could see for either team would be the fact that Geo and Yuki are either on height or getting towards being on height, which will prove sort of more consequential later in the mid. But I definitely don't think that there's any truly huge advantage going in favor of either team so far, apart from maybe the death of Putty, I think it is.
No, Putty's life.
You sure?
Yeah, what actually happened? Putty hit a really nice fast rollout. Got one rocket onto Termo, then just got completely.
He's in sewer.
Yeah, he got completely
destroyed. I
destroyed
couldn't
by
find
Nat.
him.
Yeah, he hit a really nice fast rollout, but got forced back almost immediately. So he is going to be out of this fight for a good couple of seconds, which could potentially allow the scouts of Ego to just rush forward. If you look at Nami, he's in a really good position. Obviously, Madness is looking at him, but still, you just have to see what happens.
This is sort of like TF2, but I don't know, like XCOM or another one of the turn-based movement games, where you're just plotting out where everyone's going to go on the next turn.
Yeah.
And the truth is, we have no idea.
We have literally no idea. I mean, especially how these mid-fights have been going, in all three maps, it's just constant back and forth. Whenever, you really cannot call these mid-fights. There have been some crazy, just, ridiculous individual players that have turned the tide of so many fights now that, I mean, trying to predict anything in this game would just be completely foolish.
Yeah, well, I think definitely so far in this game, sort of some of the stand-up players, it's actually very interesting to note that both teams have very similar sort of scoreboard setups in terms of just the scouts and the demo doing a lot of work. Also got Aporia, I suppose, on the side of Ego has been fragging out quite hard, and it's always very important for Ego when Aporia is on. It gives them such a boost to their team because Aporia, he's probably, in terms of the DM on the soldiers in this game, you'd have to say he's probably the soldier with the weakest DM, but he's also one of the smartest soldiers playing in this game, which means that when he is doing well, it's generally a sign that his whole team is sort of enabling him, because it means that he's able to put himself into good enough situations to get all these kills, even despite the fact that if he ever gets into a 1v1 duel with Geo's probably going to be the one who hits the sickest rockets to win it. So always I say that when Aporia is hitting rockets and when Aporia is in good positions to hit rockets, it's a really good sign for Ego. But on the other side, the team who won the last mid was team who won the last round was Jasmine, and we've all seen Jasmine's ability to sort of win 4 rounds just to in sort of magical succession to both give some the ego players who are on IM post-traumatic stress disorder and to win maps.
Yeah, definitely. One point I do want to bring up again, and this was brought up by our analyst panel in one of the previous discussions, is that just how well Paulson is actually doing on these mids. You probably wouldn't say he's been the outright stand-up star of the team, but considering how well-renowned Termo is for just being, arguably one of the best demos in the world, especially on mid-fights, the guy hits his rollouts perfectly pretty much all the time, Paulson is really handing it to him and saying, you know what, I can do this too, I'm not going to let you completely dictate how this fight is played. And it's been really interesting to see how it's sort of more devolved into how the soldiers and the scouts can, make space for their team rather than the demo man.
Yeah, well, I definitely think that Tomo's rollouts, especially on some maps, is really like one of the big advantages that Ego had over Jasmine. Like going back as far as I can remember, these two teams competing like this season, like even in the very early rounds, was that Tomo would crush Paulson in his rollout, and he would effectively have 1 to 2 free stickies. He would be able to like determine where the demos would fight at mid. He was able to basically set both the pace and the position of like pretty much every duel that happened at mid, simply by virtue of the fact that he was crushing Paulson on the rollout and he was hitting that first sticky. Now, Paulson looks like he's gone to work, he's done some demo reviews, he's improved his rollouts, and maybe he's still not hitting them on like the consistently godlike level that Tomo is, but he's keeping his team in the game enough for it to mean that like it is possible for his scouts and soldiers, who are like such sick players in their own right, to go to work there. And so if Ego are going to win this game, it's not going to be Tomo walking all over Paulson on mids. I think Paulson's really put his hand up and said, like, if you want to, if you want it, come and get it. And he's like definitely been up to the challenge so far. Anyway,
And
we're
we're
back
on
live.
pausing. Here we go. Yes. Sorry for that extended break here. Actually, Putty's back into the fight immediately, but kills himself with the Roma special. Terrific plays by him. Nat's actually super low, so he's going to have to back out of this fight here too. But just the superior positioning and spam coming out from Ego is forcing Jasmine all the way out. So really clinical mid. They only had 1 frag to their name, but this played that really well. So we might actually see the stalemate out a bit here.
Yeah, well, I think it doesn't look like Ego are sort of trying to get aggressive enough a choke. And you see how forward Geo is holding here. They know that there's going to be some aggression from Ego, and it is Yuki to go down, but it's actually going to be the Uber forced out from Jasmine here. And although they get Namie, they still haven't.
They're
going
going
to
pick up Nat as well. But yeah, they picked up 3 of their players, so
that makes it awkward now.
Yeah, it really does. Aporia might actually get taken out too. He's done so much damage to himself rocket jumping. If Aporia doesn't die... Oh, did Elmo just single-handedly walk forward past 2 players to force Jersh? That was incredible. And they don't have the positioner, and Jasmine's just going to be able to cut out mid. So, I mean, just from some incredible individual plays there, Jasmine, when things were looking so awful, flip it completely on its head.
Yeah, they just like smashed them through choke. They knew that there was a big Uber advantage in favor of Ego. They knew that they had the best opportunity to get a force there, and it's actually turned out like really well for them. They're now pushing it on to second, and it's going to be Geo and Madness combining to take down Aporia. Namie does manage to get a frag back onto Putty, but the second point is just going to go in favor of Jasmine.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Putty going down there at the end, but he actually did so much work just drawing the attention of the Ego players.
Yeah, it's one of Putty's like one of his many major like impact plays that he can perform, or major impact roles that he can perform for Jasmine. He's often used to like buy so much space for his team by jumping over. And now we see this Uber forced out in lobby. It's going to be the 2 soldiers, and Elmo gets like a tag on the end. Paulson actually does go down for his trouble though, and Geo down as well. That's 2 combo players. And Elmo, he's looking to take a duel, but Aporia is just going to crush him. Putty down as well. It's just an absolute disaster.
Ego and Yuki are just gods at this game, apparently, as their name suggests. Oh, I say that until Aporia goes down like that, but still, that defense was impeccable. As we see Yuki, he's still just going, he's plus 40, he's getting so much damage onto Paulson.
Nice,
but Madness wins a really clutch 1v1. Jude coming in, not able to take down Nemi, who escapes on about 20 HP. So after a ridiculously good last defense, a couple of misplays from Ego see them being forced away all the way back, pretty much to their last point again. So really nice turnaround from Jasmine.
Yuki basically just got like white line fever, as they call it in rugby, like when he was pushing it on mid there. He didn't really need to try to like 2v1 Madness and Paulson there. He was probably not going to win that, but he still went for it, and they just basically crushed him. Madness hit pretty much every shot on that mid defense. It was just like a stone wall for his team. He was in like such a good position. He could play around his health back and did an amazing job of just basically winning that point. Elmo's going to try to sack in. That is, he's just been...
he's just being Elmo, but Tomo's being very aggressive here, but Paulson picks up Yuki, so bit of trading back and forth, as my HUD's still broken and it's getting really annoying to try to work out what's happening. But a nice aggressive forward hold in lobby here from Ego. They don't want to give Jasmine any space, as they're, you know, probably predicting rightly
Spy.
that Elmo... Well, I was going to say Sniper, but Spy works too, I guess.
I feel like everyone in Australia has somehow adopted my pug strat of disguising as a friendly player.
Elmo
didn't
was
get
just
seen, didn't
so
get seen.
close to eating a random spam rocket. He's all the way behind. He
It's
knows
probably-
he's on the
Oh,
mid,
they
and
hear it.
Josh with the ESP turns
hey
around at the
you,
last
hey you,
second.
ears. It's actually Australian people actually have better hearing than our European and North American colleagues, just because
It's
of
true.
the predatory animals. So, like, if you're not hearing well, you just die.
Also, apparently he didn't change his disguise and he uncloaked as a friendly scout, which probably doesn't help the matter of fact. But we have got a bit of a trade here, and Yuki just plus forwards out, gets completely slammed once again by Madness. Like, Madness is clearly the king of 1v1s this game. Putty once again trades off as well, so we're seeing quite a lot of a much slower paced game than all of the other maps we've seen tonight, and it's understandable so. Ego do not want to lose this. If they lose this, Jasmine take the championship. And obviously, you know, Jasmine want to play this as smart as they can to try to secure these rounds. They don't want to, you know, beef, and as they have so often before in these last pushes, and give Ego no. And Elmo, what are you doing?
It's the old.
I mean, he's playing he's doing the sideshow strat.
Yeah,
They'll never suspect a spy 2 times in a row.
No, the real strat is they'll never suspect a spy 4 times in a row.
Oh, let's see what the god can do. He's just, I mean, he's doing nothing. He is literally doing nothing. He's been spotted by Yuki! He gets a good stab! Oh my god. Could it, Elmo, what are you doing? Oh my fucking god. I mean, he gets the sentry gun. That's, he gets the sentry gun and a trade, so, solid plays. As Jiro's actually in behind, is doing so much.
Oh, how does
my
Yuki
god,
there? Wow.
Jiro,
And Putty gets Emporia. If they can get onto Turmo here, oh no, but the frags come back. Pipe on from Turmo. Zucker and Madness down. Jiro gets taken down by Namie as well. Dave, the last one to fall, he's got a 15-second respawn. See you later.
I was about to say, if they won that push, I take everything back about what I said about Elmo going spy. That would have been the best ever round win ever I've ever seen. I'm just gonna keep saying the word ever.
I just can't believe that Elmo hasn't come back up spy again. I really feel like they say third time lucky.
Third time's the charm, but no, he's decided that he loves his scattergun even more. As we're seeing some really aggressive play here from Yuki, gets a nice meat shot into Putty, but gets blasted away by Rocket at the same point. Namie gets completely destroyed. Once again, Madness is just winning all these 1v1 scout duels. And that looks like single-handedly it's enough to push all of Ego back. Putty gets one rocket into Josh, and they get the force out. Josh pops on about 15 HP. Putty and Elmo are currently all the way behind. So they're just being menaces. Jiro is actually looking like he can bomb onto the medic. No, he flips around at the last second. So they pick up Yuki. And Nat might go down here, and Nat really lucky to avoid all that spam as Termo gets a nice bite to finish off Elmo, but that was just crazy plays there.
Putty should die here. Should die. Does die. That's a relief if you're playing for Ego.
Really is, but just... I have no idea how Jasmine held onto that midpoint there. Like, that was some crazy individual plays. Once again, like, I mean, that, the Uber's coming out
they let
really
the point
aggressively.
Get capped, actually.
Yeah, and they lose Giro. I mean, if Ego play their cards right, this should roll all the way back to Jasmine's last. Nadin with a big bomb, but blows himself up while taking out Madness. So, not completely disastrous for Jasmine, but mostly disastrous.
Well, it's 60% disad. It's so much of a disad that they could potentially get second with this push as well, especially because Madness is dead and Geo's just spawned. I feel like they should be a bit more aggressive with this. They don't want to let Dave get too close to Uber before they've used this advantage. They don't want to get like Ubered back into on the point.
Yeah, it's also worth pointing out there's only just shy of 8 minutes left on the clock. Putty is actually behind, and he picks off Termo, and he looks like he's going to go for the back cab as well. Putty is just doing so much work. He's getting hounded by 2 scouts, and that's so much capping potential gone. And it's letting Dave... Did Madness just drop Josh? Are you kidding me? Oh my god. The play is coming out here from... the combined talent from Jasmine here is incredible. Like, I'm kind of lost for words here, Fear. Take it away.
Well, they're backcapping on mid, actually. But none of the Ego players actually able to defend it, so the Pappy's going to go here. And because those two players are behind, it's very unlikely that they're going to be able to hold.
Yeah, Porridley coming in now. He's jumping in as fast as his little gunboats will take him. But there's so much time on the cap. The respawn's coming out. Paulson actually drops Josh immediately. So as long as Dave can survive, even if they don't win this push, they will come out with some sizable advantage. It's kill coming in. It could still potentially go either way. The health on Ego.
Oh, that's
They've got
so
three
clutch.
players on the red, but no, they pick up Zachar as well. But Dave survives.
That is such an important hold. Like, in the context of this game, when we've seen 2 rounds go down in 24 minutes, to hold that, like, with a big Uber disadvantage, even
That
though
was
Dave
massive.
does have Uber advantage in return, because Ego managed to get out and capture second, as long as they don't lose second for free here, that's so important. And I can't, like, Namie was instrumental in that again.
It was just terrific coordinated play, and they lose. They've got 2 players behind. That's Namie and Nat. They clean off Putty. Namie will go down. Nat's in with a big bomb on the backside of Pore picks up Madness, so there's a 2-for-2 trade on either side, and that's gonna potentially build up enough time for Josh to get his Uber, unless Giro just pushes now. As actually, that's what they're doing. They do not need these extra players. Giro's just walking up completely by himself. In fact, they're not even Ubering. They're getting a perfect dry push into second here. Obviously, Ego should get Uber to defend last, but just the jump there from Giro, and he gets Yuki. His medic actually pops on him to save as he rushes super fast into this door 1 area. It's all up to what Apori can do now. Is he going to overextend? No, wisely he backs all the way back. So it's going to be a reset, but really aggressive play there from Giro. There's just about 5 minutes left on the clock.
Well, they're baiting them in now. And it's going to be 2 frags in the favour of...
Oh
no,
my
they're
God,
all going
Putty
down. It's just 2
and
left
Paulson.
alive. And they're going to take it down. 2-1
Oh my God.
for Jasmine. Is this a pause?
Is this... Yeah, this is another pause, but...
Wow, so
wow.
let's think about where we've come. We've had a huge comeback on Granary. It is 2-1 in favour of Jasmine Tea, and they have just taken a 1-round lead with 5 minutes to go on map 4.
Which is, in case anyone's coming late, has been an incredibly slow-paced, incredibly slow-paced map. But, I mean, just the individual... I keep stressing this, but the individual players that are coming out from the Jasmine players here are, like, instrumental. I can't even speak at the moment. My head's, like, just buzzing all over the place, but just... it's fantastic to see Jasmine just pulling it back like this. This is amazing stuff from them.
Yeah, well, like, the Jasmine players have just sort of... They've been through so much turmoil with Brute leaving, and people have been sort of writing them off. Like, there were people saying they were going to lose against Home Alone last week or something. And right now they are proving all of those people wrong with, like, just a hugely clutch performance. That comeback on Granny was insane, and they've managed to keep their cool. They've managed to deal with the disappointment of losing that Uber last push, which could have tilted them very hard. Madness has got the drop on Jersh, which is like a really unfortunate drop. I think Jersh really, like, he has to do better there. Like, they can't afford that drop.
Yeah, that was crazy play from I think that was Elmo who got the drop in that instance, or was it Madness? Madness, yeah, off the back of Putty killing Turmo and dragging 2 scouts behind. Obviously, like, Ego blocked the point after that, but, you know, as we're currently seeing, that doesn't mean squat. In fact, if anything, that's sort of worse for them, because it just shaved, like, even more minutes off the clock for them.
Yeah, so, like, they've only got a few minutes now to be able to, like, pull back around. Effectively, Ego have to grab this round to take it to Golden Cap, and they're going to be looking to do anything they can. They need, like, 5 minutes is enough time that you don't need to instantly win, but it means that if Jasmine managed to push this all the way to Ego's last, even without like a push into, like, even without sort of Jasmine like trying to win the next round, then Ego are just going to be in so much strife having to push back on that time limit, because they can't wait for, like, the best opportunity in the world. They have to take, like, the 50-50 or 60-40 fights, and if they lose it, it's all over. So it's like an extra man on the other team when you're playing against the clock. It's so crucial. Especially
because this is the 4th map. Even if this was the 3rd map, and obviously we just saw that crazily go the way of Jasmine as well. But you know, the fact that this is the 4th map, this could potentially be the final map. Like, yeah, that's even more stress. Like, it's just crazy, especially the fact that they lost that last map. That's going to be really playing on their mind. And just the moment you introduce any, like, seed of doubt into someone's mind, and you just, you know, even if they take, like, maybe a quarter or half a second longer to make, like, those clutch decisions, that could really be the difference between winning and losing a fight.
Yeah, well, it's just so, like, it's so impressive that, like, all of these players are able to perform at this consistent standard for so long. And, like, when we're seeing these fights come down to, like, really tiny windows of judgment or really tiny windows of just, like, play, I guess, then it's so crucial that Ego are able to keep their cool, and more importantly, that Jasmine are able to keep their cool. Because sometimes...
Yeah, and there we go. We actually, sorry for cutting off. We get the on pause. So 5 minutes and 5 seconds remaining on the clock. Jasmine are currently up 2-1. If they win this map, they will win ozfortress Season 15 Premiership Division. Tomo going for a super fast roller. He hits it perfectly. That's terrific stuff from them. But Paulson is just... He hits his rollout as well and just really forces Tomo into a subpar position. As we see the rest of Jasmine start streaming in. Aporia's coming in for a big denial bomb. Gets shot down, and there we go. Paulson claims the first frag of the map onto Namie. And Nat, so close to going down, but Jira in with a big bomb. One rocket onto the medic. Another one. Can Jer surf it out? Terrific stuff from Jersh. But Tomo, did Tomo pick up an arrow from his medic? That is fantastic stuff. It's all down to Nat, though. He is the sole player of Ego Alive, and he drops on the midpoint. Now Tomo and Yuki are possibly overextending here. Can Putty punish them? As actually, I'm not sure what's happening, but Elmo gets the force out. Terrific stuff. Dave does not want to force here, but just the threat of Tomo in his face. I think any medic would pop at that sign. So they lose Tomo. And after an incredibly extended mid-fight, Jasmine take it, unless Yuki. Can Yuki. Oh my god, Yuki's clutching this. And Putty cannot come in. And oh my god. I was about to say that if Jasmine won that...
Soldier, in onto Josh.
Surf.
And this scout is going to push forward as well. But Namie's going to clean him up. Namie onto Madness, the last kill I made. It's actually going to mean that... Sorry, like, my heart is still broken again.
Yes.
Dave is actually dead. My mind is not playing
Dave died then. But, to quote Red Dwarf, I should say. But, oh my god, like, I was about to say, if Yuki didn't get those kills there, and Jasmine had managed to hold on to the mid, they could have easily stalemated out. It is now 3 minutes and about 15 seconds left on the clock. It's really... I mean, the onus is completely on Ego, but look at Putty here. He's in the standard goblin spot in sewers here. He's really looking to make a massive play. If he can take 1, maybe 2 players out of the fight, he's done his bit. And actually looks like he might take out Nat, but...
no, Nat sees him.
Yeah, he sees him and he jumps out. But, Ego really taking their time here, and Putty actually jumps around the players. Oh my god, Jersh with balls of steel. The fact that Jersh didn't use that is incredible.
And now, means Dave has 60, this is going to be a huge Uberad push, and the sentry is up, so they're going to be pushing in to save their season, really. This Uber has done nothing so far.
They do get the sentry gone. Aporia's in behind, no one spotted him. One rock on the Dave. Oh my god, Dave!
They get it!
He eventually surfs away.
But look how low they all are. Nat and Namie combined for 2, and it's going to be another player down. Madness is so low, and Turbo's going to manage to take him down. Is that it?
It's a wipe.
That's a wipe. There's 2 minutes left, and it's 2-2.
Oh my god. This is just... Can we get some hype in chat, please? This is it. This is incredible.
This could potentially be the most important mid that you're going to see in ozfortress Season 15 coming up right now. It is 2-all with 2 minutes left. If Jasmine Tea win this, it's all done for Ego. They need to win this round or to take it to Golden Cap to stay in this grand final.
And that's exactly what they have. Jasmine are playing really defensively here, and Elmo is the first casualty. Putty gets so much damage onto Tomo. He's eating a ton of spam, but they're just not able to capitalize on the damage. And Namie does go down here. But just knowing that they didn't manage to pick up the demo is going to be enough. Put him with a big bomb, but Yuki, terrific aerial denial to take him out. With 1 minute 25 left on the clock, both medics up, even Ubers. Ego just need to press their W keys and frag everyone in their path.
Yeah, so Ego's the only team, really, who can win this now. The Uber's going to be forced out. And it's going to be Uber's traded. Probably a preferable trade, actually, for the side of Ego. Because it looks like Chio's Can they catch
Oh.
Dave out here? Indoor one.
Oh, they get
Aporia
Madness.
gets one.
Aporia
Can he get
is-
onto it? He gets Dave as well.
He's living up to his name. Aporia, God, Yukari gets him down though, but there's only 2 players surviving. 50 seconds left on the clock. Do you believe in miracles, Fear? Because that's what is happening. As Turmo's on the point, no one can block him.
They get
Ego
it!
has done
With
it.
45 seconds left, Ego, they bring it back 3-2. What a huge clutch, just after we see Jasmine do it on the last map to them. Holy
We are going to 5 maps. Just, everyone in Twitch chat, invite every single person you know who plays TF2 to watch this game, because they will be in for a treat. This is some of the best TF2 Australia has ever seen, and we need to share it with the world.
Oh, be still my beating heart.
I-
How does that happen with 5 minutes left? All Jasmine Tea had to do was hold on, at least for Golden Cap. They had a round advantage, and Ego have pulled back 2 in a row. There's 3 seconds left. We're going to Sunshine.
I mean, we're going to Sunshine Fear, and living up to his name, Aporia God. I mean, you said it earlier that Aporia's DM maybe isn't the best, but he's one of the smartest players in TF2, and that was the perfect showcase of it then. Like, he played that Uber to a T, and that was incredible. That was so incredible.
You just you can't believe it. But I know that they are having some problems with Nat's lag. So it's incredible that Ego were actually able to bring back those 2 rounds there, despite the fact that Nat was lagging all over the place. He was dropping out. He was on 300 ping at some times. It was so clutch they were able to do this.
Especially, that was such a slow-paced game, and then for Ego to get those last 2 rounds with 5 minutes left on the board, amazing. And I'm still practically speechless, so I'm going to pass it over to our analyst panel to give their thoughts on that round, on that map, because that was crazy.
Well, somebody, I think there was a little spectre of doubt on Yuki's shoulder for that whole map, because he was paddling upstream when Ego were really struggling, and I think Aporia just kind of came down like a shoulder angel, tapped him, was like, it's okay, I've got this. Every fight between Ego and Jasmine, Aporia is always trying to hand off, responsibility. I'm going to play more of a supportive role. I'm not going to put myself in situations where I need to just hit directs, and then he just went and did that. So, Aporia kind of slam dunking them at the end there. But yeah, what a game. I think comparing it to Granary, bit of an inversion, high level play from everyone. I felt like everyone stood up and delivered, but this time, whereas Ego lost their footing and tilted a little bit in the end, I think they pulled themselves up and got on top of Jasmine in the critical moments and just edged it out.
Yeah, I mean, I kept saying that, this whole series, it was really a coin flip as to who was actually going to win it and who was going to actually win the individual maps, and I think that's really just kind of proving my point here. There's literally nothing separating these 2 teams right now. It's coming down to these tiny little individual moments, and we're just seeing, great players just stand up and hit their shots and win rounds for their teams.
It did just turn into a back and forward, who can Jasmine failing to push last because Ego holding it really well, then Ego failing to push middle, and the counter push just comes back in, back and forward for a good 15-20 minutes. It's pretty intense.
I guess the one interesting thing to look at from the stats was the demos. I think there was a combined, we've got 7 and 8 deaths for Tomo and Paulson respectively. So pretty passive play there by the demo, but Tomo certainly putting up some pretty solid damage numbers. It's a little weird looking at the stats because of the timer, but I think that's about
because of the pauses.
Yeah. So it's about 320 DPM from Tomo and about a little bit, actually significantly less by Paulson.
Yeah, it was a really strong map for a lot of players. Do you guys feel like were you guys, a bit skeptical as to whether Ego could bring it back in the last 5 minutes there? How do you think the players on Ego were feeling about sort of being down that deficit?
Well, actually, conferring with Hellscream or Alex, another former IM member, we sort of almost in agreement that I think we thought they were going to once again shit the bed, and that it wasn't going to go too well, but yeah, it's hard to say without listening to their mumble. They just got it together, and Well, this is the theory that they've choked all they can. They've got all the choking out, and now it's just nothing but good plays.
They're going to need it on Sunshine. This is still not a map that I think fits really well with what Ego want to do. I still feel like Aporia and Yuki are a little uncomfortable on it. They need to play at the level they did on the last map. I think those two are really going off, and everyone in Ego needs to show up. Because Jasmine's standard level in this play in my book is just better. And I feel like every member of Jasmine has contributed some clutch plays that turn things around, especially when Zaka and Madness had a slow start. Everybody on Ego needs to show up on Sunshine, or I don't think they have it in the tank. And after seeing still the way they really screwed up Granary with some bad decisions to repush, I still feel like on paper this is Jasmine, but you can't count out, Ego, especially when Aporia and Yuki can show up and do what they did those maps.
Yeah, I was pretty confident that we'd at least see one round go down after that mid fight, because they could just go down that loop of pushing back and forward, especially with 5 minutes left. All it takes is one mid fight.
Yeah, some crazy players coming in from both teams. So I'm just going to throw another question over to our analyst panel. Who do you guys think is going to be the standout players, on this map to finish it off?
I think you have to back Elmo. I think this is the kind of map where he can really excel. That is for Jasmine, of course. You'll probably see him do some kind of sniping at last, and there's enough sort of open space that he should be able to really kind of just create havoc. For Ego, I think honestly, I think it's really going to be on Yuki. I think if he can make some big plays, I think Ego will have a good chance. But if he's not able to really dominate, and apparently they were really having a problem with Nat, so WA just really fucking shitting on this game right now. Both Naomi and Nat WA players, and both having connection issues.
Yeah, it's always like a bit of a tragedy when we don't get to see like the best possible players. Possible substitutes have been suggested, such as Rocky or Tominus, sort of players of equal skill.
That is so good. I love
it. But I suppose we're probably just going to be playing the waiting game, because obviously I don't think anyone really wants to see Ego get a sub for this game. I think at 2-2 in one of the tightest games of TF2 that we've seen in ages, I think both teams really just want to prove themselves as the clear winners of ozfortress 15. I don't think either team want to see a situation where it might be decided by the fact that one player is having internet issues. That would be a really unfortunate end to what has been a series
I
so
think
far.
definitely no one wants to see that. They want to see both teams playing with their full rosters and just going all out on this map.
I think the teams themselves, there's no glory to be had in winning in a best of 5 when the last map the other team doesn't have their full roster fully capable of playing. So, but I think everyone involved in this, the players, the viewers, anyone who's interested in this at all wants has their fingers crossed for Nat to have his internet issues sorted out.
Is there any chance of a reschedule, or is that completely off the cards?
Well, I think that was something like that was likely to happen with the IM finals if the teams decided that was going to be played over 2 nights. So I wouldn't completely say it's out of question. Possibly,
I don't think either team though will want this to
definitely not
to go another night. I think they want to settle it here and now.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, this was the scheduled night for the game as well. So admins might be a little bit more hesitant to reschedule this were there to be that wish from the teams. I guess this is a bit nicer, not necessarily nicer, but gives us a bit more time, considering the last few maps had been really quick turnovers between the maps. So I mean, we do actually have Nat coming in now, but he still does have a bit of a high ping, it seems. Hopefully it'll go down.
It's coming
soon.
down. He joined at 200. He's down to 110 right now. And
I mean,
still coming
not
down
too
under
bad
100.
for a WA
Under
player.
100 for a WA. I think they might actually go with this. I think they might be waiting.
I
down to
live
80.
in Brisbane, which is way closer to Sydney, and I get 60 to 70 ping to
I'd
this
just
service.
like to say Aporia and Naomi are currently trying to line up a sub just in case. So I feel like actually, it's looking like they might get a Mercy in just in case Nat is unable to play. Mercy, obviously, being
Yeah,
a teammate
it's
of your own
fortunate I didn't stay on the roster because I'd actually be possibly going on this situation, and that'd be a really bad idea.
What about get
Wow,
right?
racist much?
Racist.
Who is console today? Because
believe that
they're
was,
on
uh,
fire.
Has to be
Can we
Versa.
can we ban this racist admin from
Probably
OZfortress?
can.
Oh, come on. Can you really expect anything better out of somebody that grew up in Newcastle? God.
So true.
But yeah, I mean, obviously, this would only be last case scenario if Nat, gives it a shot genuinely, like he just keeps spiking or whatever. So fingers crossed it doesn't happen and it's not
Whoa!
needed, but
Hold on. Paulson is denying Mercy.
Whoa!
okay.
Wow, the BM play coming out
Surely
from Paulson.
not.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a bit,
If you're gonna deny them Mercy, then you should, like, and not letting them reschedule seems a bit questionable. I mean, do you want to
Yeah.
beat the best? Like,
And yeah, Apora is also, and Apora and Tomo are bringing up good points that the OZfortress admins did allow for Dave to be transferred over to
and Ego
Jasmine's
would have
roster.
been well within their rights to say no to that, I believe. So,
I
will.
think if there's a bit of a debate about this, I think the admin should step in and just say no. That if they need Mercy, they can use Mercy.
Yeah,
Because
I
I
think-
know that they've used him as a slut in the past couple of weeks.
And
so.
Yeah.
this isn't. We're not talking about IM finals here. We're not talking about open finals here. This is the top of Prem. This is the case where you should be willing to play against any player that comes your way. There's no player that's going to be, this player's out of our skill level. We're not going to allow him.
Oh boy, I'm loving this MM1 right now.
I
on the
have a
server, though.
suggestion.
It's
Yeah, I
really
have a-
getting,
It's gonna escalate,
getting a little
man.
spicy.
Well,
I
here
have
we
a
go.
suggestion. If Jasmine want to do that, then they can't use Dave.
Oh.
Because if you really want to turn it
Oh.
up, let's play games.
Yeah, let's play 5v5. No Roma on one team, no Medic on the other. Let's see how that plays out.
Oh no, just
Now,
deny
now
them.
here's the question. If they deny Mercy, and hypothetically, if they pulled Dave, could they convince Brute
That
to
would
come
not
back?
happen. They wouldn't
Oh,
want
that would be
to.
the funniest thing I've
They
ever
wouldn't
seen.
want to.
There's not a. I think at this rate, Brute would rather play for Ego than he would for Jasmine.
Oh,
There you go, buddy.
Yeah, there's some serious
Finally
MM1
There is
understand
some
what's on his mind.
tension.
There
Season
is some
tensions
BM
coming to a
coming out.
point. This
I
is
think that's. I think that's.
Putting
let it go.
Ligaporia's DM
Yeah.
a joke. I don't know, mate.
I
I don't
sure
know.
made a joke at
This
them
is,
at the
uh,
end of the last map.
Obviously, without Brute on the team, they've got so much just pent up rage themselves. I
Yeah,
mean,
this, like, honestly, this is stupid. Like,
yeah, this
the
is.
admin needs to make a ruling. These guys need to stop him and winning. We either need to get to a game, reschedule, or do whatever needs to happen.
Me and Smiths need to get casting here. That's what I want to see.
I'm gonna
I want this
try
game to
seeing what's
go.
up with Kenneth.
Where is our admin?
Joke's on us when they're all kidding, and this is just,
Oh,
an
it's-
attempt
look,
to
it's
deliver.
entirely
Oh, they are.
possible.
There
It's
is no
entirely
kidding. There is no
possible.
kidding.
I mean-
no, fuck that. This
No.
is for real, boys. This is for all the
Yeah,
fucking
no.
marbles.
Well, if you can't get a
Okay.
sub that I mean, we're being told by Ferrisar, if they can't get a sub that Jasmine accepts, it will be paused for days.
So basically,
So
anytime.
that makes it seem
yeah.
like Jasmine are fully in their rights to deny subs.
That's
yeah.
very interesting, given that they were allowed to use Dave.
Well, I mean, this is the admin ruling, so as you know, I guess you can question it, but that does seem to be the final ruling. So we will be potentially seeing some pauses. Were Nat to lag a few times, which is entirely possible. Hopefully, it won't happen too often, but you never know. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, I apologize to all the viewers here. I believe we're actually peaking at around 600. Apologies to everyone about this massive delay. This is the OZfortress Season 15 Prem Finals. Jasmine Tea versus Ego. It's currently tied 2-2. We're getting into our last map here, which is CPU Sunshine, and there's a bit of BM going on.
And
But as
here
I
we
say that,
go.
here we go. Dreamboat and Smith, take it away.
Oh baby, Sunrise is coming up here in Victoria, British Columbia. As we're getting set for Sunshine, Smithsonian.
Yeah, I'm excited, and looks like we're actually finally getting to the first rollout. Both demos actually getting there at pretty much the exact same time, trading damage as well. Both Tomo and Paulson on pretty much the same amount of HP. Zaka getting a bit aggressive around the flank, going around behind to the health pack. And looks like some bell tower control happening coming out from Ego there. Lots of damage done to Apori. Gets destroyed, and Paulson finishes off Dersh as well. Only Frad to go Ego's way so far as Elmo. Zaka does go down though. It's only Yuki left alive right at the very end of this. Dave actually lived on 33 HP throughout that. So nice play from him, and nice mid win from Jasmine.
Jasmine setting the tone early in that pregame, denying Mercy as a backup ringer, backup ringer thingy if Nat starts lagging too hard. And now they come out here, take a dominant first mid, keeping Dave alive.
Yeah.
Now looking at full Uber as they cap second here, and they should be rolling into last any moment now.
We do have a sentry up for Naomi, but it's only just getting up to level 2 now, so might not get out to level 3 before Jasmine push in. They do have the Uber charge. They actually have Yuki on Sniper as well, so the double util coming out, and he finishes off Elmo there with a body shot. Nice by them. That actually might slow down Jasmine's push a little bit.
Yeah, Jasmine's backing off here. They do have time to get Elmo up and back in, still rolling with the super advantage, but you know, that is definitely a big delay pick. They're actually going to start moving before Elmo can come in here and have him come in the end to clean up. The Ubers are popped off here. Both soldiers going right in towards this shot. They get Jersh. And now they're looking for more. They get Yuki. The gun is still live. Gun's finally taken out, and this is all Jasmine right now. They get Nat too. And now they're just looking for everything. Turbo down. Name of the only down as well. And the cap.
And I believe that was Madness actually not meat shotting, but just scattergunning Aporia out of the midi, incoming right at the very end of there. So unfortunate for whoever the player was going for that. Really nice push from Jasmine, just so effective, just getting 2 frags so quickly on that Uber and then just following in with the rest of their players.
And now we have another mid fight here. Turmo and Paulson just exchanging that spam. Zach is actually into that kitchen cafe area, and he's taken out quick. Now the bomb from Aporia is coming up onto the clock tower. This is looking a lot better for Ego, except they drop Yuki as he jumps right into a rocket. Trade still coming around here. Neither team is taking too much control of this fight. But as there is still Demoman and Scouts alive, only one Scout for Jasmine though, and it's Elmo. Sorry, what's that? Ego and it's
my
Jasmine
God.
doing as
Elmo
Madness
came in.
combined. Jersh grabbed Paulson with a crossbow, and he will get out though.
Yeah, Elmo came in at the perfect time in that mid-fight. He just flanked, I believe it was Aporia from behind as Aporia was trying to duke it out on the mid. Aporia had no clue it was coming, just totally threw him and got destroyed. Elmo then picked up, I think, he did a lot of damage to Temo and tried to finish it off with the basher, but he done his job. Did really well there, just his timing was spot on. And yeah, Jasmine winning the mid. Nice work by them. Nice work by Ego getting Jersh out the way they did. They had a solid play disadvantage at the end. They could have lost them if they stayed in a bit too long, but nice foresight to get out when they did. And yeah, even Ubers for the second point. No off classes as of yet. We might see a sack, I think, from Jasmine, unless Naomi gets called out. Nope, he'll be fine. And Jasmine moving in through Cafe now, trying to get a bit of spam through.
They're just seeing what they can find. Here comes Putty, bombing forward. Looking to see what he can get. He lands right on top of Jersh, but he does not do damage. Cleaned up nicely by Turmo. The counter sack from Nat does not find anything either. And we're going to see the stalemate roll on a little bit longer here.
Yeah, we'll probably see the exact same thing happen again until one team gets a force, to be perfectly honest. It's a bit of a hard point to push, just because the chokes are so defined, and there's so much room you have to get to really get to where the defending players are holding. Generally speaking, the only way you can really push in easily is potentially through the flowers area, if the defending team isn't paying enough attention. So otherwise it's just so easy to get forced with the amount of spam that can come through.
We do have Elmo sniping, and he's peeking through Cafe. He's not gonna find anything though, so he's gonna have to back off, play another angle, see what he can find. He's going down the flower valley thingamabob, whatever you want to call it. Whiffs another shot, and he's gonna sit around there for a while before once again moving around. This is the Elmo show right now, because he's gonna be the guy who breaks the stalemate. He's either gonna get picked, or he's going to get a huge pick. And Aporia jumping right in. Does a lot of damage. And it's how peeking on it. And Elmo finally taken out here. And Naomi wants more. He's going to be careful here. He's got Aporia to back him up. And now they're running into Geo. And the Ubers are exchanged in this cafe area. Neither team getting too much. And Aporia now meeting up with his roaming buddy moving forward here. They're trying to pressure Paulson out. They might get him. Bombs coming towards Choke. They do grab Madness. And mid will go down to Ego.
Ego's push
we have
was
the
so
pod.
good there. Yeah, we have a pause, so I'm assuming Nat lagging again. Ego's push was so effective there. Just really nice aggression by Aporia. Just, you know, knowing where Elmo was going to go, catching him out, and then the follow-up pop from Jersh was spot on. And then the way, I think the best thing about it was then after that, you know, exchange, whatever, Ego played really, really tight around the just in front of the other team's cafe. So Jasmine really didn't actually have that much room to move. By the time Ego were there, Jasmine were kind of backed into their corner, and either they fully commit to the counter aggression or they back out, and they just, just decided to back out. They were taking a fair bit of damage, and they just didn't really have the positioning to contest it the way they wanted to. So a bit of a shame, obviously. Right now, Nat's issues won't be affecting it because the issues are obviously 90 seconds in the future. For now, though, Ego in a fairly good spot. Have a player advantage. Looks like, actually, I think the Ubers are even. So, no real advantage other than Madness dying. I think he'll spawn fairly soon, though. I can't remember the exact spawn time for him. I would not be surprised to see Ego take this, though, honestly. I think they'd probably try to take it through Flowers, through Valley, and try to get some aggression on with their scout advantage as soon as they can.
Now, Smith, I do have a question. Can Jasmine... I mean, they've already tried to screw Ego with the denying of Merciless. Can they do it twice? Because is there a rule in ozfortress that says how often you can pause on a map?
There is, but I believe the admins have said that
I'd like to
unlimited pauses are in play just because of the fact that the sub was denied and everyone was aware of the issue.
Okay. You never know. I'd hate to see Jasmine go that far to win this, put a real taint on the finals. So I'm glad that Farrell's official call was that it can be unlimited pauses. Unfortunately, though, that means we might be in the first of many right now.
Yeah, fingers crossed it doesn't affect him too often. I'd like to see as few pauses as possible, and I'm sure our viewers would agree. I don't know chat up, but I'm assuming there's a fair few resident sleepers there already. But yeah, I mean, looking at it now, Jasmine are in a fairly solid spot to hold. They're not going to be too pressured or anything at the time. And yeah, I mean, there's not much to really say about it. I guess we might see some potential upclassing from Madness or something. If Jasmine get pushed back, could see him come up as Sniper or something, because he has been known to do that. Their Elmo, generally speaking, is the preferred Sniper for their team. But yeah, I think, I mean, that's it. There hasn't been that much so far this map, but it's been such a good series overall. I'm still excited, even though it's paused, even though maybe the hype might be dying down a little for some people. I'm still just as excited as I was, at the beginning of this series.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's not too much to really predict on what's gonna happen here. No one's really in a position to do much. I think the worst positioning right now is just the fact that Nat is hurt up on that hut, but there's really no one to deal with it.
Aha!
And now we are finally unpaused as that is crawling to get that health. As the church cap goes down, Aporia is pressuring a lot into flank here with his team, and Yuki gets piped hard by Paulson. With the pressure coming in through Cafe. This might trigger the Jasmine repush. Elmo's poking and prodding through Flowers. He's actually unmarked.
Oh, Elmo!
He might find something here, and it's actually Aporia going straight into Dave. Does not get the pop. Looking for something. Putty, though. He picks off Church.
Oh, that's massive. That is a huge play. No heals at all now for the Ego squad. They're going to go fairly aggressive. Try to find Dave, but he's sitting pretty nice inside this this cafe area. There's no way anyone's going to get to him. So it's now just Nami trying to find some frags on the flank. He will pick up Elmo, but he will go down to Geo's rockets, and Tomo's just trying to back his way out, trying to get a bit of spam out. But this is looking really nice to Jasmine right now. Dave with a big Uber charge advantage coming up to, he's got his Uber, and it's only like 15% now for the Ego squad.
Yeah, it's not look too good, although Ego is actually doing what they can to defend this, and they've...
Yeah, they've managed positioning. I'm surprised. So here comes Jasmine. There we go.
They should be in good position to force this, though, and they absolutely do. So Jer should be able to get out, and we would have one of those good old-fashioned like Snakewater leapfrogs, where you just kind of walk out through Saw, come back in, and you know what I mean.
I was really surprised to see, to see Jasmine just back out there, and like they had their Uber ready. I think they had a one-play disadvantage at the time, but they had Uber and they had solid positioning. They just chose to back out, wipe their play, and then repush. But yeah, as you said, they got forced so easily moving in, and they got no frags out of it. And we're gonna see leapfrog situation. Jersh coming up to his Uber. So This is going to be pretty good now for Ego. This is their chance to push in.
Well, and that was the spot too where the pause came in because Nat rejoined his team. He's now sitting at 108 ping and still going lower. He gets taken out though, speaking of the devil. But Nami and Yuki combined to grab Elmo and Zach. So they are looking.
They actually haven't had to use that Uber. There wasn't much pressure for it coming out from Jasmine, so Ego going to be moving into second with this Uber now.
And moving in, they are trying to find where they can, and the Ubers are popped out here. Boy, has to get flashed from Jersh, which puts them in a little bit better positioning if you're Jasmine, but they really haven't gotten anything here. And Gio gets crushed by Aporia. That's going to be crucial here. It's up to Ego to keep finding more frags, and they're in a position to get it. Zaka so hurt, taken out. Madness too. He will grab Aporia, but Paulson down to Yuki and Madness. They are rolling in it. As it is Dave and Elmo.
Oh,
and
he gets shut down. Okay.
It's just Dave on last. The cap comes down here, and this should get capped. I don't think Gio can contest. He gets midi! And Dave stepping on the point.
It was a wall midi, to be perfectly fair. I believe.
I think he was off the wall enough that we're going to call that a real midi.
Yeah, that was really, really well played from Ego throughout that. A bit questionable, I think, from Jasmine, just the way they held for so long on the low ground at second point. I think that really cost them a lot because they just got pressured for so long there.
Well, and now Thermal and Paulson exchanging the spam early on this mid. And there's really nothing too much. No one's bombed forward. Aporia finally taking some place on that clock tower, poking around with Gio. Neither of them down. Finally, Aporia and Yuki to Paul. Although Thermo piping Paulson to smithereen. And Nami looking for more here, too. It's looking a lot better for Jasmine, though. However, Thermal might pick Zaka.
Getting
and
frag
I think
hungry. Wow.
Jersh will escape to last. He has Elmo hunting. Elmo, he's on him. Can Jersh get out here? He serves the scattergun into spawn.
That was crazy.
Oh
that
my.
was Thermo getting a bit frag hungry now because Jasmine do have their full overcharge. Jersh only at 80%. Though Jasmine are looking like they're just going to be happy to capture the second point. And moving in though. Ooh.
Yuki frags Elmo hard there, and he's looking for more. He might actually grab Madness here. No, he's going down. Oh man.
Yeah, Jasmine just, happy to get the second point, solidify, not going to worry too much about getting too aggressive, lest they waste their uber charge. So both teams will have an uber charge here. Sentry going to be tried to set up by Nami, but it's going to get taken down straight away by Gio. Here comes, oh my gosh, that is Aporia trying to get some aggression in. He gets destroyed. Oh, what?
Yeah. Zaka came flying in there, landed on top of Jersh.
Turbo as well.
Hey, what the? Are you kidding me?
Rock City right now. Oh my gosh, I missed the one on the Jersh, and then Dave getting taken down by Turbo. There's no Ubers at all anymore. I'm speechless. That shouldn't happen. The double drop, +4.
That's a new one.
Yeah, that was actually. I mean,
wow.
A clutch play from Gio taking down Jersh, getting rid of the Uber, getting ready to push in, and then equally clutch play from Thermo, saving his team from what would have been a full Uber push coming in.
Well, what a grand finals. I think we can safely say we've had everything here over these 5 maps, including the double drop.
Yeah,
So,
that's crazy.
Sheesh. And, it's actually going to work out really well for Ego because Jersh was the first death. He's going to have his Uber up here first. It's not enough to push off of, but it just is a little bit better in terms of holding.
Both teams playing so passively right now and not wanting to let that happen again. Don't want to lose that Uber in a really awful position this time around. Looks like Zaka getting a bit aggressive down below, getting a bit of spam down. Not really going to get that much. Just seeing what he can see, seeing if anyone's getting aggressive onto their team. And looks like Jasmine are going to be moving in fairly soon. Both teams do have their Uber. No off classes as of yet. We might actually see Elmo kind of run in, go for that sniper if he so chooses. And actually, Zaka getting taken down by Turbo's sticky, so maybe he was going for a bit of a bomb in there, trying to see if he could force anything, but he didn't
And
quite
here
catch
comes
where he
Nat
was.
looking to countersect. No, he's actually that. Are they trying to push off this? Are they just lobbying for position here and lock? Because Ego's moved up really far, and they really can't countersack here. So they're just, I guess, they're just pushing Jasmine out for the sake of pushing him out, I guess.
Yeah, pretty much. It's a tough one to push out of, honestly. Sunshine last. It's really, really tough. If you don't have like a really sizable advantage, just the position is just doesn't go your way. You know, you come out of that roller door, obviously stickies. The only entrances are below everything else of the team that would be on second, so it's just so hard to really get out without having to pop, without taking so much damage. So you really have to have a sizable player advantage or the full Uber advantage to push it out. So Ego just happy to relax on last. And actually, wow, elbow.
There's the elbow sniper.
There it is, finishing off a Pori, and that's going to trigger the Jasmine push surely.
Yeah, and that's exactly what's happening. Paulson walking forward here. He gets the Uber popped off on.
And he gets
Yuki getting
as well.
headshot. But it's on Nat. What can he do with this Uber? The leggy soldier. Now Termo's getting flashed. No one has really gone down here. Finally, the frag's coming out. Termo down too. And it looks like Gio might get this point. Yes, he will.
Yeah, wow.
No, he won't. Jersh. Yes, fine.
That was all off the back of Elmo opening that up, getting the first frag on Oporia, and then he got another one while the Ubers were about to be exchanged. Just that instant two-player advantage, just so crucial moving in, and Jasmine capitalizing on that perfectly. So nice by Elmo, opening it up with that sniper.
Absolutely. Take us away on this mid-smith.
And yeah, both demos, again, fairly similar. Tomo doing a bit more damage than Paulson. Tomo taking a nice position up on that hut, moving down though. Looks like some early bell tower control here from Apori. Gonna get blasted back though. Geo taking control now, and here comes Madness moving into the combo of Ego. Going back there, Paulson picking up the first frag of the mid onto Tomo. Yuki taking down Paulson, Apori down as well, so player advantage here now for Jasmine Tea. And they will solidify on this mid now. And both Jersh happy to move back, has that overcharge, will be ready to defend second.
So, is the Ego strat, or is the strat of these finals that you don't want to have a lead later? Hold on, Elmo getting right in there, forces Jersh.
God, Elmo just gets in so often. He is the sneakiest little guy, managing to find so many picks.
Zaka on the flank. He's still alive here, and they might actually grab Madness out of it as well. Madness is so lit. And now the Uber's popped off from Dave, not really in a useful position. And what a surf by Yuki!
That was nice. That was a very nice surf.
All the way through Valley to get out alive.
But yeah, honestly, I'm just amazed at Elmo's ability to just get into places he really, he just shouldn't be allowed into, and forcing players, picking players, doing so much damage from positions where you would expect him to get shut down immediately.
Now there is the pressure coming from Jasmine. Gio's so hurt in the lobby here. He's not gonna be able to stick around long, but it's Yuki being the only casualty so far. Paulson's really hurt as well. Aporia and Nat all down. Madness going off. Madness grabbing Nami 2. And that leaves 2 up. Termo injured.
Yeah, the double soldier bomb from Ego was so close to being perfectly timed. They went slightly too early and didn't quite catch Jasmine out. And here comes the push in now from Jasmine. Uber has been forced already for Ego. Jasmine backing out. They don't have to use theirs. They've got the Uber up in a second. They force the Uber. They can just back out and re-enter when they've got their Uber and their players alive. That was really, really nice from Jasmine. Really disciplined to not stay in there. No, okay, we forced them. We're backing. We don't need to lose anyone else.
Yeah, Nami looking for whatever he can. Seeing if he can do anything to help his team out, and it really doesn't look like he can. However, Jersh is already up to 40% on this Uber. I think Jasmine is a little bit too smart to give it to him, but he's getting, surprisingly close considering Jasmine's had all their players up here for a while. Finally, that Uber is popped out of that left side right into a heavy, and the heavy doing all kinds of work here. Still alive. Only casualty so far in this. Jersh is up to 70%. Yuki finally down, but Elmo as well. The point is starting to get Jersh though. Pipe by Paulson.
Oh, really nice point baiting from Jasmine there. Look, the frags were even at the start. Obviously, that Uber took so much time trying to take down that big fat man heavy there. Got another frag. Ego returned some, but by that time, Jasmine were already on the point. Paulson had it stickied. The spam coming into it. Ego responded and tried to stop it, but they just took so much damage doing it that they all died right afterwards.
Well, and now we're into a crucial mid-fight here. Ego definitely need to win this, and Zaka should get taken out early there in Cafe, but it's Nami being sticky down as we have a pause.
Another pause. Zaka's been going through Cafe almost every mid, and the first mid it was very, very effective. It drew a lot of players back, and Ego weren't really too sure what to do. The second mid and then this mid, he just got totally shut down. They actually sent Nat through Cafe on through their own Cafe this time, just because they knew Zaka was going to come through there. And yeah, destroyed him. That being said, Paulson did pick up Nami, so it is even players. And I gotta say, I prefer Jasmine's positioning here. And actually,
hey, we have the unpause already. So it's looking a little bit better, but Aporia getting denied with a solid air shot coming up there. But Elmo taken out by Yuki. Nat gonna be hunted in the flank. Can Geo get taken out, or can he take out Yuki? Yuki grabs him. Now Aporia hit with an arrow from Dave might be enough to keep him in it, because it is Scout Demo Medic versus Scout Soldier Medic.
Oh,
Yuki
no.
crushed by Madness though. Aporia into choke. Can't get Dave. Can he get anything? No.
That surf from Dave was so nice. It lived on like 10 HP or something. Aporia totally caught out, and that ensured Jasmine won the mid. Actually, I think he was actually down to 1 HP right after that, after taking the fall damage. So huge from him, and Aporia just not quite able to get enough damage down.
Now Jasmine posturing in here, getting forward. They pick off Amy early there, which isn't good, and Yuki should get dropped here.
Oh
yes,
no.
he will. Geo.
And the Uber's
Casualty,
forced
but the
here too for
Uber-
Ego.
However, Madness might get dropped here. No, the perfect flash from Dave will keep him alive just long enough. However, it's letting people scatter. And Turmo, trading down Zaka.
Yeah, Zaka was getting a bit aggressive onto them, just seeing if he could get a drop. It was a nice play, honestly. There was no risk for that play. They already had a player advantage. They were capping up the point. It was just nice to just get aggressive, see if he can get a pick onto the med or something, because that would absolutely ensure them the last point as well. But now Ego still can't push out, so there was absolutely no risk in Zaka going for that play. Just really nice from him. Didn't work out, obviously, but as I said, there was no penalty. So.
Well, and that was where the pause came down. Name me pausing it. And now, of course, everything is settled back down. Nat, of course, no longer with his ping issues after their pause. And speaking of pauses,
Hey, another one.
we got another one.
That's a bit of a shame. Okay, so looking at the current situation, it's 11.5 minutes to go in the map. Jasmine are up 3-1, getting ready to push into the last. I mean, this time, Jersh will have his Uber. There will be even Ubers for this push, but Jasmine can easily just stall this out, get Elmo on that sniper and just play slow. They do not need to rush anything, and it's looking really good for them. Ego need to kind of get some points on the board sooner rather than later. They need to win fights and win them convincingly. They can't be, taking even fights or just barely winning them and moving forward, because they'll start running out of time if they do. This is
It's there's a hell of a lot of pressure on the Ego right now. They're so close to losing, but so close to winning at the same time. Like, it could go either way. We just saw back-to-back maps in this best of 5 that had 2-3 quick rounds in the last 10 minutes.
Absolutely. This is certainly not over by any means. It's a 3-1 scoreline, and as far as the game has gone so far, look, it's been fairly slow. So that they are going to be hard rounds, but we've certainly seen it before tonight that what was once a had some hard fought rounds have turned around and become very, very quick wins for one team or the other. So certainly Ego not out of this yet, and Jasmine, whilst ahead, certainly need to be a bit wary and make sure they don't lose focus right at the very, very tail end. In the last 11.5 minutes of ozfortress season 15, obviously minus pause time or plus pause time and that sort of stuff. So
I mean, that is if there's one bright spot to these pauses, it means that we are grinding this cast out as long as possible, because we've gone all 5 maps. All of them have lasted pretty close to the full 30-minute time limit.
Absolutely.
So,
I would have been, I personally, I wouldn't have complained if it was a full, no ban, 7 map rotation, let's just do it. I'd be happy to watch more TF2.
Oh.
Obviously, it's a grand final, and you can't force teams to do that. Plus, it's only fair to make them actually ban maps. So the 5 makes more sense. But
comes out. But yeah, no, I'm with you. I'd have been thrilled if it was a best of 5 NA rules, just so that we get all the TF2. Because we've been in for a treat. Like, this has been
it really
better
has.
than I think we physically could have hyped up. If you told me it would have been this good, I probably would have believed you, but I would have been
I knew it was going to be
blown
good.
away.
I knew it was going to be good, and I just want to say,
I knew it was going to be great. I didn't think it would be this great.
Yeah, so obviously right now we actually have Elmo up on Sniper, So getting ready to stall it out, as I said, unless obviously they get a pick. I do like how Ego's been fairly good, generally speaking, at dealing with it. Getting aggressive, making sure that their positioning can't be capitalized on by a sniper. And after what happened in the in the previous match, I'm sure Elmo won't be able to get any heroic walking in shots, but he actually picks up a nice headshot onto Yuki there. So that is going to be a player advantage here now for Jasmine moving in. They might actually take this one fairly soon.
And it looks like they're posturing into this left side here. Geo getting spammed out fairly hard. Actually, a nice little rocket onto Dave there from Nat. Geo's... There's the Bomba Warrior coming to support. I've got a quick question for you, Smith. What time is it in Australia right now?
Right now, it is 11:30 at night on the, Brisbane, Sydney, Melbourne coast. So not too late, but certainly, the players will be feeling a bit of a drain. And actually, here comes the bomb coming in.
On top of Jersh! He has to force
There it is.
Absolutely crucial, crisp rockets from Geo. And
Yeah, that
there's
is
nothing
huge.
Ego can do about this.
They had to use that Uber in such an awful position. Jasmine have a fully recharged now. We actually see Yuki just trying to spot them, see if there's any way they can get onto the combo of Jasmine to force that Uber. But look how passive they're holding. They are not letting anything force them here. They're getting that overheals, moving in, only making sure they're absolutely ready to do this because they want to make sure that this is the the killing blow for Ego if they can land it, because 4-1 is hard. It's not impossible, but boy is it hard to do in 10 minutes.
Not to mention, if they take their time with this, grind it out, keep it slow. Like, this could go all the way, and they are in here.
Oh
and they're
my God.
getting picks all over. Jersh going down to the Elmo head. Yuki down 2. It's on Turbo. He grabs 2 of them. But there's a final cleanup. Elmo gets 1 more.
Yeah, that was really nice again from Jasmine. They just took it so slow, so patiently. They knew they did not need to rush it at all. They had fully recharged advantages. They actually got a pick right at the very start onto Naomi as well. So everything was going their way. Just moved in, took each fight one at a time, just overwhelmed Ego as much as they could, and yeah, solidified that cap really, really nice.
And now this crucial mid for Ego. They need to win this if they want a chance at coming back here. And no one has gone down yet. There is good positioning on Ego here. I like what I'm seeing. And they pick off Zaka early. Nat traded, but Yuki down to Aporia as well. This is Jasmine's mid. They're going for Jersh.
Yeah, this is not looking good now.
Escape.
Probably
It
not.
looks-
He didn't surf that, and he's going to die here. That is disaster here for Ego now. This is 4-1. Dave has his full Uber charge ready, going to be moving in. They could easily push this to a 5-1. Ego, dire straits now. They need to hold on to this last. They need to push out ASAP, because they need 3 rounds in 8 minutes, and that's going to be a really tall order, honestly. No off classes as of yet. They're not setting up any sentries. They're just trying to run with what they have and just be ready to push out at a moment's notice.
And here is Jasmine starting to posture for this lobby area.
Oh,
And they actually drop Zaka. They pick off Naomi. That is a favorable trade if you're a Jasmine man. The Uber is popped off. They should grab her. Oh, but they're getting wrapped.
yeah, they're getting wrapped. They're actually playing
But
on
they're getting
last.
back-capped.
Paulson's getting... Oh, he's taking so much damage. He's going to go down surely. There we go. Nice Aporia. And looks like they should hold on to last. Jersh did live, and he's on 18 HP. Oh no, he's taken down. Geo with the upshot onto him. Oh, that was huge. That's actually massive now for Jasmine. I was thinking,
And
honestly,
Elmo,
with so good...
he's lower. If he goes to last, he could actually... No, he's decides to back out and try and
Oh my
fight
God.
second. And
This
he's
is
going
so
to trade
scrappy.
out with Aporia. But he could have gone last, and he could have taken that to a 5-1. As time is winding down, though, we have 7 minutes left here. Ego needs to win this scrappy fight, and they need to do it fairly fast. Otherwise, we are looking at a new champion of ozfortress.
Yeah, I mean, it's only 3 players left alive right now for Jasmine. Just got 1 spawner up. Ego are looking ready to push straight in, drive pushing this. They know their time is not on their side, and they're moving as fast as they can. Jasmine are playing this fairly passively. They know they have an Uber advantage. They know that they can just kind of, once they get this, they can just hold it and try to park it as much as they can. Ego have to push into them. So it's on Jasmine to try and force those mistakes out of Ego, try to make him, get too aggressive and mess up with this.
Oh, and here they come, not getting right in there, taken out early. Aporia's getting denied too, and Ego's gonna have to back off here. I don't think they have time to do that. This is so costly. Now the
Oh.
Uber's popped out of Jasmine Tea right in. Can they get Jersh? Yes, they will.
Oh my
That
God,
is a
Dave.
massive hit, and that could be game winning. And they're cleaning up. Jasmine getting everybody here. Turmo, Yuki,
That
and
Uber was
Mimi,
so good.
and Jersh all down.
Dave's flashing was on point, like totally perfect. I think Paulson took a meat shot, he instantly switches over. Gio takes a shot, instantly switches over again. Just make sure no one dies in that, and no one did. Everyone picked up the frags they needed to. So aggressive with it, they just jumped straight forward as soon as it popped, and did so much work. Ego were not ready for it. They were posturing. They were fairly forward on the point. They wanted to move forward, perhaps underestimating the Uber disparity there. So really nice from Jasmine moving in there.
He's juking around here. He's got to get a crucial pick, but he's not. He's going to get taken down. It is Dave. 100% Uber. Turmo's already down 2. So is Nat. The Uber's popped off here. They have 3 men to kill. They find a Pori. The spawn is up. Jersh sawing away. He can't get. And this will be another Jasmine round.
Okay,
5-1, 5 minutes.
They need 4 rounds in 5 minutes to bring this to golden cap. That is not undoable. It's definitely possible, but my god, is it going to be a challenge. Ego need to wipe every single mid. They need to destroy Jasmine every single fight they get. So pressure is right on Ego right now.
And it's the mid for Ego here. And Turmo, he's getting absolutely crushed in the early goings on this mid. That's not good if you're an Ego. Aporia gets right in there, takes out Pulse. Madness down 2. And Gio. And Dave. Yuki fighting like an animal here. And it's coming down to the final fight here. And Yuki wins it again.
Yeah, Yuki went massive on that. Well, the scouts in general, I believe, from Ego, really nice work. But man, like that, I just wonder, is it enough? Like usually you'd be like, yeah, great, we won mid, cool. We, scouts stayed alive, no big deal if it leads everyone else. At this sort of stage, you need everyone to live. You need to be ready to push right onto that second point. And Yuki's going forward. He's trying to see what he can find. But Jasmine are already there, already ready to defend this. And it's going to be even Ubers again. Dave only 10% behind, so going to be very hard to capitalize on that. Madness is on Sniper as well, so just making it so hard to push into them. Elmo's on Engineer, trying to set up a sentry on the second point. Oh my god.
Yeah, I think we might be closing in on that GG zone, except Ego. No chill zone. They're rolling in here, fragging everybody. Getting the cap. 3.5 minutes, 4 rounds, though. I think might be the impossible task. Jersh on crits, though, with Turmo. He's building it hard. They're almost on it. 98%. They're getting set to go. Here comes Turmo up through lower. Crits this onto the heavy. Hasn't taken it out. He has not found anything with crits.
Yeah, nothing
And
less
now
than a
the
whiff
cleanup.
crits, and here's the Uber now for Jasmine. Dave pops it just in time, and that is surely it. That is surely the final, the last dying breath of Ego. I mean, they'll try to take it as close as they can. They're still moving in through this right-hand side, moving onto the point, but totally denied. Aporia doing nothing, just getting destroyed by Gio rather, and Madness, I believe, and then Elmo picking up 2 frags, Turmo and Jersh going down. It's only 3 players left alive for Ego, only just getting to the second point now, so Jasmine going to be moving out. I mean, I know Jasmine, they are going to be wanting to bring this to the 6-1. They want to end it with style.
Yeah, it is still doable if they enable no clip.
Yeah. Well, okay, I actually have, I think it was Jersh just spinning around on mid. Ego know it's over.
Yeah.
Jasmine know it's over, but now it's Pride. Ego do not want to go down 6-1 on this last map. They want to try and at least hold on for the time.
They don't want to get mercy rule. But ladies and gentlemen, we have your ozfortress 15 Prem champion, Jasmine Tea.
Yeah, it looks like, I mean, we are in dead time. They are still fighting it out. Might as well, keep it going. Trying to go for those frag clip plays and a bit of melee dueling happening. This is, I was so impressed with the level of play tonight. Just both teams turning it up to 100, 110 even. Just putting every ounce of energy they have into trying to take out this series of maps. And, I mean, I know, obviously, Jasmine were the expected winner throughout the season, but everyone thought at the beginning that it wouldn't be close. So Jasmine would take it, it'd be easy. And Ego, my god, did they put up a show. They put up one hell of a fight. And yeah, this is so impressive from both teams tonight.
man. And you know what's devastating? Is only one of these teams is, I think, even thinking about going to I-58, and that might not even happen. We'll have to find out in the end. But I would love to have seen both of them go.
Yeah, I mean, obviously everyone would. Obviously, it costs a lot of money to get that from here. We actually see Ego kind of moving in, trying to make you get a second round on the board if they can. Maybe make it a slightly more respectable scoreline, but this Sentry's just doing so much work. Just destroying everyone. Maybe pinned in the corner, not able to do anything. Destroyed by the Sentry. Maybe calling out for help in all chat as well. Just, that Sentry pinning into the wall. And that's the full team wipe. That's going to be the final scoreline too, almost certainly 5-1. GG, well played, come out, and as you said, yep, your ozfortress 15 champions are Jasmine Tea minus Brutalix.
Yeah,
Which,
minus Brute
minus
indeed.
Brute.
No Brute, no problem. For Jasmine. That has honestly been some of the best TF2 I've ever watched, and is easily some of the best TF2 I've ever casted. This has been an absolute pleasure and an honor to cast as we crown a new ozfortress champion.
The same ones as last season, to clarify.
Yeah, so not
I
new
mean,
champions,
I
but
should say a
repeat
new.
champions.
I should say another ozfortress champion. That's
But,
what I meant. Like, come on. English is hard. It's 7 a.m. and I've been up all night. Give me a
Okay.
break.
Well, I'll give you a break by welcoming Aporia from Team Ego, who's come in for an interview. Commiserations about your loss.
Hey guys, what's going on? How was that for you?
It was one hell of a game. I think everyone was extraordinarily entertained. Yeah, obviously. I guess you're in here, so we'll start with you. Obviously, no one from Jasmine in yet. How would you feel? I guess. Are you disappointed? Do you feel like you could have done better, or are you just happy with just the how close that game was overall?
I mean, I'm happy. I think overall, like, it was fun. It was another good game to finish off the first good game that we had in the upper bracket final. I think we are disappointed, but not because we lost. We're more disappointed because we lost Granary after we had that huge lead. We were 3-0 up, and for different reasons we ended up losing it. Like, I don't think we could go left at all because there was like Termo and Josh didn't really communicate what the issue was in spawn. Termo was like jumping too far for Josh to heal him, so he was going catwalk every time, which is something that never happens because Termo never beats a rollout. So I think that's the part that disappoints us, losing Gran. But overall, I mean, it's a good series. I don't think you can be too disappointed about that.
Yeah, and we actually do have both Dave and Elmo coming in
And
from
Brady.
Jasmine and Zaka as well. So first things first,
And
congratulations. Oh, and Paulson as
These
well. Yeah.
fucking idiots are like, oh, I don't want to go, and they all fucking join anyway.
Yeah.
Well, there we go. But I mean,
Congratulations, yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And I guess my first question is, Dave, obviously coming off the back of cooking with Coolio to suddenly becoming the ozfortress 15 champion, how do you feel?
Well, to be honest, all I wanted to do was beat Cookie because I've been on a team with him for a long time. So, yeah, that's all that really matters, that I beat Nathan.
Alright, I think I have to ask the question that's on everybody in Twitch chat's mind. I-58.
It's
it
up in
possible?
the air at the moment.
Is it possible?
It's possible, but there is issues with certain people might not be able to come, etc. We need to work out what we're doing here. We're not going to know tonight, definitely. I'd say within the next week, I'd be able to give you a proper answer. I know it sucks. Sorry, Twitch chat, but we can't give you a proper answer tonight.
There's still hope. Let's
Yeah,
give it.
still hope.
Let's put it that way. You have something to look forward to, at least. Hopefully, maybe.
I guess should get into a couple of questions. The general Jasmine squad. Obviously, I think the probably the most, for me personally, I think the most important map for you guys was winning Granary from coming from behind. I think the scoreline was like 3-1 or something at some point, and it was yeah, obviously Aporia was talking about that before and said it was, genuinely disappointed that they lost that. How are you guys feeling, when you were down, I guess against the ropes and stuff, and then started that comeback? Did you ever feel like you were going to lose it, or were you just confident that you were able to make that comeback the whole time? Or
I don't know. We never really got on tilt at any point because 3-1 isn't exactly that big of a deficit. We just sort of played our game like we usually do, and we brought it back. And the only point where it got really heated, as in we were excited, was that last push where Gio went massive, and the very last push that won us the map. I was really impressed by him. I think he like airshot Yuki or something. That basically made us win. I'm not sure, but that was where all the like excitement got into it.
Yeah, actually, I had one other point I'd been wondering the whole night. What was the decision making behind leaving Badlands in the pool? Because obviously Badlands is what happened here. Last time you guys played, you got absolutely destroyed, and I thought maybe you guys would have a different showing here tonight, but the exact same thing happened, and you got destroyed again. So was there any? Did you maybe rate your chance a bit higher this time, but just it didn't work out, or was there a specific goal in mind with it?
Elmo, Putty, do you guys want to answer? I don't want to answer every question.
Sure. I think that we thought that we could do better on Badlands this time because we changed some things up with our rollout, but they're really strong on mid, and we kept losing rollouts, so that's why the result was similar.
We definitely feel a bit... our Via isn't as strong without Brute, and I think it's because like my calling is good, but I don't think it's just quite at the point where Brute was able to own his calling skills for ages, and it's not quite as concise and succinct as his was at this point. And I feel like it's a bit hard on Via for some reason. Weirdly, I wouldn't think it would be that big of a difference, but the way we've been performing on Via in scrims lately, it just felt like it's nowhere near as strong as the way we've been performing on 5CP maps. So that was a big part of it. We thought we'd be able to do better on Badlands and Via, basically.
I do have an update from Kenneth just on what the prize pool and the winnings are. Is $720 for coming first. You do get the rest of the full pot, which I believe was $1,200, if you opt to go to the I-Series.
So obviously, as you said, you won't know yet, and I'm sure the admins will allow you a few weeks of decision-making time to see if you can actually manage it. So
no, just give me the full pot now, and I'll tell you later.
I like it.
It's a lot of meat pies, Wally.
And I guess both teams. So we'll start with Jasmine. Plans. So not including I-Series, just here locally in Australia. What are your plans moving forward? Are you going to try to stick together? Maybe some of you will leave or whatever. What are your main plans for coming seasons here?
Honestly, it's pretty much the same answer as the I-58 thing. I can tell you personally what I'd like to do. I definitely want to stay together. And if some people can leave, I'll definitely find some pickups. We've got some good ideas in mind. But yeah, same thing. I don't think as a team we know yet. But most likely, I feel we'll be staying together as a squad. Fuck, my voice is so fucked.
And I think ours is all to some degree. So I can't remember the last time I screamed that hard.
Aporia, so same question. You guys, do you have any plans for the future? Are you guys done potentially? You want to see what you can do onwards and upwards?
If everything goes well, that's the last game Tomo and I will play of TF2 ever.
Wow.
I hate you. You can go die.
Please ignore the foreigner.
We're moving to we're joining the Vandalay team that's been winning in beta for Overwatch.
Oh boy.
So yeah, Tomo and I are joining that team, and we're making the move across. TF2 is it's a lot of fun, but like this season I've put in like a lot of work, like more work than obviously I used to. And I was playing with IM, and at this point it's like, I don't know, it's not as exciting, I guess, as the potential with Overwatch. So we're gonna go see what happens there, and I mean obviously in the future we might come back depending on what happens with that particular game. And it's easier to come back to TF2 than it is to go to Overwatch later than right at the start. So, just makes sense.
Disregarding games internationally, was that probably one of the best series you've played in Australia? Just wondering.
Best series? Sure.
Like the funnest, like the closest.
Yeah,
stuff.
definitely. Yeah. We had a few other close ones with old Turmo teams. But typically they were when we weren't playing much. Our 10 is a good example where Sheep literally carried us, and I know that Snowblind and Eps feel like they were robbed then, but I think, at that point none of us were playing, whereas this felt like, we put a team together and we had to work hard for it, and like it felt good having like both of our teams playing like quite good in the final, and obviously we were super close, and like realistically it could have really gone either way at any point. Especially with Sunshine as a decider, I don't think either of us are all that confident on Sunshine, so it's kind of just like hoping for the best, and whoever hits more shots wins. But no, it was definitely fun.
Bring in Reckoner.
I think, like obviously nothing can beat some of the games we had at iSeries, the HRG games and all that, but in Australia, yeah, it's probably the most fun I've had playing since a long time ago. It's like back in A days when teams were closer. So thanks for that. It was a good one to go out on.
You're welcome, man. It was really fucking fun for us as well.
Now, I have sort of a shit posty question to ask. It goes out to Elmo. You had a bet with Bulk from your game against Home Alone. Did you? I assume you saw the results of that. Do you have anything you want to say?
That's fucking perfect. I love you, Bulk. You're beautiful.
If any of you guys in here haven't seen that, is I just pasted that in. Bulk, for those of you who don't know, I'll post it in Twitch chat.
And there we go. There's the reaction we all hoped for.
Bulk,
Bulk.
of course, Demo Man for Home Alone lost the match to Jasmine, and his bet was if he lost, he had to dress up as a Jasmine Tea cheerleader, and I think he nailed that.
I don't think we would have won if this didn't happen.
And I guess, Aporia, do you have any comments for your former teammate, as in the fact that you'll have either more respect or no respect for him after that?
I mean, it's about the same, right? I lived with him for a couple of weeks in the UK, so I'm very aware of his potential for shenanigans, I suppose. It's nice though, I enjoyed it. It's a good little album, I saved it for later, Share that one around.
Alright, well, thank you guys for coming out. Thank you guys for putting on, as I've said throughout the cast, some of the best TF2 I've watched and casted in probably ever definitely ever for casted, but some of the best I've ever watched too. Of course, Jasmine, congratulations. You guys are the champs. And
woo!
Do you guys
Elmo,
have any
give us a woo.
Woo.
And do you guys have any shoutouts you want to do before we wrap things up here? I guess I'll start alphabetically at the top with the Poria.
Yeah, shout out to you guys, all of you that are in the channel, so both casters and Jasmine, and Kieran, who's just arrived a bit late to the party. And definitely a huge shout out to my team. I'm really happy with the amount of work they put in, and they put up with me harassing them about a whole bunch of shit, so that was nice of them too. Shout out to everyone that donated for the prize pool. For your guys' sake, I hope you do get the opportunity to go overseas and you play well and compete well, just because it's a great experience and not one that you should take lightly, so I hope you guys do that. That's it. Shout out to the admins, all the viewers. You guys are great. This is the most that we've ever had in an Australian TF2 match, so that's pretty fantastic. It was a good one for you guys to tune into as well, so with the exception of the pauses due to fucking shitty WA internet.
Alright, nice. Well, I guess we'll go with we'll roll with players. So Dave, shout out.
Shout out to You See Me. Shout out to Cooking with Coolio, and shout out to Zin.
Elmo.
Shout out to Sam, Hyper, Vana, and thanks for actually doing it, Bulk. That's all.
Namey.
Shout out to Mercy and Yui.
Paulson.
Shout out to Mercy and Yui as well. Shout out to Muppet, MG, Banana Bread, Face, Mac. Shout out to Red Hawk. So many fucking people to shout out. Shout out to everyone else in ozfortress except Darbs.
Yeah, shout out to Mercy for offering to play for us. That was nice of it. Give him a 10 out of 10 for that one.
All right, and Zaka.
Shout out to our team. Shout out to Brutalix for the season. The games that he actually played. And shout out to Communist.
Shout out to Ego, obviously, as well. I missed that. Some of the best games I've ever played.
And thank you, Navy, for that.
Someone mute this kid, please. Thank you very much, Overlord Brodogs.
Thanks for that,
Alright,
Navy.
Fozzlm, you have any shout-outs you want to give?
Yeah, shout out to both teams. It was an awesome night of Tier 2. Shout out to Thea being my co-caster and putting up with me. You and Smith doing an awesome job. All the guys on the analyst panel. Obviously Brodogs for being a crazy good cameraman and being like here all season putting up with this shit. And most importantly, like there's 650 people who, I think we peaked at something like that, who came out to watch this. So yeah, shout outs to all you guys. Oh, and shout out to Oxy.
Brodogs, you got anyone you want to shout out? He just says no. So apparently, fuck all of us. Render. Anyone you want to shout out?
Shout out to Fake, Zom and Cindy, Tigrad, Bulk, Yukari, and Quaggy. Also, shout out to all the ozfortress community. It's been a good run, but I'm also leaving for Overwatch.
Boo! I see Kenneth has joined here. Kenneth, Mr. Admin person, fella. Do you have anything you want to say?
I guess, shout out to Firsar for adminning the match and running Prem this season. It's pretty decent dude running that. And also, I guess that next season will be pretty shortly. So we're pretty excited about getting the next season underway and so they can keep a continual flow of TF2 competitions going. So stay tuned and
the important question, Kenneth, is Gullywash back?
I think so. I don't know if there are any crappy maps that we want to put in next season just to make people mad. If there's a map that makes people sufficiently mad, please let me know and I can put it in.
All right, Smiths, shout outs.
Yeah, shout out to all the viewers watching tonight. So, obviously we do it, because we love the community, but it's always nice to see such a huge turnout. Shout out to both teams for giving us such a good game, and everyone involved in production, all the admins who help with this and set the whole thing up. Brodogs on cam, all the casters for tonight. Obviously, you, Dreamboat, Fozzlm, Fear, and the analysts, Yukari, Render, and Bulk. Just everyone involved in making this what was honestly one of the best series I've ever casted. So yeah.
Absolutely, this has been absolutely just a pleasure to cast all season. I do want to give huge thanks and shout outs to TF Live for adopting the crazy Canadian who stays up all night to cast and letting me cast. It's been a hell of a season. Can't wait to join you guys next season. Smiths, Fozzlm, Fear, shout out to you guys for casting as well. Smiths, especially you putting up with me all night. Brodogs, a tremendous job on camera. Gotta give a shout out to Farrella for keeping me entertained as console in pregame for some of those. Hashtag no Saudis. And to everyone who tuned in, this has been a hell of a season. Tune in for next time, and drive safe, everybody.